The international proletariat places a high value on your great successes in the fight against fascism and reaction. These successes are the well-deserved fruits of your initiative, persistence, and devoted struggle to strengthen the proletarian united front, to establish trade union unity on January 1936 385 the basis of class struggle, and to rally the broadest masses of working people into one powerful popular front. Values the successes you have achieved, which are of great international significance, the more highly as they have given a practical demonstration to the proletariat of other capitalist countries that, by mobilizing the forces of the working class and the working people, it is possible to fight successfully against fascism. It is indisputable that your influence is growing, that your links with the working people have been strengthened, that tens of thousands of new fighters are streaming into the Communist Party, the vanguard of the heroic French proletariat. But, in measuring your successes, you are right to look not only backwards, along the road already traversed, but also forward to the tremendous work which you have still to do. You are behaving as true revolutionaries, working in the spirit of the 7th Comintern Congress, when you refuse to cherish illusions because of successes already won, when you carefully avoid any dizziness from success, when you coolly recognize that the French proletariat needs at its head a still stronger and still more effective party. In this present hour the French Communist Party occupies a responsible post in the international labor movement, one of the most important sectors of the struggle against fascism, reaction, and war, the struggle for bread, peace, and freedom, for socialism. We do not doubt that the correct Bolshevik decisions of your Congress will come up to the expectations and hopes of the masses, and will help to establish the complete unity of the working class and contribute to the final victory over capitalism. Extracts from the ECCI May Day Manifesto. April 1936 Rundschau, v. 20, p. 793, April 30, 1936 Dimitrov wrote, in May 1936, that it was a mistake to think the approaching war would be directed in the first place against Russia. In Europe it would be directed against France, Belgium, Austria, and Poland, and in the Far East against China, Australia, and the Philippines. There was no point in quoting Lenin on 1914 and saying that all governments were equally culpable and the plea of national defense inadmissible. The situation had changed. In addition to Russia there were other countries whose independence was threatened and who were therefore anxious to maintain peace. The danger could be averted by an international united front. The greatest obstacle to this, said an anonymous writer in the same issue, was right-wing resistance in the LSI and IFTU. In the French elections of May 1936 the CPF withdrew a number of its 386 candidates in the second round, in agreement with the socialists and radicals, and the results gave a majority of 381, out of 618, to the Popular Front coalition. Communist representation was increased from 10 to 72 deputies, the votes rising from 800,000 to 1.5 million. The Central Committee announced that it would cooperate loyally and closely with the government, and assured the future government of its complete and unstinting support on the Popular Front program. It would not enter the government, for this might serve the reactionaries as an excuse to reinforce their attacks and frighten the radicals. The government would then be a minority government doomed to impotence. The resolution of the Spanish Political Bureau of February 1935 consisted largely of a series of questions which it hoped would be discussed at the 7th Comintern Congress. Why, since the Socialist Party was bankrupt, had the CP not established better relations with the socialist left wing? Why had it been so unsuccessful in attracting anarchists, despite the counter-revolutionary actions of the anarchist leaders? Why had the CP not had more success in establishing trade union unity? What prevented the spread of communist influence in the Basque and Catalonian national movements? What Spanish parties were fascists? How could it be demonstrated that the socialists were the main social buttress of the bourgeoisie? What precisely was the counter-revolutionary part played by renegade groups such as the Trotskyists, and how could they be exposed? At the 7th Comintern Congress, Ventura said the Spanish CP had at first distrusted the Workers' Alliance because it was dominated by the socialists, but after October 1934 it had made contact with the Socialist Party and trade unions. The party had made progress, but had not yet been able to convince the masses that it was the best leader of the working class, nor had it learned how to use language that would not hurt the feelings of the socialist and anarchist masses. Its greatest weakness was the rigidity of its United Front tactics, as shown particularly in the 1933 elections. Reversing all previous statements, Ventura said, "Behind Largo Caballero stands everything that is healthy and revolutionary in the Socialist Party, although unfortunately he still could not see the need for a broad united front that would overcome the resistance of the socialist right wing. On behalf of my party I say to Largo Caballero and his friends that we are ready to cooperate in creating a united front, to go on to the creation of a single revolutionary party of the proletariat to overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie and set up a workers' and peasants' government. We say the same to our anarchist comrades." Negotiations on future amalgamation were being conducted with the UGT, socialist unions, and between the socialist and communist youth organizations. At the end of 1935 the UGT allowed the few and small unions controlled by the CP to affiliate, but they were not represented on the UGT executive. In the February 1936 elections in Spain the Popular Front coalition won 278 seats, of which 16 were held by communists, which gave them a majority against the right-wing parties organized as the National Front. The Popular Front did not include the anarchists, but received the anarchist vote. The Spanish CP claimed at this time a membership of 35,000, but is said to have been closer to 10,000. Aznar, as Prime Minister of a Republican liberal government relying on Popular Front support, proclaimed an amnesty for all political. April 1936 387 prisoners, and dismissed General Franco, who had been active in the suppression of the Asturias Rising, as Chief of Staff. The communist program for Spain after the election included distribution of land to the peasants, which would bring them over to the workers' side, the use of church treasures to provide funds for the needy, satisfaction of the national demands of the Catalonians and Basques, and a single trade union federation. In Catalonia the communists and socialists amalgamated into one party, the PSUC, which joined the Comintern. The ECCI Presidium, meeting in May 1936, heard a report from Hernandez, editor of the main Spanish communist newspaper, who said the CP was loyally supporting the government, and working for closer relations with the anarchists. They were trying to attract unorganized workers into the unions, and were making all-round and careful preparations to merge with the Socialist Party. The decisive condition for the successful fulfillment of the great tasks confronting the proletariat and masses of Spain. The party had proclaimed its opposition to the destruction of churches. The ECCI endorsed the policy of the Spanish CP. The Soviet pact with Czechoslovakia caused confusion in the Czech CP. On November 27, 1935 Rude Prevost urged the communist deputies to vote the new and larger military budget because of the pact and the need to defend the republic against fascism. Gottwald replied that the existing Czech government could not be trusted to do either. Kopecky attributed this and other mistakes to agents of the enemy who had infiltrated the editorial board, and the editor-in-chief was expelled. Lenski wrote, April 1936, that the Polish CP had been penetrated by Pilsudski's agents. The plan of the Pilsudski clique was to gain possession of the CP organizationally and politically, to drive it to a position of national communism, to create a political current in it hostile to the Comintern, and at the right moment, in the event of war, to stab it in the back. The plan had been frustrated, but the provocateurs had done much harm. Prominent among them were Wojciechowski, Zharsky, and Sakaki. Some of Pilsudski's agents and spies had gone to Russia as émigrés and defiled the ranks of the CPSU. Sakaki had been arrested in Moscow and shot in 1932. On the other hand, the sectarian attitude of superciliousness towards national sentiments helped the enemies of the people for a long time to present the CP as a force which was alien to the Polish people. After the entry of German troops into the Rhineland, Pollitt asked why Germany, Italy, and Japan were able to create such a menace to world peace. Without the slightest hesitation we declare that it is because of the policy of the national government. Within a few days of its coming to power, Japan had marched into Manchuria, and Britain had prevented the League of Nations from taking action. The national government had encouraged Mussolini in his African adventure. Germany was rearming with the loans, arms, tanks, aeroplanes, and political assistance given by the national government. This was done because it hoped German arms would be used against Russia. Indirectly, the Labour Party leaders were helping Hitler by opposing a united front. The Fourth KPD Conference, the first since January 1933, sometimes referred to later as the 13th Congress, met from 3 to October 15, 1935, ostensibly 388. In Brussels, actually in Moscow. About 35 people were present, including Pike, Ulbricht, Florin, and Alem. The first two emerged as leaders of the KPD, supplanting Thulman's followers. Togliatti attended for the ECCI. He said the ECCI subcommission and secretariat had discussed the German situation in January 1935, when the majority of the KPD political bureau were following an incorrect line, and the ECCI supported the minority. There was too much self-satisfaction in the KPD. The transition to illegality had been costly. It had lost the majority of its old cadres. Before Hitler they had 200,000 members. If only now we had even 1/5 or 1/6 of that number. Its main mistakes had been to underestimate fascism, the failure to make a real effort for a united front with the SPD and ADGB, and beyond them to Bryaning's supporters. The KPD's slogans must be the annulment of Versailles, the unification of all Germans not by war but voluntarily, the abolition of the Polish corridor. Pike said there would be no attempt by the KPD to use the United Front for recruiting, or as an opportunity to expose the SPD leaders. All opponents of Hitler must be brought into the anti-fascist Popular Front, with the slogan Freedom, Peace, Bread. Even after January 1933 the KPD had not understood this, and had rejected SPD unity overtures. It should have directed its main blow against the Nazis, and fought to defend democratic liberties. It had learned from the Austrian and French experience. He referred to the resolution of the ECCI Political Secretariat of October 27, 1934 condemning KPD policy. In December the KPD Political Bureau was called in for consultation, and on January 19, 1935 the ECCI Secretariat had instructed the KPD to approach the SPD Vorstand and to work for the restoration of the ADGB unions and the formation of a popular front. Florin said the basic mistake of KPD tactics was to present the United Front as unity within the ranks of the KPD. For this the party leaders were particularly to blame. Neumann and Romelli were again singled out for special condemnation. They had not been invited to the conference. The conference adopted a resolution welcoming the new tactical orientation of the 7th Congress, and undertaking to find new roads for winning the masses. Although the KPD would continue to criticize social democracy as an ideology, the Central Committee would leave nothing untried to reach agreement with the SPD Vorstand. The working class should have only one party, but that party could fulfill its function only by recognizing the need for the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of proletarian dictatorship in the form of Soviets. On November 23 two KPD representatives met two representatives of the SPD in Prague, but their talks led to no result, the SPD arguing that for them democracy was a goal, not a tactical maneuver. In Paris Munzenberg took steps to create a popular front among German émigrés. The initial meeting, on February 2, 1936, had an attendance of 118, including Heinrich Mann, Ernst Toller, Emil Ludwig, and Leon Foucault-Wanger. The SPD was represented by Breitschied and Grudzinski. The SAP was also represented. The committee elected at the meeting had Mann as its chairman. The political bureau of the KPD moved from Prague to Paris. In Indochina, where the CP held its first Congress in 1935, the move towards a popular front was made in the summer of 1936, until then it was said to have. April 1936 389 been making unnecessary demands to other groups. In July it invited other groups to collaborate on a program of equal rights, universal suffrage, lower taxes, the expansion of education, etc. In India the National Congress was now said, in an article by Dutt and Bradley in Rundschau, to have fulfilled a great task in uniting broad popular forces for the national struggle. It was the most important mass organization seeking national emancipation, and it was urged to accept the collective affiliation of the CP, as the Kuomintang had done in the 1920s. A marked feature of the campaign to establish a popular front was the appeal to intellectuals, most successful in France, the United States, and Britain, to join in the fight against barbarous fascism. As part of the movement in the United States, the Communist Party ceased its attacks on the NAGP and disbanded its own League of Struggle for Negro Rights. The PROF in turn also liquidated its International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, and the League Against Imperialism was allowed to fade from the picture. In line with Soviet approval of French defense policy, as expressed in the communiqué issued by the two governments after Laval's visit to Moscow in May 1935, the French CP ceased its public support of the Arab nationalists of North Africa. In July 1935 an international congress in defense of culture was held in Paris. Reporting on this at the 7th Comintern Congress, Goner, USSR, made a strong appeal for communist work among intellectuals, who were said to be suffering particularly from fascism as well as from the economic crisis. Our task of winning back the intellectuals was made more difficult because we used to ignore the country's past and the special characteristics its history had produced. As outward symptoms of recognition of the country's past, Valiant Couturier, then editor of El Humanite, appeared at meetings wearing his war medals. On July 4, 1935 the New York Daily Worker carried portraits of Lenin and George Washington side by side. The New Masses, a communist literary periodical, ran a competition for the best essay on the theme I Like America, and the Star-Spangled Banner was played at CP meetings. To make our party a party of human beings who live and laugh just as everybody else does still remains a task before us. May Day, the day when the revolutionary forces of the international proletariat march in review, must this year demonstrate in strength the unity of the working class and the masses of the people of all countries in defending peace against the warmongers. Peace is in the greatest danger. In the West peace is threatened by German fascism which, having sent its troops into the Rhineland and advanced them close to the French frontier, has conjured up an immediate danger of war for France and Belgium, is preparing to annihilate Czechoslovakia as an independent state, to incorporate Austria, to occupy Memel and Lithuania in an attempt to entangle Poland on its side in war, and to create a territorial basis for its attack on the great land of Soviets. In the east the fascist militarist Camarilla of Japan is occupying 390 province of China after another, with the aim of subduing all the peoples of Asia, and of annexing the Philippines and Australia, while it gets ready for the decisive contest with the United States and Great Britain for hegemony in the Pacific and directly threatens the Soviet frontiers. These chief instigators of war, German fascism and the Japanese military Camarilla, who support each other's aggressive plans, are out to drag all the countries of the earth into a devastating war. The magnates of finance capital are trying to save capitalism by setting up dictatorships of the most reactionary, most militaristic elements of the bourgeoisie, the fascists. Where fascism has consolidated its power by bloody terror and put the working people of its country in chains, it is seeking frantically to escape from growing internal difficulties, seeking to save itself from the indignation of the people which is beginning to spring up, by military aggression against other nations which it openly threatens with national subjugation. The fascist rulers may at any moment plunge humanity into the bottomless catastrophe of a new world slaughter. For fascism the maintenance of peace is a deadly danger. Fascism is the enemy of peace. Fascism means wars of conquest. Whoever wants to fight for peace must fight against fascism. Working people in town and country. All friends of peace. It is not too late to bar the road to the warmongers. Peace can be saved if the masses everywhere, thirsting for peace, pool their immense forces at once for the fight to maintain peace, the fight against the fascist warmongers. The creation of the broadest mass front for maintaining peace is now the central task of the international proletariat and of all friends of peace. This task can be accomplished. If the danger of war is great, so too are the forces which can be brought into action against it. Anger and readiness to fight against the capitalist offensive, against reaction and fascist violence, are growing steadily among the proletariat, the peasantry, and the working people of the capitalist countries. Today the situation is not what it was in 1914. Now it is not only the working class, the peasantry, and all working people who are resolved to maintain peace, but also the oppressed countries and the weak nations whose independence is threatened by war. The Soviet Union, the invincible fortress of the world proletariat and the oppressed of all countries, is the focal point of all the forces fighting for peace. In the present phase a number of capitalist states are also concerned to maintain peace. Hence the possibility of creating a broad front of the working class, of all working people, and of entire nations against the danger of imperialist war. It will depend upon the extent to which this world front comes into being and is effective, whether the fascist and imperialist warmongers are able in the near future to light the flames of a new imperialist war, or whether their criminal hands will be chopped off by the axe of a powerful anti-war front. April 1936 391. Workers. Do not allow yourselves to be persuaded by those reformist leaders and sham pacifists who, on various pretexts, are trying to keep the masses back from independent struggle against the war danger. Do not believe that measures taken by the League of Nations can replace the independent struggle of the masses to maintain peace. The incompatibility of interests among the self-seeking imperialist powers belonging to the League makes it extremely difficult for that body to take effective steps against aggressors. That was strikingly demonstrated in regard to the application of sanctions against Italian fascism when it fell upon the Abyssinian people. It was demonstrated again in the attitude of the League of Nations to the recent provocation by Hitler fascism. Had the international proletariat acted as one, by strikes and other means, not a single ship or railway truck would have reached or left Italy, and Italian fascism would have been unable to carry on its rotten war in Abyssinia. The working masses of France and Spain have given the peoples of other capitalist countries a splendid example of how the People's Front can successfully bar the road to fascism. In the same way, in the international field, must the front to defend peace be established, which will be able to frustrate the war plans of the fascists. The agreements on joint action concluded between the communist and socialist parties in France, Spain, Italy, and Austria, the unification of the trade unions in France, and the coming unification of the Spanish unions, all these are great steps on the road of eliminating the split in the ranks of the international proletariat. But the further progress of the united front of the international labor movement comes up against the continuing resistance of reactionary leaders in the Labor and Socialist International and of a few social democratic parties. To overcome this resistance is the task of the entire working class, above all of the social democratic workers themselves, and it is a task which cannot be delayed. On May Day appeals to all workers, whatever their convictions and party allegiance, to all social democratic parties, trade unions, cooperatives, to all workers' organizations, to unite their forces with the communist parties and organizations, so that they can fight together against the capitalist offensive and fascism, and block the path of the fascist instigators of war. Despite all obstacles and difficulties, the proletariat must proceed, united and resolute, to carry through one international policy in the interests of maintaining peace. Calls on the millions of peasants, the laboring intelligentsia, and all sincere friends of peace, to march hand in hand with the proletariat. Look at the great Soviet country where the proletariat led by the Bolshevik Party, the party of Lenin-Stalin, has won a final and irreversible 392 victory for socialism. While fascist reactionaries and barbarians, in fear of the people, abolish the last vestiges of democracy, in the Soviet land true democracy for the working masses is flourishing. The Soviet regime is the most stable, most popular, and most democratic which mankind has ever known. The Soviet land is a great fraternal union of peoples. Surrounded by the love and care of the peoples of the Soviet Union and the working people of all countries, a menace to the aggressors, the invincible Red Army of workers and peasants stands guard over peace and socialism. Workers and peasants of all countries follow the road taken by the workers of the Soviet Union. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 19th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 1936, Rundschau, v. 49, p. 1985, November 5, 1936. There does not appear to have been a Comintern statement on the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War in July 1936. Stalin's letter of October 4, 1936 to Diaz, the secretary of the Spanish CP, is quoted in the present manifesto. The Comintern did send a number of its more prominent personnel to that country. These included, at different times, Tito, Gero, Togliatti, Vidal, Codovilla, Duclos, and the Soviet government sent a number of political, military, and police advisors. The new left Republican Spanish government formed on July 19 was supported by the socialists, anarchists, and communists. In September, on Girol's resignation as premier, Caballero agreed to take over the government if the communists would join it. The Spanish CP Central Committee, afraid of being compromised by the government's actions, refused, but the ECCI approved of Caballero's conditions and 2 communists joined the government as ministers of education and of agriculture. With the arrival of Soviet military aid in October, the CP became much more influential. Direction of the local communists was taken over by the Soviet and Comintern emissaries, who ran their own police force with its own prisons, investigators, and executioners, pushed through the appointment of political commissars in the army, and organized recruitment in other countries for the international brigades. The initial detachments of the brigades were composed largely of communists from a number of countries who had taken refuge in Russia. Marty, Gottwald, Ulbricht, and Longo were prominent at the brigade's headquarters. Kleber and Malinovsky were among the Russian military advisors. The Spanish CP repeatedly denied that it favored a revolutionary policy. "TT is absolutely false," wrote Hernandez, "that the present workers' movement has for its object the establishment of a proletarian dictatorship. We communists are the first to repudiate this supposition. We are moved exclusively by the desire to defend the democratic republic established in April 1931 and revived in February 1936. Diaz said that any attempt to establish a proletarian November 1936 393 dictatorship would have narrowed the social basis of the struggle of the Spanish people, and would have made it easier for international reaction to destroy the revolutionary movement in Spain. The renewed attack on Trotsky and his supporters both preceded and followed the big public trials in Moscow of Stalin's opponents and critics. At the end of 1935 Gottwald wrote in, "Trotskyism is an agency of international counter-revolution, in the real sense of the word. It is a vile, criminal enemy of the working class movement. It is a counter-revolutionary cesspool. In many countries Trotskyism has become a direct branch of the police, supplying them with numerous agents, provocateurs, and spies to fight against the revolutionary movement." The execution of the defendants in the Zinoviev Kamina trial was said in Rundschau to have been greeted with great satisfaction by the workers of Madrid and Barcelona, because in Spain too the Trotskyist traitors and murderers are at work. Dimitrov wrote indignantly of the appeal from the LSI and the IFTU to the Soviet government. The LSI and IFTU were defending people who had planned to murder Stalin, who worked in league with the Gestapo, and cultivated the habits and customs of the fascist executioners who set the Reichstag on fire. Their trial was an integral part of the struggle against fascism. From Hitler to Trotsky and Zinoviev there was a united bloc. Togliatti wrote an article on similar lines. The LSI protest, he said, was intended to discredit the Soviet government. The Social Democratic leaders were sowing discord because they knew that if the United Front and Popular Front succeeded, they would be lost, Social democratic protests had no other purpose but to forward the aggressive plans of German fascism. Izvestia wrote that Citrin's book about Russia might well carry Goebbels' imprimatur. After each of these trials, the central committees of all communist parties sent messages of congratulation to Moscow on the defeat of the fascist counter-revolutionary spies and traitors. The Young Communist League of Belgium was severely reprimanded for agreeing to united front action with the Young Socialists on a platform which included the right of asylum for persecuted revolutionaries, including Trotsky. At the ECCI Presidium meeting in September 1936 it was said that not all the sections understood how to answer the LSI's attacks on the trials. The manifesto made no reference to the disturbances in Palestine. The Fourth Plenum of the Palestinian Central Committee in 1933 decided on the Arabization of the party, and Zionists were removed from the Central Committee. The party program called for the annulment of the Balfour Declaration, an end to the Mandate, an end to Jewish immigration, and the distribution of land occupied by Zionists, without compensation, among poor fellahin. The declared aims of the Arab strike, which began on April 22, 1936, were to put an end to Jewish immigration, to forbid the sale of Arab land to Jews, to have a Palestinian government. These aims were approved by the CPGB, which stated that salvation for the Jews lay in their joining the workers' struggle against war and fascism. On 10 July the Palestinian camp adopted the three demands. Bridgman, Lie, wrote in Rundschau that the British government was responsible for Arab-Jewish tension. It will not be difficult for the Jews and Arabs in Palestine to live peacefully side by side, if they have the freedom to 394. Manage their affairs themselves. On the plan of partition proposed in 1937, the CPGB said it was a crime against both Arabs and Jews. The Arab-Jewish problem had been created by British imperialism. The immigration question would have to be solved by a democratically elected government. The partition danger would bring the Arabs and Jews together to demand an end to the Mandate and the withdrawal of British troops. An independent Arab state would then give the Jews full civil rights. The 19th year of the proletarian dictatorship was a year of intense struggle by the Soviet Union for peace for all mankind. Everywhere fascism is stirring up the flames of war. The more the fascist aggressors seek in predatory wars a way out, the clearer becomes the leading role of the socialist land in defense of peace. The increasing insolence of the German fascists and the provocations of Japanese imperialism throw into relief the unshakable and consistent peace policy of the Soviet Union. On the Soviet frontiers stands the invincible Red Army, the army cut in Stalin's stamp, the faithful guardian of the Soviet country, the true shield of the peace of nations. Today the whole world realizes that the Soviet Union is the most powerful bulwark against war and fascism. Old Russia was the gendarme of Europe. The peoples of the Soviet Union have changed their country into an unconquerable citadel of socialism, freedom, culture, and peace. And that at a time when the countries of the old bourgeois democracy are sliding down into fascism. Remember, workers, the hard lessons of the defeat of the German and Austrian proletariat. Remember that the peoples of the Soviet Union won their tremendous historic victories because at their head stood the united and resolute party of Bolsheviks, the party of Lenin-Stalin. This party has always fought mercilessly against opportunism. It cleared out counter-revolutionary Trotskyism, which had become the direct assistant and agent of the fascist bourgeoisie. Under the leadership of this party the working class rallied firmly to its side the overwhelming majority of the Soviet people. This party offers the proletarians of the whole world an example of Bolshevik organization, enhanced by iron will and a clear understanding of the great goal of this fight. The peoples of the Soviet Union triumphed because, despite the sabotage of the reformist leaders, it had the support of the international proletariat. You, workers of all countries, must take to heart these lessons of the great socialist revolution. They impress upon the workers the lesson that the road taken by the Soviet proletariat is the best pledge against fascism and imperialist war, that only the unification of all the forces of the proletariat, only the united front of the working people and of the democratic forces in the anti-fascist struggle, is able to close the road to fascism. For you, heroic proletarians of Spain, this means that unless fascism is completely crushed, the Spanish people will not be able to carry through the democratic November 1936 395 revolution and prepare the final victory of labor over capital. Everywhere in the capitalist world the fascist bourgeoisie are pushing forward their offensive against the masses, against their organizations and democratic institutions. Having defeated their own peoples, German and Italian fascism are proceeding to attack the peoples of other countries. Fascism seeks war, for peace would mean its decline. Italian fascism has defeated the defenseless people of Abyssinia. German fascism lowers over Austria, Danzig, Memel, and over the frontiers of Czechoslovakia and Alsace-Lorraine, it is mobilizing its forces for a surprise attack. Supported by imperialist circles in England and tolerated by the cowardly Democrats of France, German fascism, which has armed the executioner Franco, is trying to crush the Popular Front in Spain, after which it would turn on France. The heroic defenders of Madrid are giving their lives in defense of democracy in Europe, in defense of all mankind against a new imperialist war. The Spanish people must triumph. The international proletariat and anti-fascist democracy must ensure this victory by active support of the Spanish people. With greater energy and determination than ever before you must work for united action by all the forces of the working class, the working peasantry, and the democratic intelligentsia, for this unity will rally all the democratic forces of the world solidly to the side of the Spanish people. Under mass pressure the leaders of the Labor and Socialist International and the International Federation of Trade Unions have announced their readiness to support Republican Spain. But why do they reject the proposal made by the French Communist Party to convene a conference of all labor organizations in defense of the Spanish people? In so doing, are they not making it more difficult to mobilize the masses against intervention by the fascist governments? Are they not making it more difficult for the workers to fight the hypocritical policy of non-intervention, which serves as cover for fascist intervention? But the determination of the workers to unite will overcome these obstacles. Everywhere the united front in defense of the Spanish people is growing broader and stronger. Despite all prohibitions, millions of social democratic workers are coming out, side by side with their class brothers, the communist proletarians, for the cause of Spanish democracy. The liberation of Spain from the yoke of the fascist reactionaries is not a private concern of the Spaniards, but the common cause of all advanced and progressive mankind. May these noble words of the leader of the working people of the entire world, Comrade Stalin, become a call to action in the most distant countries and the farthest corners of the world. May the help given to the Spanish people by the working people of the Soviet Union serve everywhere as an example of true proletarian solidarity. May the resolute 396 actions of the Soviet Union against intervention by German, Italian, and Portuguese fascism find support among the millions of working people whose thought, feeling, and will it clearly reflects. Working people of all countries, follow the example of the Soviet proletariat, give effective help to the Spanish people. By mass action against the criminal intervention of German, Italian, and Portuguese fascism, put an end to the dispatch of arms to the rebels. Force your ruling classes to raise the blockade of the Spanish government against Germany, Japan, and Italy, which trod underfoot the freedom and independence of other nations. They never imposed such a blockade. The Spanish government of the United Popular Front must be assured of all the material means to defeat the fascist rebellion. Resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the activities of the Spanish Communist Party December 28, 1936 Rundschau, 6, 1, p. 31, January 7, 1936-1937 A week earlier, a letter from Stalin, Molotov, and Voroshilov to Caballero, the Spanish Prime Minister, on the dispatch of Soviet military experts to Spain, asked Caballero for his opinion of them and of Rosenberg, the Soviet ambassador in Spain at that time. The letter advised Caballero to pay special attention to the peasants, to protect the urban petty bourgeoisie against confiscation, in order to ensure their neutrality, to draw the Republicans into the government in order to prevent the enemies of Spain from presenting it as a communist republic, and to state publicly that there would be no interference with the property and legitimate interests of foreigners in Spain if they were citizens of countries which were not supporting Franco. Soviet arms began to arrive in Spain in October. The communists were accused by the right-wing socialists of undermining the authority of the government. One case cited was the refusal of a Russian military advisor to allow a French officer to photograph a German aeroplane which had been shot down, and by the anarchists of keeping Catalonia short of arms because of anarchist strength in that province. Russian arms are political arms, directed against the revolutionary elements of the CNT, FAI, and POUM. The CP itself was seeking amalgamation with the Socialist Party, which was unwilling to agree, having concluded that in the PSUC and the youth organization the communists had taken complete control. The GP maintained a constant fight against the POUM, which it identified as a Trotskyist party. The Izvestia correspondent described them as agents of fascism, hiding behind revolutionary slogans in order to carry out their mission as enemy agents. In December the POUM members were excluded from the Catalan provincial government, but maintained their position in Barcelona, where they enjoyed the protection of the CNT, the Anarchist Trade Union Federation. The influence of the anarchists, wrote, is the December 1936 307 main weakness of the working class movement in Spain. The anarchists are even now advocating the establishment of a new social order, as an immediate practical task. Failing to understand the essence of the events now taking place in Spain and the character of the revolution that has developed, the anarchists are trying to push the revolution ahead, thus threatening to narrow its social base. Their proposal to hand over all factories to the trade unions would endanger the struggle against fascism, alienate people who supported the Democratic Republic and the Popular Front, and have a fatal effect on the Spanish Revolution. They were hindering the establishment of order, discipline, and law, and opposing the centralization of military command. As for the Trotskyists, their role in Spain is merely new confirmation of what was disclosed at the Moscow trial. The fascist Trotskyists had planned to murder Diaz, Ibarruri, Caballero, and Aznar. A few days after the fighting began, Rundschau wrote that the struggle in Spain was not between socialism and capitalism, but between bourgeois democracy and fascism. On July 29 the Spanish Central Committee proclaimed the party's readiness to defend the republic, democracy, and democratic liberties. At this time it claimed a membership of 117,000. On December 18 it issued a manifesto calling for conscription and a centralized, disciplined army to take the place of the loosely organized and semi-independent militia detachments and troops. To ensure food supplies, the peasants must be reassured and not forced into cooperatives and collectives. We are often reproached with sacrificing the interests of the revolution to the aim of winning the war. This is not only perfidious but childish. The fight to win the war is inseparably bound up with the development of the revolution. The CP itself refrained from attacks on the Non-Intervention Committee, of which the USSR was a member, until the Soviet government's note of October 7 to the committee, announcing that it would not be bound by the agreement if other members violated it. An anonymous writer at the end of 1936 asked if the Soviet Union could have refused to join the Non-Intervention Committee. No, for France, with which the Soviet Union is connected by a mutual assistance pact, insisted on it. If it had refused, this would have united the capitalist countries against the USSR, would have led to direct intervention in Spanish affairs by the fascist countries under the hypocritical pretense that the USSR was inflaming civil war and implanting Bolshevism in Spain, which would have suited the fascist warmongers. The Presidium of the ECCI draws attention to the magnificent heroism and devotion of the Spanish people who, by its defense of the Spanish Republic, its rights and liberties, from bloody fascist barbarism, is defending the cause of peace and the common cause of all advanced and progressive mankind. In warmly greeting the heroic Spanish people, their Popular Front, and their Republican Army, the ECCI Presidium expresses its conviction that the Spanish people, with the support of anti-fascist forces throughout the world, will gain a decisive victory over the forces of Spanish fascism and the German and Italian fascist. 398. Interventionists, the instigators of World War, who have invaded Spanish soil. The ECCI Presidium approves the policy of the Central Committee of the Spanish Communist Party of mobilizing the party members and the masses to fight against the fascists, who are out to annihilate the parliamentary regime and establish a fascist dictatorship, the policy of defending and strengthening the democratic parliamentary republic, the Republic of the Popular Front, which guarantees the rights and liberties of the Spanish people, which undermines the material basis for fascism, in which there is no place for fascism, but where the people can express their will and determine their own fate. The ECCI Presidium regards as wholly correct the Spanish party's policy designed to strengthen the Popular Front in every way, to fuse still more closely all anti-fascist forces, to consolidate still further the fighting community and fraternal relations between Republicans, Socialists, Communists, and Anarcho-Syndicalists, for complete unity in the ranks of the People's Front is the decisive requisite for defeating fascism. The sincere effort of the party to strengthen fraternal relations with the anarcho-syndicalists, which is particularly important, has been facilitated by the fact that the National Trade Union Federation, CNT, has by its recent actions shown its ability to draw the correct tactical conclusions from recent events. It has recognized the need to create a strong Republican People's Army, has come out in favor of military revolutionary discipline at the front and in the rear, is taking part in the government, and is willing to cooperate in establishing a single centralized command for all military operations on all fronts. The most vital interests of the Spanish people require unity and resolution in facing the enemy who, by his agents, spies, and provocateurs, is trying to destroy the unity of the People's Front from within by undermining mutual confidence and starting fratricidal struggles in the ranks of the parties and organizations comprising the Popular Front. The ECCI Presidium regards as correct the struggle waged by the Communist Party and supported by the other organizations of the Popular Front against the Trotskyists as fascist agents who, in the interests of Hitler and of General Franco, are trying to break up the Popular Front, waging a campaign of calumny against the USSR, and using every means, every kind of intrigue and demagogic trick, to prevent the defeat of fascism in Spain. Since the Trotskyists, in the interests of fascism, are carrying on subversive work in the rear of the Republican troops, the Presidium approves the policy of the party aimed at the complete and final destruction of Trotskyism in Spain as essential to the victory over fascism. The ECCI Presidium regards as completely correct the Spanish Communist Party's policy of most active support for and strengthening. December 1936 399 of the Republican government of Largo Caballero, a government composed of representatives of all the parties and organizations belonging to the Popular Front. The ECCI Presidium regards as correct the party's opposition to the summary nationalization of industry. It is at one with the party in believing that nationalization should be determined by the interests of defense of the Republic, as against the attempts of enemies of the people to organize sabotage and disruption of the economy, and in the belief that nationalization should be put into effect in those concerns whose owners have taken direct or indirect part in the rebellion. The ECCI Presidium approves the party's policy designed to establish the closest alliance of the working class with the peasantry and other laboring strata of the Spanish people. Consequently, it approves the transfer to the peasants of land taken from its fascist owners, and the policy of protecting and securing the property rights and interests of small and medium-sized property, of prohibiting requisitions from the working population in town and country. Premature attempts at collectivization of peasant farms can in the present circumstances only make difficulties for the common cause of the People's Front in the fight against the fascist rebels. The ECCI Presidium wholly and fully approves the party's policy of working for the ever closer military, political, and economic unification of the entire country into a single, inseparable, fraternal fighting union of all the nationalities of Spain as a way of attaining the most comprehensive unity of direction of all the armed forces of the Republic, of the conduct of all actions and operations on all fronts, of securing the highest productivity in the economy to meet the needs of national defense, of securing stable public order and the speediest suppression of sabotage and provocative attacks by the agents of fascism. The Presidium welcomes and wholeheartedly supports the widespread solidarity campaign of the world proletariat and the democratic forces of all countries on behalf of the Spanish people, and appeals for its still greater expansion, utilizing every possible opening, for a still more active campaign of fraternal help for the Spanish people. The ECCI Presidium sends the warmest greetings to the brave international brigades, units in the single Spanish People's Army, wholly and completely under the orders of the government and army command of the Spanish Republic. The international brigades, which are fighting heroically on the fronts of the anti-fascist battle in Spain, defending shoulder to shoulder with the Spanish people the cause of peace and freedom against insolent fascist aggression, and giving an example of discipline and unreserved and loyal steadfastness for the cause of the Spanish People's Front, are showing by their actions the great value of the 400. International solidarity of the fighters for democracy, and thereby are contributing to the progress in all capitalist countries of the anti-fascist Popular Front, which unites as one communists, socialists, Democrats, Republicans, and all anti-fascists. The ECCI Presidium hopes that, in view of the increasing military intervention by Hitler and Mussolini against the Spanish people, which also threatens all democratic countries and the cause of peace, proletarian organizations, and above all the communist and socialist parties, the trade unions of all affiliations, and the genuinely democratic people of the various countries, will undertake joint action in support of the Spanish people. The cause of the Spanish people's victory requires of the Labor and Socialist International and the International Federation of Trade Unions acceptance of proposals concerning coordination of their efforts in order to achieve the best possible practical organization of material, political, and moral support for the Spanish people, the best possible organization of the struggle against fascist intervention in Spain, which is conjuring up the danger of an imperialist world war. Extracts from the May Day Manifesto of the ECCI, April 1937 in Preker, 17, 19, p. 445, May 1, 1937 in his report to the Central Committee of the Spanish CP at the beginning of March, Diaz spoke of the need to avoid socialist or communist experiments which would only antagonize sections of the anti-fascist forces. What was needed was compulsory national service, unity of command, and the coordination of industry. The party should work for the creation of a single party of the proletariat, which would be achieved by unity of action in the war. Their enemies were the fascists, the Trotskyists, and the uncontrollables who called themselves anarchists. The POUM were Trotskyists in disguise. It would be a mistake to regard the Trotskyists as part of the working class movement. They are an unprincipled group of counter-revolutionaries, agents of international fascism, their chief being Trotsky, direct agent of the Gestapo. Diaz claimed a party membership of 250,000, including the PSUC, and urged amalgamation of the CNT and the UGT. Marty, in an article in the Communist International, said that the radical slogans of POUM and the anarchist uncontrollables only serve to aggravate the lack of confidence of the European democracies in the Spanish Republic. The differences with the anarchists and POUM came to a head in Barcelona early in May. On April 25 the anarchist newspaper in Barcelona published an attack on the CP, and open fighting between CNT-POUM and UGT-CP broke out on May 3 when the PSUC attempted to take over the Barcelona telephone exchange from the CNT forces. Most CNT leaders were anxious to postpone the quarrel until the end of the war, and help to bring about a April 1937 401 ceasefire on May 7. Anarchist publications were suppressed and the anarchist militia brought into the army. Dimitrov wrote that the putsch in Barcelona showed how the fascists used the Trotskyists to stab the Popular Front in the back. The CP urged the dissolution and outlawing of POUM, but Caballero refused. At a meeting in April 1937 of the CP Central Committee with some leading foreign communists, Togliatti had suggested that Caballero, who had been trying to reduce the powers of the Communist Army commissars, should be replaced by Negrin. Marty wrote in the Communist International that the successes in the early part of the year had not been carried forward because the Minister for War, Caballero, had done too little, and at times nothing at all, and because the mobilization of reserves had been obstructed by the POUM, the Trotskyists, and part of the anarchists. Caballero had done nothing to enforce the mobilization decree, but had restricted the powers of the political commissars, who were the backbone, the heart, and soul of the army, and made their appointment subject to his approval. Marty attributed Caballero's attitude in part to the influence of Adler, LSI secretary, who had recently been in Spain. On May 15, at a meeting of the cabinet, the two communist members, having again failed to get Caballero to agree to the dissolution of POUM, left the meeting accompanied by a number of the socialists, including Negrin, Alvarez del Valle, and Prieto. Caballero resigned on the following day, as in his intention of forming a new government without the communists was defeated when Negrin and his two socialist colleagues informed him that this would mean the end of Soviet aid. Negrin became prime minister. His relations with Russia, says the historian of the Civil War, resembled those of Faust with Mephistopheles. The two communists remained in the government, but the anarchists refused to serve in it. On June 14, 40 leading members of POUM were arrested on charges of espionage and high treason, and the organization was declared illegal. A writer in Preaker hoped that they will meet with the same judgment as the Trotskyist spies and saboteurs who conspired against the Soviet Union on the orders of Nazi Germany and Japan. Nin, the POUM leader, was shot. Shortly afterwards, the most prominent Russians in Spain at the time, Antonovo Vzienko, Berdin, Stashevsky, and Koltsov, were recalled to Moscow and disappeared in the purges. At the meeting of the Spanish Central Committee in mid-November, Diaz said that the growth of the CP had gone to the heads of some new members, and the danger became particularly clear after the fall of Caballero's government, in which, as everybody knows, our party played a great part. At that time some comrades got the wrong idea that our party could become the only political factor in the situation. Other communists thought the CP should oppose all other parties. But nothing, said Diaz, should be done that hampered the cooperation of all anti-fascist forces. The ambiguities of the Popular Front policy were apparent almost from the outset. In a long article in the Comintern journal at the end of 1936, Thérèse explained that the CPF had had to tell the workers the proper time to end strikes because the party realized that a more rapid advance on the part of the working class risked its estrangement from the middle classes, who were disturbed and made uneasy by the strikes. He also explained that the slogan of 402 French Front, issued by the CP in an attempt to appeal to those who would not join a popular front, had caused a strong reaction in the SFIO. Therefore, in order to avoid polemics, we can refrain from using the term French Front. Although the CPF disapproved of the government's Spanish policy, it would vote for it to keep the government in. In the German Popular Front Committee in Paris, Heinrich Mann complained of KPD disloyalty, and other members accused the communists of wanting a popular front led and directed only by the KPD. There was strong disapproval of communist persecution of rivals in Spain, and the arrests and executions in the Soviet Union, in which 4 members of the KPD Political Bureau and 10 other KPD Central Committee members disappeared, made collaboration in the committee virtually impossible. In May 1936, the CCP appealed directly to Nanking for an end to the Civil War and for a united front against Japan. In August 1936, the Central Committee approached the KMT executive proposing the restoration of collaboration. Dimitrov wrote that the CCP had to distinguish between imperialist agents and honest patriots, and make the necessary alterations in its policy in the Soviet districts which would promote a united national front. It would have to overcome the resistance of sectarian elements and at the same time fight those who are ready to sacrifice the political and organizational independence of the party and the Red Army. Wang Ming explained the meaning of the National United Front. It was strictly anti-Japanese, not an anti-imperialist united front in general. Some communists thought the CCP ought to fight all imperialisms, but the situation had changed. because Japan now threatened not only the Chinese people but also the vital interests of rival imperialist states. There should be no confusion between the anti-imperialist struggle in general and the armed defense of China against Japanese aggression. Radical phrase-mongers only isolated the Chinese people from their direct and indirect allies in the fight against Japan. Communists should not place the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek in the same category as the Japanese plunderers. We cannot regard the whole of the KMT and all its troops as allies and hirelings of Japan. Successful resistance to Japan required the use of KMT troops. The KMT had influence over millions of Chinese, and many of its officials understood that they ought not to fight together with foreigners against the sons and daughters of the Chinese people. The CCP in 1936 would not make the mistakes of the opportunist leaders in 1927, which were one of the main reasons for the defeat of the revolution. It was now a mass party with its own army and its own territorial base. It would not dissolve the Red Army, which would take over its own part of the front. We and Chiang are not personal enemies, and the CCP was ready to support the establishment of a united all-Chinese People's Democratic Republic. To save the fatherland. If this government were truly democratic and popular, the Soviet districts would join. Wang Ming concluded his article by saying that the policy it outlined was approved by the genius and strategist of the world revolution, the leader and teacher of toiling mankind, the banner of the victory of world communism, R. Stalin. On August 10, 1936, Mao gave a pledge that the communists would not confiscate land or industrial undertakings, nor support unreasonable wage. April 1937, 403 claims. The common interests of both capitalists and workers are grounded in the struggle against imperialist aggression. In that struggle we shall hereafter consider of no importance any difference of opinion on other questions. The letter from the Central Committee to the KMT Executive, dated August 25, 1936, said unless the Civil War was ended and a united anti-Japanese front established, the country faced an indescribable catastrophe. We declare firmly that the Soviet government is prepared to take part in a government of national defense, and that the Red Army is prepared to subordinate itself to the command of the United Anti-Japanese Army. The letter went on to remind the KMT of the glorious history of collaboration between the GP and the KMT during the First Great Revolution. It had been so successful that the imperialists in fear sowed the seeds of strife between us. Wang Ming explained the changes that would be necessary in the Soviet areas, where CCP policy had to be given an explicitly national character. There would be no expropriation of the land of traders and artisans who had acquired land from their own savings. Large landowners would be compensated, private trade and industry encouraged to ensure supplies to the army and the people, taxation would be revised to encourage trade and industry, civil rights would be expanded to accord with this policy, and parties other than the communist which were not fighting the Soviet authorities would enjoy democratic rights. There were to be no freelance operations against foreign organizations, diplomatic, commercial, religious, or cultural. Nobody would be arrested except for violation of the law. In an article on the new policy of the CCP, the same writer said the need to create a broad anti-imperialist united front was dictated not only by the strength of the Chinese Soviets and Red Army, but by their weakness. Alone, they could not defeat Japanese imperialism, and a large part of the Chinese population still gave their loyalty to the KMT and not to the Soviets. The move towards a united front was accelerated by the so-called Xi'an incident. Chang Shuailiang, the young marshal, son of Chang Tsolin, who had been forced out of Manchuria by the Japanese, had his headquarters in Xi'an. Chang negotiated a truce with Zhou Enlai, who was acting as Chu Tai's chief political commissar, and it was to investigate the situation that Chang flew to Xi'an in December 1936. He was taken prisoner by Chang on the 11th. Of the 8 points in the ultimatum presented by the young marshal to Chang after his capture, 7 had already appeared in the CCP program. The Soviet press denounced Chang and attributed the abduction of Chang to Wang Qingwei and the Japanese. The three-cornered negotiations, Chang, and Zhou, lasted from 17 to December 25. Agreement was reached on the cessation of civil war. on fighting the Japanese, on the dismissal of pro-Japanese officials, and on political reforms. In his random notes Edgar Snow writes, "It now seems possible that the Communists had encouraged Chang Shuailiang to detain the Generalissimo. The Chinese Politburo at first meant to exploit it as a means of setting up a national anti-Japanese government in Xi'an, isolating if not totally discrediting Chiang Kai-shek, their chief internal enemy. Moscow's sudden intervention undercut previous plans and left Mao momentarily without a clear line of support to offer Chang Shuailiang. Pravda's shattering denunciation of Chang as a traitor and Japanese agent. 404. Enormously weakened the Chinese Communists in their relations with him, and must have influenced the young marshal to make his independent decision to release the Generalissimo. Following Jiang's release, the Communists were in fact soon again placed at his mercy. They were extricated from their precarious position only by Japan's providential major invasion of China, which gave Chiang no choice but to shelve any and all plans for another annihilation drive. Snow suggests that Mao had planned a public trial of Chiang, and bitterly resented Moscow's order to release him. The telegram from Stalin to Mao is said to have threatened that, unless the CP used its influence to release Chiang, Moscow would denounce them as bandits and repudiate them. Zhou Enlai is said to have remarked, "It was the most difficult decision of our whole lives." An article in Rundschau at the end of the year reported the arrest of Chiang. The rebellion of Chiang and his generals, it said, was not in the interests of China, but could serve only Japan. The Nanking government was now turning to fight Japan, and this coup could only split the anti-Japanese front. Wang Ming wrote in the Communist International, April 1937, that at Xi'an the CCP adopted a position entirely determined by a sincere desire for unity among the Chinese people. The further explanation offered 18 months later in an article by Chen Xiu in July 1938, was that the Japanese imperialists, through their Trotskyist agents, provoked the open resistance of the discontented government troops sympathetic to the Red Army against the KMT government. They arranged the capture of Chiang Kai-shek and wanted to murder him. At the same time, they advised the KMT government to organize a punitive expedition against the troops stationed in Xi'an who had refused to subordinate themselves to the central government. By kindling civil war in China, the Japanese wanted to facilitate the conquest of North China and then of all China. The CCP understood the significance of these events. It exerted its full force and authority to settle the conflict peacefully. The Trotskyist bandits suffered defeat. The official CCP history gives the following account: Chiang, having entered into an alliance with the CP to organize resistance to the Japanese invaders, arrested Chiang with the object of forcing him to cease his anti-communist war, which was fatal to the country. The CCP thought it essential to settle the incident peacefully, so Chiang was released, and the civil war ceased. Negotiations between the CCP and the KMT continued after the Xi'an incident, but made little progress. On February 10, 1937, the CCP offered, as the price for unity, to cease armed struggle to overthrow the KMT government, to rename the Soviet areas and the Red Army and place the army under Nanking's control, to introduce a democratic system of government in the Soviet areas, and to stop the confiscation of land. The KMT executive, which met in the third week of February, put forward its own terms: dissolution of the Red Army and the Soviet government, cessation of CP propaganda, and cessation of the class struggle. This, said Wang Ming, was playing the Japanese game. The KMT attempt to eliminate the Red Danger only weakened China. To go beyond these limits of February 10 would only be harmful for the liberation struggle of the Chinese people. Therefore, not only have the Communists no April 1937 405 right to go beyond these limits, but honest KMT patriots have no right to demand it. He answered the critics who said that at the end of the anti-Japanese struggle the Communists will turn their weapons against the KMT. The Chinese Communists not only want to collaborate with the KMT during the period of anti-Japanese struggle but are prepared, together with all honest members of the KMT, true disciples of Sun Yat-sen, to fight in the future as well for an independent, free, and happy future for the great Chinese people. The CCP agreed to the KMT's terms on March 15, 1937, and the blockade of the Soviet areas was lifted. At the Young Communist Conference in April, Chiang was elected together with Mao to the Presidium. Chiang and Zhou met at Kuling in June to negotiate the terms of cooperation. The negotiations were speeded up by the large-scale Japanese military action in China proper, and the agreement reached was published on September 22. It recognized the CCP as legal throughout the country. On September 10 the Red Army, with 90,000 to 100,000 men, had been incorporated into the National Army as the 8th Route Army. On the 22nd the CCP formally dissolved the Soviet Republic. The Central Committee statement on the agreement said that Dr. Sun's three principles were fully applicable to the present situation, and the CP would help to put them into effect. All policies of violence designed to overthrow the power of the KMT and the movement for the Sovietization of China are abandoned. The policy of the forcible confiscation of landowners' estates is discontinued. With a view to uniting the governmental power throughout the country, the present Soviet government is abolished and local democratic self-government is established. In an article in a Chinese communist paper at the end of September, reproduced in the Communist International at the beginning of 1938, Mao Zedong wrote that only at the end of 1936, during the Xi'an events, did the representatives of the CP and KMT come to the extremely important political agreement which was one of the prerequisites for the formation of the United Front between the two parties. The bases of the United Front program were Sun Yat-sen's three principles and the Central Committee's proposals of August 1937. To think of these as incompatible was to take a purely formal position. Anti-imperialism was consistent with nationalism, Soviets were consistent with democratism, and the agrarian revolution embodies the principle of popular well-being. This year, May 1, the Day of International Proletarian Solidarity, is marked by the heroic struggle of the Spanish people for liberty and national independence. The German and Italian fascists have attacked the Spanish people and their democratic republic without formally declaring war. Mussolini's and Hitler's hordes are trampling Spanish soil, destroying towns and villages, murdering women and children, and covering the country with the blood of the finest sons of the Spanish people. A foul crime is being committed before the eyes of the world with the support of the British conservatives and the connivance of the bourgeois democracy of France and other capitalist countries. 406. The Spanish people are victoriously repulsing the attack of the fascists. They are not only battling for their own freedom, but are fighting the German and Italian interventionists for the freedom of all nations. Madrid is making legend, it has become the battleground of all advanced and progressive humanity against bestial fascism. The banner of aid for the fighting Spanish people has been raised aloft among the working people of all countries. But the final victory over fascism in Spain has still to be won. New millions in all countries must rally still closer around the working class of Spain, around its people and its republic, so that this victory may be expedited. The whole working class, not only the communists, but the socialist workers also, are heart and soul with the Spanish people. They are profoundly indignant at the German and Italian intervention in Spain. Like the communist workers, they are opposed to the comedy of non-intervention, which is, in reality, favoring the fascist gang of bandits. But what prevents them demanding the united action of all workers' organizations in defense of the Spanish people? Is it not clear that such united action would multiply the strength of the fighting Spanish people and facilitate their victory? Why do they not demand that the leaders of the Second International and the Amsterdam International should establish international united action in defense of the Spanish democracy? Why do they tolerate the sabotage of men like Citrin and Friedrich Adler, who are sacrificing the lives of the Spanish fighters for liberty and frustrating the will of the working class in the interests of the bourgeoisie? Now, more than ever before, the united action of the entire international proletariat, and of all the organizations of the proletariat against the common enemy, is the supreme demand of the present moment. Working men and women, raise your voices in protest against the betrayal of the cause of the Spanish people. This May Day unite as class brothers in a mighty demonstration in support of the Spanish People's Front. Compel your parliaments and your governments to support the People's Government of Spain. By defending the Spanish people, you will defend yourselves, your people and your own liberty against fascism. Remember that around Madrid, on the battlefields of Spain, fascism is kindling the torch of war over the world. Unable to cope with the internal antagonisms that are rending it, fascism is seeking a way out in military adventures and the enslavement of other peoples. Clearing the way for its aggression, German fascism is conspiring against the regime of bourgeois democracy in other capitalist countries. Under the pretext of combating Bolshevism, it is everywhere intriguing and plotting, inciting revolt and disseminating counter-revolutionary anarchy. It is striving to subjugate the small nations in preparation for a new imperialist redivision of the world and April 1937 407 new wars. It is blackmailing the governments of these small countries and making cunning use of their capitulatory policy in its own interests. But no policy of capitulation will restrain the fascist marauders. War cannot be averted by prayers and incantation. Only the unity and determination of the working people can prevent it. Only the rallying of all the forces of peace, in close unity with the enslaved peoples of Germany and Italy, who are profoundly hostile to fascism, can stay the hand of the fascist brigands. Your governments tell you that the savage beast must not be provoked, that we must bow to it so as to avoid its fangs. Does not the example of Spain prove the contrary? Would not Spain have been converted into a second Manchuria if the Spanish people had not opposed the strength of the masses to the violence of the fascists? The defeat of the Italian fascists at Guadalajara has shown the whole world that the strength of the fascist government lies in the weakness of the people being subjugated by them. They can smash a resistance that is feeble and brutally suppress the defenseless. But when people rise against them who are prepared to wage a supreme struggle, all the instability of the fascist regime is revealed. The fascist beasts of prey are striving towards the colonial countries, so as to carry on the imperialist plunder with even greater ruthlessness. German fascism is reaching out its paw to the colonies with growing insistence. Every worker and every honest Democrat is filled with hatred at the thought of the gallows, arson, robbery, and violence to which Italian fascism has subjected defenseless Abyssinia. The fascist militarists of Japan will stop at no provocation and baseness in their violation of the great Chinese people. The modern cannibals stop at no act of brutality in robbing and strangling the colonial peoples. But the oppressed peoples are beginning to realize that the more they bow their heads, the more savagely they are beaten. The more abject the enslaved, the more aggressive the enslaver becomes. The Abyssinian people have not admitted their defeat, and are again rising against their enslavers. The great Chinese people, who have learned from bitter experience what are the consequences of a policy of non-resistance to the plunderers, are forging a national front in defense against the Japanese imperialist brigands. The finest people and the foremost parties and groups all over the colonial world are uniting their peoples against alien oppression, against the imperialist plunderers, and in defense of peace and liberty. Proletarians and working people of the colonial powers. Peoples of the colonies. Let May Day be a day of fraternity and of joint struggle against fascism, war, and the disfranchised conditions of the colonial peoples. The working people in all capitalist countries are suffering fearful want. The world economic crisis has ruined millions of people. The insatiable rich, the millionaires, took advantage of the crisis to depress. 408. The standard of living of the working people. The worker's wage is a beggarly pittance. Exploitation in the factories has assumed unprecedented proportions. Wholesale unemployment has become a permanent feature. Peasants, artisans, and small tradesmen are staggering beneath the yoke of monopoly capital. And the more the working people retreated, the more brazen the rich capitalists became. Now that a period of economic revival has begun, they are raking in huge profits, but would leave the masses of the people to starve, as they did during the crisis. But the workers are not willing to retreat anymore. Wherever, as in the United States and France, they rise in revolt against the regime of starvation and poverty, and demand bread for themselves and liberty for their organizations, they are successfully restraining the capitalist offensive. Let the May Day demonstration be a mighty weapon that will strengthen the workers' organizations and make for trade union unity, which is the guarantee of success in the struggle for bread and work. Let the example of the French workers, who in the course of a year created a united trade union organization 5 million strong, inspire you to strive for the unity of the national and international trade union movement. Let the example of the People's Front in Spain and France strengthen the will to unity among the workers all over the world. Oppose all who disrupt your unity in the interests of the class enemy. Rid your ranks of the agents of fascism, the Trotskyists, who are rabid enemies of working class unity, disorganizers and wreckers of the working class movement, foul provokers of war and masked spies of General Franco's fifth column. The great example of the USSR shows that the working people can successfully throw off the yoke of the exploiters. It was only by a resolute and thoroughly consistent class struggle, fought under the guidance of the party of Lenin and Stalin, that the working class of the Soviet Union achieved its historic victories. Thanks to the dictatorship of the working class, a genuine democracy, embodied in the Stalin Constitution, is spreading widely among the peoples of the land of the Soviets. Every Soviet citizen is guaranteed the right to work, rest, and education. Thanks to its might and its supreme fidelity to proletarian internationalism, the USSR is a great bulwark of peace and culture, and of the liberty of all peoples. This is why the fascist warmongers rage against the great land of socialism. But the Soviet Union is a beacon for the millions of working people of the capitalist countries, pointing the true way to the victory of socialism. The knell of capitalism has sounded. It is an obstacle to human progress, and must be overthrown. Only the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and its replacement by socialism will put an end to the exploitation of man by man and to wars. June 1937 409. Telegram from Dimitrov to the chairman of the LSI on help for Spain June 8, 1937 in Preker, 17, 25, p. 572, June 12, 1937, on several occasions the ECCI proposed to the LSI the organization of a joint campaign to help the Spanish government. On October 14, 1936 Kakin and Thérèse met de Brouckere and Adler to propose joint action. The socialists preferred parallel action, which would avoid the difficulties of collaboration, with agreements on particular issues. Objectively, wrote Rundschau, this was a service to fascism. On April 21, 1937 delegates of a number of communist parties met in Paris, and issued an appeal for action to force the British and French governments to reverse their policy. If the democratic countries allow a free hand to the fascist aggressors, against whom the whole of the Spanish people, Republicans, Socialists, Communists, Anarchists, and Catholics, are rising, if, under the pretext of saving peace, a terrible war adventure is allowed to be undertaken which tomorrow may spread over the whole world, this is only possible because international unity of action proposed by the Communists, has been rejected by the Second International. By uniting their forces they wish to oppose their tremendous power for peace to that passivity which spells danger to them, and they want to demand of the governments of the democratic countries that they do not assist the enemies of democracy. The LSI replied to these overtures with an assurance that it was itself taking all appropriate action, in conjunction with the IFTU. The appeal also contained an attack on the Spanish Trotskyists. At a communist conference in Valencia in March, Diaz called the POUM an agency of fascism because it had suggested inviting Trotsky to come to Catalonia and had spoken out against the Moscow trials. The proposal to establish a committee representing the three internationals was made in a telegram from Dimitrov dated June 3, after the receipt of an appeal signed on behalf of the Spanish Socialist Party, Communist Party, and UGT addressed to the LSI, IFTU, and CI. De Brouckere, chairman of the LSI, replied that the LSI was doing its duty on its own responsibility, and that neither the chairman nor the secretary of the LSI had the power to take part in a committee such as that proposed by Dimitrov. In a press interview, de Brouckere said that joint action might be advisable in certain cases, but not everywhere, it might create friction and disharmony. He regretted the constant repetition of the proposal, but said the LSI was always ready to meet representatives of the Comintern. We have received your reply to the telegram of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, in which we, on the basis of the appeal of the Spanish workers' organizations, proposed, with the object of establishing unity of action in defense of the Spanish people, the creation of a contact committee of the three internationals. Unfortunately, your telegram does not give a clear answer to the concrete proposal made by us. Your reference to the fact that neither 410. The chairman nor the secretary of the Labor and Socialist International has the powers to decide a question of creating a contact committee does not seem convincing to us, if only because you could request such powers from the corresponding authorities of your international. Nor can it be assumed that the absence of formal powers is decisive when it is a question of the life and independence of the Spanish people subjected to an attack by German and Italian interventionists. Nor can we share your opinion that the Labor and Socialist International is fully carrying out its duty, inasmuch as it continues to refuse to unite all forces of the international proletariat for the defense of the Spanish people. The solidarity movement in favor of the Spanish people is still far from being adequate, chiefly because the actions of the international organizations are disunited. This movement would acquire a tenfold greater force if, in spite of all difficulties, international unity of action could be established. It is precisely with this object in view that we propose the creation of a contact committee of the three internationals. If, however, for one reason or another you consider the form of contact proposed by us to be unacceptable, the interests of the common cause of aiding the Spanish people nevertheless demand that you on your part make other concrete proposals for the achievement of this aim. The chief thing for us is not the form, but the essence, which is doing all in its power to ensure the victory of the Spanish people over the fascist rebels and interventionists as speedily as possible, is ready, without delay, as we stated previously, to discuss any proposals you may make. Together with the Spanish workers' organizations, we have the right to expect your concrete proposals on this vitally important question. We should also consider it advisable, with a view to speeding up the realization of the necessary joint action, to have a preliminary exchange of opinions between representatives of and the Labor and Socialist International. In the event of your agreement, we await information from you as to the time and place of such a meeting. Joint statement by representatives of the ECCI and the LSI Executive on Help for Spain, June 21, 1937 in Preker, 17, 27, p. 608, June 26, 1937. After the publication of the statement, Kakin wrote in Preker of the complete agreement of views, which marked a big step on the road to unity of action. The LSI Executive, meeting on 25 to 26 June, expressed its complete confidence in De Brouckere and Adler, and in their competence to negotiate with. June 1937 411. Other organizations. There had been some doubt about whether the two officials had exceeded their authority in signing the statement. On June 26 Dimitrov cabled instructions to Thérèse about negotiating with the LSI and IFTU. He was to bring to their attention the urgent need for all international labor organizations to appeal jointly to the governments and parliaments of all non-fascist states to take action to stop German and Italian intervention in Spain, to raise the blockade, and to recognize the legal rights of the Spanish government, to appeal to the League of Nations to apply the covenant, and to urge the workers of all countries to support these demands. De Brouckere's reply of June 27 stated that the LSI had already demanded the withdrawal of German and Italian troops and the application of the covenant, and was doing all it could to get public opinion to support these measures. It had asked all its organizations to do so. At an MSA, the LSI had agreed to work for joint action on these lines wherever possible, but before it could start on this delicate job, which required much patience if friction was to be avoided, Dimitrov's telegram made different proposals. He had already explained why joint manifestos were impossible. The LSI was prepared to continue on the line laid down at an MSA. Thérèse replied that there was no contradiction between the MSA statement and Dimitrov's proposals. the LSI could put forward its own proposals. The two sides met again in Paris on July 9, and agreed to undertake joint action where possible. Louis de Brauchera, the president, and Fritz Adler, the secretary of the Labor and Socialist International, and the delegation consisting of comrades Marcel Kakin, Cheka, Gallo, Delem, and Bont, met in an embassy on June 21, 8 o'clock in the evening. As was agreed, they exchanged opinions regarding the most suitable methods of pursuing their activity in favor of Spain, wherever possible, by means of a joint agreement and in any other form without unnecessary friction. After the appeal of the Spanish workers' organizations, such procedure is more necessary than ever, as these organizations are waging their struggle against the combined fascist world with such splendid courage and are defending with their liberties the liberty and the peace of Europe and of the world. The exchange of opinions has shown that the two internationals are pursuing similar tactics in regard to Spain, that they are both demanding the lifting of the blockade, the restoration of international law which has been violated, and the application of the Covenant of the League of Nations. They are united in the desire that a new conference should take place shortly in order thoroughly to consider the concrete measures for rendering material and moral aid to the Spanish people. 412. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 20th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 1937 in Preker, 1848, p. 1145, November 6, 1937. Dimitrov wrote on the anniversary that the 20 years had shown that it was possible to build socialism in one country, that it was impossible to put an end to capitalism without putting an end to social democracy in the labor movement, and that the attitude to the USSR was the historical dividing line between the forces of fascism, capitalism, and war on the one hand, and the forces of peace, democracy, and socialism on the other. In the present international situation there is not nor can there be any other more certain criterion than one's attitude towards the Soviet Union in determining who is the friend and who the enemy of the cause of the working class and socialism, of determining who is a supporter and who an opponent of democracy and peace. Commenting on the Moscow trial of January 1937, wrote that it disclosed one of the most monstrous parts of the hellish mechanism for kindling a new imperialist war, and in particular, a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR. The defendants had acted under instructions from Trotsky, traitor to the country and enemy of the people, who acted in agreement with the German and Japanese incendiaries of war. The Germans had promised to help Trotsky in return for the Ukraine, the Japanese in return for the maritime provinces. Trotsky would, moreover, help Japan to prepare war against the United States. The struggle against Trotskyism was the task not only of communists, but of all sincere Democrats, anti-fascists, and opponents of war. The Comintern and the Soviet Union were now so popular that all the conditions existed for putting an end once and for all to the criminal work of the Trotskyist gangs and their hangers-on in all countries. To defend them was to play into the hands of fascism. Can we fight against war without fighting against Trotskyism? No, we cannot. The Spanish Trotskyists were the foremost detachment of the notorious Fifth Column of the rebel Franco. The struggle against Trotskyism is part of the struggle for Republican Spain. In Spain, the Communist Party and a number of right-wing socialists called a meeting of leading members of the UGT who were opponents of Caballero, its general secretary, and set up a rival executive committee. João Urho was called in to arbitrate. Caballero resigned, and a new executive was set up with representatives of both sides. Caballero's followers were accused by the Communists of criminal disruptive activities. In June 1937, the CP Central Committee decided to reopen negotiations for unity with the Socialist Party. The Socialists rejected a merger, although a working agreement on joint action was reached in August. On November 20, Kakin and Thérèse, on behalf of the ECCI, suggested a further meeting with the LSI. De Brauchera and Adler replied on the 25th that the LSI and its sections were unceasingly active on behalf of Republican Spain. The ECCI's proposal for joint sessions was not part of the Annecy agreement. The LSI was always ready to consider specific proposals, but wished to avoid unnecessary friction. November 1937 413. In September the Spanish CP appealed to all its members to recognize that unity was the basis of victory. The CP alone could not solve Spain's problems. They were to avoid all unnecessary polemics and friction, and to improve their collaboration with other anti-fascist forces. This applied particularly to communists holding positions of command in the army. After the Japanese invasion of China proper, Wang Ming wrote that Japan had been encouraged in its plans to conquer China, India, Southeast Asia and Australia, before turning its attention to Russia, Britain and America, by Britain's toleration of aggression and American passivity. The Japanese attack could be met only by a united Chinese people, but united action was not incompatible with political and organizational independence. To insist on subordination to the KMT and Nanking would only create difficulties. All Japanese agents had to be rooted out. If the KMT had really decided to fight Japan, why are the Trotskyists, those open foul traitors to the Chinese people, still allowed to conduct with impunity their foul, undermining, diversionist, and espionage work at the orders of the Japanese Secret Service in Shanghai, Nanking, Xi'an, and other parts? Many people in the CCP, Wang Ming continued, were confused by the change from civil war to national war, from fighting the KMT to collaborating with it. They did not know how to support Sun Yat-sen's principles without ceasing to be Marxist-Leninists, and would have to be retrained. Many communists have no idea of the working class movement in the big towns. In an interview given in October 1937, published in the Communist International in March 1938, Mao Zedong said that large areas had been lost to the Japanese because of the government's policy. It would have to be reorganized as a popular front government, democratic centralist in form and revolutionary in policy. The proposals advanced by the CCP were drawn up in the spirit of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three principles. In Germany, Ulbricht wrote, the KPD still maintained its sectarian attitude, and failed to understand the new situation. What is required is bold initiative for the creation of a German People's Front. Fascist demagogy was having its effect, and the masses remained passive, but Hitler could be overthrown by the struggle to establish a democratic regime of peace, liberty, and progress. This struggle was still being hampered by the SPD's refusal to form a united front, as well as by Nazi terror. In July 1937 the Italian Socialist and Communist parties agreed on joint action, during which each party would refrain from criticizing or interfering in the affairs of the other. Dimitrov's statement that it was necessary to put an end to social democracy provoked a strong protest from the French socialists, and the committee that was examining the possibility of SFIO-CPF amalgamation adjourned sine die. El Humanite attacked the French socialist leaders who had protested against the trials and executions in Moscow. To defend Trotsky and his accomplices was to act as an agent of fascism. The SFIO also objected to the practice of local communist organizations taking over control of all local activities in the name of unity. The trials also had a disruptive effect on the Popular Front movement among the German exiles. The SAP protested against GPU action in Spain, and were denounced as Franco's agents. Munzenberg resigned from the Paris Committee, and was expelled from the KPD. 414. 20 years ago the Russian workers and peasants, under the leadership of the party of Lenin and Stalin, overthrew the power of the capitalists and landlords and established the proletarian dictatorship, the power of the workers and peasants Soviets. The 20 years of Soviet power and of the construction of socialism are a tremendous victory not only for the working people of the USSR, they are also a mighty victory for the workers of all countries, for the peoples of the whole world. In an unceasing struggle against all the enemies of the people who strove to bring about the restoration of capitalism in the USSR, in a struggle against saboteurs, wreckers, kulaks, Trotskyist Bukharinist spies, and traitors, the Bolshevik Party won new victories on the front of socialist construction. From a poor, backward, agrarian country, the Soviet Union, under the wise direction of Stalin, became transformed into a foremost industrial country, its industrial output occupying first place in Europe and second place in the world. Through the difficulties and dangers which arose in the way, the great Stalin led onward the land of the Soviets and brought its people to the final and irrevocable victory of socialism in the USSR. And ever new millions of people throughout the globe turn their gaze towards socialism. They see that the workers and peasants of the USSR have been victorious because they have been led by the party of the Bolsheviks, which has been guided by such giants of revolutionary thought and deed as Lenin and Stalin. This party led them to the victorious uprising in October 1917. It gathered around itself the working class which won the leadership of the peasantry. The working people of the USSR have won victory because the working class established the proletarian dictatorship, and made use of it to suppress the resistance of the counter-revolutionary classes, to strengthen the defensive power of the land of the Soviets, to bring about the victorious construction of socialism. Could not, however, the working people in the other European countries have followed the same victorious path as the one along which the Bolsheviks led the workers and peasants in 1917? Remember, workers, the days at the end of the imperialist war. Millions of the working people had arms in their hands. The wave of the revolutionary movement rose high in the capitalist countries. Germany and Austria-Hungary were in the throes of revolution. But the reactionary social democratic leaders, who at that time exerted decisive influence in the leadership of the proletarian mass organizations, led the workers along the road to defeat. They came to the aid of the bourgeoisie, who were terrified at the scope of the revolutionary movement, so as to put a brake on this movement by means of temporary reforms. Together with the bourgeoisie, these leaders stifled the proletarian revolutions in Europe, carried through a coalition policy with the bourgeoisie directed against the interests of the working. November 1937 415 class. By this policy they split the working class movement, weakened the proletariat and its power to influence the peasantry and the hard-working people of the towns. They enabled the fascists to organize their forces with impunity, and called upon the masses to retreat before fascism, and ended by capitulating to it. Now the workers see into what an abyss the policy of the reactionary social democratic leaders has led them. Fascist dictatorship has been established in a whole number of capitalist countries. 20 years after the imperialist war, mankind is again on the eve of a still more horrible world imperialist bloodbath. Trading on the tolerance of the bourgeois democratic powers, the fascist scoundrels have already hurled a quarter of mankind into war. And only the Soviet Union rises aloft like a beacon pointing a way out of this abyss to the proletariat and the whole of the working mankind. The brighter the star of socialism gleams in the USSR, the more do the ruling classes rage against the land of the Soviets, against the working class movement, against any urge towards liberty on the part of their own peoples. But the more solidly the working people throughout the world rally around the USSR. The victory of socialism in the USSR imbues the masses in the capitalist countries with the flame of ardent enthusiasm. It increases their readiness for the struggle. It gives them confidence in their own victory. It calls the workers of the capitalist countries to muster their forces into a united workers' front. It tells them that unless they unite their forces, the working class will be unable to rally behind them their allies, the working people of town and country will prove unable to bar the road to fascism, will fail to prevent war breaking out, will be unable to overthrow once and for all the accursed yoke of capital. The Spanish people are fighting a heroic struggle in a common front, not only against the fascist rebels, but also against the coalition of fascist states which have hurled themselves against Republican Spain. Inspired by the victories of the working people in the USSR, the Spanish workers and peasants are fighting for a new type of democratic republic wherein the proletariat is the leading force of the nationwide struggle, where there will be no place for fascism, where its economic basis has been uprooted, and where the material guarantees have been created for the defense of the rights, liberty, and interests of the people. The 400 millions of the Chinese people are engaged in the courageous defense of their country against the invasion of the Japanese fascist militarists. The example of the socialist revolution which liberated the peoples of the USSR from the yoke of foreign capital, strengthens the national consciousness of the masses of the people of China who are hammering out a nationwide fighting front against the Japanese usurpers. 416. By the powerful People's Front movement, the French people are extending the democratic rights and economic gains of the working people, beating off repeated attacks of fascism. The movement of the People's Front is developing in other capitalist countries as well. Even in the countries of ferocious fascist terror, Germany, Italy, and Japan, the forces of the anti-fascist struggle are steadily maturing. Developing an increasingly resolute mass struggle against fascism, the working class are advancing at the head of the toiling masses to the overthrow of the capitalist system. The struggle of the Spanish and Chinese peoples for liberty, independence, and peace is the vital concern of the international proletariat, of all peoples. Not a single worker, not a single toiler, not a single Democrat can fail to assist in bringing about the victory of the Spanish and Chinese peoples. This victory will be a victory of the cause of liberty and peace, a victory of the whole of advanced and progressive mankind. There is no more urgent task facing all sincere supporters of democracy and peace, than in every way to contribute to the defeat of German and Italian fascism in Spain, and of the Japanese fascist militarists in China. The German and Italian interventionists and the Japanese usurpers have placed their own fate at stake here. Let their bloody adventures in Spain and China be the beginning of the doom of fascism throughout the world. Remember, working people, that it depends on the outcome of the struggle in Spain and China whether the fascist cutthroats succeed in driving mankind into a new world imperialist slaughter. Following on the onslaught on Spain and China, fascism is preparing new foul deeds against the peoples. A menace hangs over the peoples of Europe, of Czechoslovakia, Austria, Belgium, the Balkans, and other countries. German fascism is sharpening its bayonets against the French people. The peoples of Asia and the countries of the Pacific Ocean are menaced by Japanese imperialism. From both the West and East, the fascist cutthroats are preparing an onslaught on the great land of socialism, the fatherland of all working people. By defending Spain and China today, you defend the cause of world peace, you defend other people against the fascist onslaught, you defend yourselves, your homes, and your children against fascist brigandage. Workers and working people, do not believe the hypocrites and impostors who tell you that they are saving the cause of peace by their policy of non-intervention. With the aid of this policy they are carrying through the blockade of Republican Spain and China, supporting Franco, assisting the fascist aggressors, and encouraging them in the kindling of new imperialist wars. Demand of all the governments of the bourgeois democratic countries that they carry on a resolute struggle against the fascist aggressors. November 1937 417. Demand that all the necessary pressure be exerted to curb the instigators of war. Strengthen your fraternal alliance with the USSR for the supreme defense of the cause of peace, of the cause of the liberty and independence of the Spanish and Chinese peoples. Close your ranks into an indestructible united front in each separate country as well as on an international scale. Do not allow the reactionary leaders of social democracy any longer to sabotage united action by the international labor movement in defense of the Spanish and Chinese peoples. Build an international fighting front against German, Italian, and Japanese fascism. Drive the foul, spying, Trotskyist agents of fascism out of all working class and democratic organizations. The rooting out of this traitorous gang is an inseparable component part of the victorious struggle against fascism, of the struggle for the cause of peace among the peoples. Extracts from the ECCI May Day Manifesto. April 1938 in Preker, 18, 22, p. 481, April 30, 1938 The report of a meeting of the Spanish CP Political Bureau on 15 to 16 January 1938 described the CP as the most powerful organization in Republican Spain. The Madrid section, meeting in the same month, discussed relations with the Madrid socialists who, influenced by Caballero's splitting group, refused to re-establish the liaison committee of the two parties. In February the CP opened a campaign against Prieto. He was said to be anxious for a negotiated peace. Dolores Ibarruri attacked him publicly in a speech on February 27. Prieto was dismissed from the ministry on April 5, Álvarez del Valle made foreign secretary, and Negrin took over the defense ministry. Negrin's Fruitless, attempts at mediation were kept secret from the communists. There was some disagreement between the Spanish CP and Moscow. The Russians were said to have wanted the communists to withdraw from the government, as a gesture of goodwill to France and Britain. Hernandez resigned, but Uribe remained in the cabinet. In March the UGT and the CNT reached agreement on joint action. Their joint program, published on March 18, favored the maintenance and strengthening of the institution of military commissars with equitable representation of all anti-fascist forces, advocated the nationalization of banks, transport, and heavy industry, etc. The communist parties of Austria, Germany, France, Britain, Switzerland, and Belgium published a manifesto against the occupation of Austria, and the Soviet press wrote that it brought the danger of war nearer. The action was a complete condemnation of Chamberlain's policy, which had encouraged the Nazis, and France had followed London's example. An article by a leading English communist in March said it was Mussolini. 418. And Hitler who had demanded Eden's dismissal. Hatred of communism, hatred of the Popular Front, hatred of democracy, are a mainspring of Chamberlain's policy. The national government wants to buttress fascism. The LSI and IFTU had protested to Moscow against the trial of Bukharin and others. An article in Preker carried the headline, Trotsky, Hitler, Kagollards, and the Second International in League. In France, relations between the socialists and communists were very strained. In the spring of 1938 the Polish Communist Party was dissolved by the ECCI. At the 18th Congress of the CPSU in March 1939 Manuelski, reporting on the ECCI, said, agents of Polish fascism had succeeded in gaining positions of leadership in the Communist Party. These scoundrels had tried to drag the party into supporting Pilsudski's fascist coup d'état in May 1926. After they had failed in this, they pretended to repent of their error, made a show of self-criticism, deceived the Comintern in the same way as Lovestone and the police factionalists of the Hungarian and Yugoslav parties had done in their time. And it was the fault of the Comintern workers that they allowed themselves to be deceived by class enemies. Among the Polish communist leaders who disappeared in the USSR at this time were two members of the ECCI, Bronkowski and Lenski, and two members of the ICC, Walecki and Krajewski. From the middle of 1938 onwards there are no references to the Polish CP in the Comintern press. A number of communist refugees from other countries, Hungary, Yugoslavia, the Baltic states, also disappeared in the USSR at this time, including Belikon and many of the staff of the Lenin School. Comintern headquarters were removed from the center to the outskirts of Moscow. In the article on Poland in the large Soviet Encyclopedia, 2nd edition, 1955, it is stated that, in 1938, in connection with suspicions, later shown to be unfounded, of large-scale penetration of the leading ranks of the party active by hostile agencies, the ECCI decided to dissolve temporarily the Polish Communist Party. In February 1956, during the 20th Congress of the CPSU, the Central Polish Communist newspaper, Tribuna Ludu, published a declaration signed by the Central Committees of the Soviet, Polish, Italian, Bulgarian, and Finnish Communist parties that the charges made against the Polish Party in 1938 were devoid of foundation. In July 1936 an IFTU conference agreed to open negotiations with a number of national trade union federations not affiliated to the IFTU, including the Soviet unions. The proposal that the two trade union internationals should amalgamate, supported by the Norwegian, French, Spanish, and Mexican representatives, was rejected, on the ground that apart from the Russian unions the RILU had no real existence. The RILU was in fact dissolved at the end of 1937. In November 1937 an IFTU delegation went to Moscow to discuss terms. On its return the question was discussed by the IFTU executive, which voted by 4-1, with 2 abstentions, to refer the question to the next meeting of the IFTU Council in Oslo. Some affiliated organizations had said that if the Russian unions were admitted, they would leave. At Oslo in May 1938 the voting was 16-4 with one abstention, against the admission of the Russian unions, and it was agreed to discontinue the negotiations. Florine wrote, "The reactionary bourgeoisie followed with the most profound apprehension the April 1938 419 development towards an international trade union bloc. To the greatest dismay of the workers, the efforts of the capitalists succeeded once more. Throughout the year the KPD continued its campaign to bring the SPD into a united front. The absence of this united front was given as the chief reason why the German workers continued to tolerate the fascist dictatorship. Other reasons were the Nazi terror and the fact that some workers were getting a comparatively tolerable wage." In September 1938 the Central Committee published an appeal for the unity of all opposition groups as an independent and recognized ally of democratic forces throughout the world. They had to show the world the other Germany, they would oppose Hitler's war policy, but if war broke out they would work inside and outside Germany to put an end to the war and to Hitler's tyranny as quickly as possible, and establish a new German republic on democratic lines. The Popular Front leaves the religious convictions and political principles of the particular groups and individuals united in it untouched. In April 1936 Thérèse invited Catholics to join the Popular Front because you are our brothers. The argument that religious beliefs were no bar to collaboration was also put by Browder at the 10th Congress of the United States GP. He extended the hand of brotherly cooperation to the great mass of democratic Catholics. He wanted talks between communists and Catholics to be on the plane of that Christian brotherhood and charity which we of no religion appreciate as social virtues. Many Catholics, he said, were joining the CP. There is no cause for conflict, because communists uphold and respect religious freedom. In practical life both communists and Catholics seek justice, truth, and goodwill among mankind. The Fourth International was founded at a conference held near Paris in September 1938, attended by 21 delegates. The program and resolutions were drafted by Trotsky. He and his followers had been discussing the advisability of founding a new international since the collapse of the KPD in 1933 and the endorsement of the KPD policy by the ECCI. Stalin, said the Germans attending the conference, was revising Marx and Lenin not with the pen of the theoretician, but with the jackboots of the GPU. Not at any time since the end of the World War has the international situation been so tense. A fourth part of mankind is once more in the grip of war. Fascist governments, having robbed and enslaved the masses of their own people, are bursting into the territory of others. By attacks upon other nations, by armed robbery abroad, they attempt to stifle the rising indignation of the working people within their own countries. In the Far East the fascist military clique of Japan are waging a war of conquest against the Chinese people for lordship over Asia, for domination of the Pacific. Cities of ancient culture are laid in ruins, thousands of villages given to the flames, tens of thousands of the peaceful population of China shot down by the Japanese executioners. But the heroism of the 400 millions of the Chinese people is not to be broken by the executioners. Rallying ever closer together in a united national front, the Chinese people are inflicting severe defeats. 420. On the Japanese aggressors. Defending themselves, the Chinese people have made of their bodies a living shield for all the nations of Asia, and are inspiring all the colonial peoples for struggle against their oppressors. In Spain the hordes of the German-Italian intervention are raging. Powerless to break the stubborn resistance of the Republican army, they are basely wreaking vengeance on the peaceful population of Spain, raining death from the air upon thousands of women and children. For nearly 2 years the Spanish people have been fighting with epic courage for their independence against the fascist powers in coalition with tacit support from reactionary Tory circles in Britain. Abandoned by bourgeois democratic governments, the Spanish people staunchly defend their democratic republic against the combined forces of world reaction. Defending their liberty, they defend the cause of the whole of advanced and progressive mankind. Emboldened by the impunity with which it could carry on intervention in Spain, German fascism occupied Austria. By their suppression of the armed struggle of the workers in 1934, By depriving the working people of elementary liberties, the ruling classes of Austria had prepared the ground for the invasion of German fascism. Already German fascism, without having succeeded in firmly settling itself upon Austria, is preparing an attack on Czechoslovakia. Together with Polish fascism, it strives for the occupation and partition of Lithuania. It is crouching for a spring upon the Balkans, menacing their existence as states and their national independence. It threatens Belgium, Holland, Switzerland, and the Scandinavian countries. It surrounds France with a fascist ring and reckons to take it unawares with a sudden blow. Like a beast of prey, it scours far and wide to procure raw materials, and material resources, and human reserves for a large-scale war against the land of socialism. Whose is the responsibility for this brazen insolence and murderous activity of fascism, for the war conflagration they have raised in various parts of the globe? The responsibility lies with the reactionary clique of British conservatism. Not a finger did they raise when the Japanese militarists attacked China. They are only waiting for the military exhaustion of Japan to raise the question of the partition of China. With Italian fascism they have made an arrangement to bring about the strangling of the Spanish people. To German fascism they lent their aid, giving it the possibility of rearming. For them it is a bloodthirsty ruffian, a strong-arm man, to be used against the international working class and the democratic movement of the people. They gave their blessing to its invasion of Austria. Stealthily, covertly, they directed towards the east, against the land of the Soviets. Responsibility also lies with the French reactionary bourgeoisie. By April 1938-42 capitulating to German fascism they helped to give it strength. Like the conspirators of Gobelins in the days of the French Revolution, the French reactionaries have plotted with German fascism against their own people. These dark forces dictated to the Blum government the policy of the blockade of Republican Spain. The bloc of British and French reactionaries dragged in the wake of its pro-fascist policy the leaders of the socialist and trade union internationals, who remain inactive in the face of the German and Italian intervention in Spain. The responsibility for the blood, suffering, and sacrifice of the Spanish people, for the bandit onslaught on China, for the military occupation of Austria, lies not only with the fascist scoundrels, but also with those who tolerate and assist them. Fellow workers, the ruling classes basely deceive you when they say that it would be in the interests of the maintenance of peace to reconcile yourselves to the strangling of the Spanish people, the enslavement of China, the subjugation of Austria. It is not by permitting the war instigators to plunder and slaughter other peoples that wars are avoided. Wars are averted by a firm policy of curbing the fascist brigands in good time. You are being told cynical lies when it is stated that the governments of Britain, France, and the USA are powerless to put a stop to international fascist banditry. To stop this banditry is well within their power. But this requires the adoption of the proposal of the USSR for joint action of all states interested in maintaining peace against the instigators of war. They must reinforce their action by measures of economic pressure. Let them deprive the fascist bandits of credits, let them refuse to provide them with the raw material necessary for the conduct of war, let them close the channels of trade to them, let them put under blockade not Republican Spain, but those who have attacked it. Let them open the frontiers and furnish the Spanish people with the possibility of freely purchasing arms, and this will be enough to ensure that fascism draws back like a whipped cur. Put no faith, comrades, in those who assert that you have not at your disposal the means whereby to make governments conduct a policy of struggle against the aggressors. The working class, filled with the consciousness of struggle, is a tower of strength. It, and it alone, carries on the work of pits and plants, of fields, factories, and workships. Without the working class no train is moved, no steamer sails, no ship is laden, no one can hush the voice of hundreds and thousands of demonstrators. But, brother proletarians, for your strength to be brought into action requires working class unity. It requires that in your organization there be no treachery at headquarters. It requires that your struggle be not broken by those labor leaders who are agents of the British bourgeoisie. 422. Your strength will be multiplied manifold, if all the units of the labor movement fight shoulder to shoulder against the common enemy, fascism. Uniting the struggle internationally, you will secure new, unparalleled strength. It is to this path of struggle that calls the working people. It has repeatedly called upon the socialist and trade union internationals to establish an international fighting front. But a clique of reactionary British leaders have obdurately turned down these calls, disrupting united action by the international proletariat. By their splitting policy they have sought to undermine the confidence of the working class in its own strength, to disarm it in the face of the enemy, and thereby they have encouraged the fascists to undertake further acts of aggression. Working parallel with these leaders went the Trotskyist Bukharinat agents of fascism, the spying Fourth International. It was they who wished to restore capitalism in the USSR, to dismember the land of the Soviets, to hand over its peoples to be enslaved by fascism. It was their brood who opened the fronts to the fascist interventionists in Spain, and delivered blows at the rear of the Republican Army. It was these who, on the orders of the Japanese intelligence service, conduct work of diversion and espionage in China. It is these who operate far and wide as wreckers of the labor movement and, in the interests of fascism, join with Citroën in the effort to prevent united action by the international working class. These are the infamous spies, wreckers, and murderers, whom such people as Dan take under their wing, making of them a banner for the continuation of their ruinous, splitting policy. By crushing the Trotskyist Bukharinat gang of warmongers, these base hirelings of Japanese-German fascism, the Soviet people have rendered an inestimable service to the cause of peace, the cause of working-class unity, the cause of anti-fascist struggle. In the name of millions of workers, in the interests of defending the Spanish people, again proposes to the socialist and trade union internationals to establish a united international working-class front. To help Republican Spain, to defend China, means to fight against world war, to defend your hearths and homes, the liberty and the independence of your countries, against the fascist butchers. A people that would permit the strangling of Republican Spain or China would, with its own hands, be preparing the fascist yoke for itself, would strengthen the chains of its own capitalist slavery. Demand the application of economic, political, and other sanctions against the fascist miscreants. Working people, join forces with the April 1938 423 proletariat in a mighty people's front against fascism and imperialist war. Peoples of Europe, America, and Asia. Join with the great people of the Soviet Union in building the international peace front against the fascist cutthroats, the incendiaries of wars of plunder. Greetings from the ECCI to the Central Committee of the Spanish Communist Party, July 1938. World News and Views, 1836, p. 854, 23 July 1938 *. The Central Committee of the Spanish CP, meeting in November 1937, called for a radical change in judicial practice. Diaz said that persons accused of treachery were still being treated with benevolence. The Communists had published a great deal of material purporting to prove that the POUM were acting on behalf of Franco. On December 12 the Minister of Justice was replaced by a former undersecretary whose appointment was approved by the CP. In October 1938 the POUM leaders were brought to trial. They were acquitted of the charges of treason and espionage, but condemned and imprisoned for their activities in Barcelona in 1937 as prejudicial to the war effort. On behalf of the million-strong army of the World Party of the Revolutionary Working Class, the Executive Committee sends ardent, fraternal greetings to you and all fighters for the cause of the freedom and independence of Republican Spain. For 2 years already the Spanish people have been waging a heroic struggle without parallel against the traitorous generals and against the Italian and German fascist invaders who seek to destroy their national independence. It is with indomitable will, heroic courage, and determination that the people of Spain are fighting against barbarous fascism for their freedom and for the liberation of their country from the foreign invaders. The struggle waged by Spain is a struggle for the cause of all mankind, for peace, democracy, and progress throughout the world. In the trenches of Spain there is being fought out a big battle, the consequences of which will be of world historic significance. 2 years of stubborn resistance by the Spanish people have frustrated the predatory plans of the fascist warmongers and dealt a telling blow to their policy of provoking the conflagrations of war. 2 years of stubborn resistance by the Spanish people have tremendously strengthened the determination of the working masses in other countries to resist fascist. World News and Views replaced international press correspondence on July 2, 1938, the numbering of issues was not changed. 424. Aggression and have led to a great upsurge of the anti-fascist democratic movement. The struggle is a bitter one, the enemy is cruel and barbarous. The Spanish people face an enemy superior in technical equipment. The struggle against such an enemy requires the concentration of all forces of the Spanish people. The decisive guarantee of the victory of their just cause lies in the unity of the Spanish working class, in the all-round consolidation of the People's Front, in closely rallying around the legitimate government of the Spanish Republic, in continuously strengthening their people's army and in mobilizing all the forces of the people for the successful organization of resistance. It is with profound indignation and abhorrence that turns against those who under the hypocritical mask of non-intervention operate a blockade against Republican Spain, callously look on at the terrible destruction being wrought on the country and its cultural treasures, at the mass murder of defenseless women and children, and by their policy aid and abet this barbarity. We denounce the pro-fascist conservative clique in England, and their allies in the camp of French reaction as sharing the responsibility for the fascist aggression, for the terrible sufferings and countless victims among the Spanish people. The resolute fight being waged with exemplary energy by the working class of Spain against the fifth column of fascism, against the traitors to the cause of Spain and against the faint-hearted advocates of defeat and surrender evokes the enthusiastic support of the working people of the whole world. The complete extermination of the Trotskyist POUM gang will constitute one of the most important prerequisites for the victory over the fascist murderers and vandals. The whole world witnesses how the Spanish people are defending their homeland, their freedom and independence, and democracy and progress against fascism. If the fascist warmongers in their unbridled fury have countered this by increasing their forces of intervention, then all the more is it the duty of the parties and organizations of the world working class to join forces in showing active solidarity and in giving all-round support to the Spanish people. All the forces of democracy should regard the Spanish people as the defenders of their own interests as well, and are in duty bound to close their ranks to help the Spanish people. 4. As Comrade Stalin declared in his telegram to José Díaz, the liberation of Spain from the yoke of the fascist reactionaries is not the private affair of the Spaniards, but the common cause of all advanced and progressive mankind. July 1938 425. On the second anniversary of the heroic struggle, assures you that it is doing all within its power to ensure that the world working class fulfill their duty towards their Spanish brothers so as to achieve and hasten on the victory of the Spanish people over fascism, the scourge of humanity. Extracts from a resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the policy of the Chinese Communist Party July 1938 World News and Views, 1835, p. 831, July 16, 1938. The conflict and rivalry between Mao Zedong and Chiang Kuo-tao had come to the surface during the Long March, and had given Mao the victory. Chiang Kuo-tao claims that his dispute with Mao in 1937 arose from their different attitudes to the alliance with the KMT. Mao, he says, was concerned only to advance and improve the communist position, whereas Chiang believed in a genuine alliance on the lines of the September 1937 agreement. An indecisive discussion of the question in October 1937 was finally settled by Moscow's endorsement of Mao's leadership. In an article in May 1938, Wang Ming wrote that collaboration with the KMT had not yet reached the level desired by both parties. In both there were some who did not understand that to weaken a friendly party is equal to weakening one's own forces, rendering aid to the enemy. Relations between two parties that had entered into an agreement cannot be built on the basis of the domination or subordination of one party to the other. To those who said collaboration was only a maneuver, and then the communists would turn their weapons against the KMT, he said that the CCP wanted collaboration with the KMT not only against Japan, but in fighting for a free, independent, and happy future for the great Chinese people. The abandonment of the slogan of Sovietization is no temporary move, no temporary maneuver or game, it is a serious turn in the policy and tactics of the CCP. This echoed the statements in a CCP Central Committee manifesto of December 25, 1937, on the party's readiness to join with the KMT in building the new China after victory has been achieved. The manifesto urged the government to strengthen its position by drawing in capable representatives of other parties, and condemned the traitors, spies, and Trotskyite bandits who were trying to undermine national unity. In February 1938, Mao stated that the CCP was not today putting forward the demand for participation in the government, but a stronger government would increase the people's confidence. 1. The Presidium of the ECCI declares its wholehearted agreement with the political line of the Communist Party of China and the solidarity of the Communist International with the liberation struggle of the Chinese people against the Japanese invaders. 2. The Presidium confirms the expulsion from the Communist Party. 426. Of China of Chiang Kuo-tao, former member of the CC of the party, who betrayed communism and the cause of the United Anti-Japanese Front and sold himself to the enemies of the Chinese people. The Presidium is confident that the treacherous conduct of Chiang Kuo-tao will meet with utter condemnation and disgust not only in the ranks of the CP of China, but also among all sincere adherents of the United Anti-Japanese Front. 3. The Presidium of the ECCI declares that, the heroic struggle of the Chinese people against the Japanese invaders evokes the warm sympathy of the international proletariat and of wide masses of people in all countries. All progressive mankind realizes that the great Chinese people are defending against barbarous violence not only their hearths and homes, not only their liberty and independence, but also the cause of the liberty and peace of all peoples. Should the Japanese fascist militarists succeed in subjugating the Chinese people, this would mean an extraordinary intensification and extension of fascist aggression both in Asia, in the Pacific, as well as in Europe and other parts of the world, whereas China's victory will constitute a severe blow to the plans of conquest of all the fascist aggressors. Thus the war of liberation conducted by the Chinese people is a most important component part of the general struggle of the world proletariat and of progressive mankind as a whole against the violence of barbarous fascism. Directly following from this is the need and duty of the international labor movement and of all the forces of democracy and peace to render all possible support to the struggle of the Chinese people, while at the same time developing successful aid for the Spanish people. This international support is as yet insufficiently organized, its extent far from corresponds to the wide scope of the existing mass sympathy for the Chinese people. This sympathy should be directed towards energetic action and matters should be so organized as to achieve, firstly, the rendering of both political and moral as well as material aid and support to China. Secondly, an increase in all sorts of difficulties and obstacles in the way of the Japanese militarists in the conduct of their aggression in China. To this end, the ECCI addresses itself to the international proletariat, to all sections of, and to all sincere adherents of democracy and peace, with the call primarily to fulfill the following tasks: a. To intensify in every possible way the international campaign in aid of China. b. To develop a wide movement of protest against the bandit drive of the Japanese fascists in China, by organizing meetings, demonstrations, etc., and directing the indignation of the people also against bribed pro-Japanese newspapers in the various capitalist countries. c. To organize and extend mass sanctions against the Japanese. July 1938 427 Aggressor, the movement to boycott Japanese goods, the refusal of workers to unload Japanese goods and to load cargoes of munitions and other materials for Japan, etc. f. In agreement with the Chinese government to send authoritative delegations to China from various countries so as afterwards to employ them for intensifying the international campaign in support of the Chinese people. Should the international working class and democratic forces of all countries develop effective support for China, there can be no doubt that the heroism of the united Chinese people will lead it to complete victory over the barbarous Japanese militarists and will establish a free, independent, democratic Republic of China, which will serve as one of the most important bulwarks of peace, democracy, and progress throughout the world. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 1938, World News and Views, 1853, p. 1203, November 5, 1938. Comment in the Communist press on the Munich Agreement concentrated on the argument that Britain and France had yielded to the aggressor out of fear of the armed masses who, on the outbreak of war, would appear on the scene. Daladier and Chamberlain preferred capitulation to victor, because victory could have been won only with the USSR. Dimitrov wrote that the policy of the democracies was determined by reactionary imperialist circles guided by the fear of revolution in Europe and of national liberation in Asia, and by hatred of the USSR. They sacrificed to fascism the interests of their own peoples. They supported German fascism because they want in its person to have a European gendarme that strangles every democratic anti-fascist movement. The working class could frustrate the aggressors by resisting reaction at home, by helping Spain and China. There should be an international conference of all workers' organizations. An editorial in the Communist International asked the LSI what it intended to do, and continued, in the difficult days of the struggle for Czechoslovakia the Comintern, after careful consideration, refrained from making a direct proposal for joint action to the LSI, as a refusal would have strengthened the hand of the plotters against peace and freedom. In the last issue of the journal for 1938, however, Dimitrov wrote, a few months before Munich, and also directly preceding the Munich plot, the representatives of the CI approached the chairman of the Second International with the proposal to establish permanent contact between the leadership of the international organizations of the working class and urgently to take joint action to ward off the fascist blow aimed at Czechoslovakia. All their proposals, he said, were turned down. 428. Comment on social democracy reverted to the style in use before the Popular Front. An article in the same periodical at the end of the year said the International United Front could not come into being unless the predominant influence of social democratism is eliminated, and another article in the same issue ended with a quotation from Stalin, "It is impossible to put an end to capitalism without having first put an end to social democratism in the working class movement." The editorial article said, the reactionary cliques of the English and French upper classes knew very well how easy it would have been to force Hitler to draw back. But they knew also that a political defeat of Hitler would shake the very foundations of fascism and call into being a mighty upsurge of the anti-fascist freedom movement. The protection of their class interests was more important to them than the protection of the vital interests of their own nations and of humanity as a whole. It is becoming clearer and clearer that Munich was the result of a secret, previously agreed, and scandalous plot. The breakdown of the Popular Front policy was shown also in the attack on pacifism. It is absurd and at the same time distressing that the fear of war felt by the nations goes to increase the war danger, that pacifism is pouring oil on the flames kindled by the warmongers. While fascism fosters the ideology of a war of conquest, the accomplices of fascism in the democratic countries attempt to set up cowardice as a philosophy. The French Trotskyists have coined the term "better a slave than dead." This contemptible principle is being put forward by the agents of the Gestapo with the object of emasculating the working class. It is contrary to the innermost essence of the working class. Freedom is more precious than peace. The total pacifists believed in friendly relations with gangsters. Peace, they thought, could be saved by weakness, arguing that nothing could be more dangerous than to bar the way to fascism with an overwhelming superiority of military forces. The intention behind the pacifist proposals was to weaken the democratic states so far that they would no longer be able to offer resistance to aggression, but would have to submit to German fascism without a struggle and without conditions. The article ended with a quotation from Lenin: "Pacifism and abstract peace propaganda are ways of misleading the working class." In September 1938 the KPD Central Committee appealed for the amalgamation of all groups and parties opposed to Hitler. Whedon wrote, Communist International, August 1938, that fascism was not a quantitative modification of bourgeois democracy, it was qualitatively different, under bourgeois democracy the working class could organize and fight. It was the Trotskyist agents of the Gestapo who denied the essential difference between fascism and bourgeois democracy. During the last 3 years the communists of all countries have proved themselves to be the most stubborn and tireless defenders of bourgeois democratic liberties. Koski was opposed to SPD-KPD collaboration. Should the Russians reach agreement with Germany and Japan, then communists everywhere would become auxiliaries of the fascists. In Paris the German Popular Front Committee collapsed in the autumn of 1938. Today the Soviet people marks the 21st year of its great November 1938 429. Socialist revolution, of its heroic struggle, of its world historic victories. At the time when the peoples of the Soviet Republic are completing the construction of a classless socialist society and are advancing full of confidence towards communism, the capitalist world is in the throes of an ominous war fever. The Second Imperialist War, a robber war for a new repartition of the earth, has in fact already begun. It is already raging in various corners of the globe. In Spain and in China the fascist butchers are doing their abominable work. Over 500 million human beings have been hurled into the abyss of bloody destruction. War threatens to spread to new territories and to involve new peoples. Hundreds of millions of people are menaced with attack by the fascist beasts of prey. Never yet, as during these days of fascist brigandage, have the masses of the people of the capitalist countries had such a strong and profound feeling of their blood bond with the great land of socialism. The people see in the USSR the bulwark of their struggle for liberty and independence, the embodiment of their age-old aspirations. They see that the Soviet people, thanks to the proletarian dictatorship, have withstood a host of enemies, have maintained and consolidated their independence, have built socialism. Conscious of its strength the Soviet land pursues its path with resolute and tranquil step. The justness of its cause constitutes its greatness. Its hand is formidable to enemies and will not fail to succor friends. Its Stalinist word is inviolable. It is with confidence that it looks into its future. The Soviet land will yield to no one its achievements, its inexhaustible riches. The frontiers of the Soviet country are inviolable. On the borders of the USSR there stands unyielding the strongest army in the world, the Red Army of Socialism. By the lesson it taught the Japanese cutthroats at Lake Hassan it provided a clear example of how the cause of peace should be defended. By wiping out the gang of Trotskyist Bukharinit spies, the Soviet people teaches how one should conduct the struggle against traitors, capitulators, and enemies of the people. By its unswerving loyalty to the obligations it had undertaken, the Soviet government, during the Czechoslovak crisis, showed how agreements should be kept and collective security defended. Only the Soviet people supported and continues to support the Spanish people against the violence of the plunderers and the treachery of their accomplices. Only the Soviet Union stretches out a helping hand to the Chinese people. Only the land of the proletarian dictatorship supremely upholds, with Stalinist courage and stalwartness, the cause of liberty throughout the world. In their mortal hatred of socialism, of the international working class, of every democratic movement, the imperialist cliques of Britain and 430. France concluded a counter-revolutionary alliance with German and Italian fascism. The Munich Agreement was not only a blow at Czechoslovakia. It is a far wider imperialist conspiracy. It is a conspiracy against the small nations which Britain and France are betraying to the fascist plunderers. It is a conspiracy against the Spanish Republic, whose heroic people they wish to place in bondage to the German and Italian violators. It is an onslaught on the French people around whose neck German and Italian fascism are drawing the noose ever tighter. It is an onslaught on the British people against whom war is being prepared by its age-old enemy German imperialism. It is a treacherous blow against the German people, whose enslavement becomes severer the greater the concessions made to the hangman of the working people of Germany. It is against the People's Front movement, against the breast of the international proletariat that the Munich conspiracy is directed. It is against world peace that the blow is directed by the Munich conspirators, who come forward hypocritically in the role of saviors of peace. Not peace was saved by the British and French reactionaries, what they did was to save German fascism from collapse. They strengthened Hitler's position for the conduct of a major war. Workers. Was it possible to preserve peace and avert the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia? Yes, comrades, it was. Neither from the military nor the economic point of view was Hitler Germany ready for war. It was lacking in raw materials, foodstuffs, and financial resources. Its fortifications were not completed. Its army did not possess trained personnel in sufficient quantity. The rear of German fascism constituted a terrible danger to it. The German people had no desire for war. They were filled with deep discontent. A wave of popular indignation threatened, if war broke out, to sweep away the fascist adventurers. Ranged against Germany were forces on whose side was the overwhelming preponderance. Czechoslovakia possessed an excellent army and was protected by a system of first-class fortresses. The British and French fleets were in a position to ensure the blockade of Germany. Action by the Soviet Union would have given rise to a powerful wave of the anti-fascist movement in defense of the just cause of the peoples. Faced by such forces, German fascism would have had no alternative but to retreat. But the British bourgeoisie who dragged France in the wake of their policy did not want to permit this political defeat of the fascist gendarme of Europe. Britain and France did everything possible to compel Czechoslovakia to capitulate. By exerting unheard of pressure, by supporting the German blackmail, by threatening to take the side of Germany, they succeeded in November 1938 431 getting the Czech government to accept the bandit ultimatum of German fascism. The Munich conspiracy took place because the reactionary bourgeoisie decided to resist by every means the formation of an international peace front together with the Soviet Union. Not at any price would they permit a powerful movement of the peoples against fascism. Having in advance come to agreement with the German fascists, and having distributed the roles, the British reactionaries organized the deception of the peoples with the aid of the farce of ostentatious military mobilization in Britain and France. The Munich conspiracy was able to take place because the hypocritical advocates of French democracy preferred cowardly capitulation to a policy of resisting the aggressor, because the capitulators broke the determination of the peoples to struggle by sanctimoniously preaching the pacifist creed of peace at any price. The Munich conspiracy was facilitated by the fact that the working class, as a result of the splitting, capitulatory policy of the leaders of the Second International, was unable to muster its forces so as to frustrate the criminal conspiracy of German fascism and of British reaction. Now, when millions of people are asking themselves what is the way out of the situation created by the Munich conspiracy, we communists say, the policy of capitulation did not and does not save peace. It has already led to war. Abyssinia and Spain, Manchuria and China, Austria and Czechoslovakia, such are the blood-stained landmarks of this policy, of the policy of concessions to fascism. By weakening the peace forces, by strengthening the fascist aggressors, it helps them to unleash new, even more destructive wars, brings closer a monstrous conflagration of world imperialist war. There is only one way by which to save peace, namely, the way of resolute struggle against the fascist aggressor. He who does not fight for peace, cannot avert war. To fight for peace means that in each country the liberty of the people must be defended against the reactionary bourgeoisie. Just as the feudal nobility during the period of the collapse of feudalism plotted with the enemies of France against the French Republic, so now in the epoch of decaying capitalism, the reactionary bourgeoisie in alliance with German fascism are brandishing the sword over the heads of their own peoples. A successful fight for peace cannot be conducted unless ruthless blows are dealt at those who betray their country and their people. The fascist aggressors, who have cast off all restraint, cannot be curbed unless a resolute struggle is undertaken against the capitulators in one's own country. The peoples cannot entrust the fate of their countries to governments. 432. Which conspire with foreign fascism against their own peoples. They cannot entrust either the defense of the country, or armaments to such governments. It is against the working class, against all laboring people, against the liberation struggle of other peoples that these reactionary governments will direct their guns. The condition for a successful struggle to strengthen the cause of peace is to replace the governments of national treachery and shame in the countries menaced by fascist blows from without, by governments that are ready to repulse the fascist aggressors. A government of real national salvation cannot pursue the ruinous path of capitulation. It will conduct a ruthless struggle against capitulators and agents of foreign fascism. It will ruthlessly crush the fascist machinations of reaction at home. It will purge the army of the fascist enemies of its own people. It will establish real control by the working class over the defense of the country. It will disarm the fascist leagues and make the working class organizations the mainstay of the country's defense. It will conduct a consistent policy of collective security and will not shrink from employing sanctions against the aggressor. With the aid of such governments, that are ready to use armed force in defense of the liberty and the independence of their peoples, it will be possible for a firm front of the peoples to arise which will compel the fascist aggressors to respect frontiers and keep the peace. Only through the medium of an alliance of peoples conducting a self-sacrificing struggle for the cause of peace is it possible to frustrate the criminal plans of the instigators of war. A defense cordon of armed peoples who have joined their forces with the great Soviet people will doom fascism to impotence and hasten on its defeat and its inevitable ruin. At the time when fascism has already set about the repartition of Europe, when it is crippling other peoples and tearing them to pieces, the task of the working class now is to head the liberation struggle of the enslaved nations and the defense of the peoples threatened by foreign domination. The nation is not the gang of fascists, reactionary financiers, and industrial magnates who rob and betray the people. The nation is the many millions of workers, peasants, and working people, generally the people that is devoted to its country, cherishes its liberty, and defends its independence. Just as in Spain and China where the people are fighting with arms in hand, and in Austria and Czechoslovakia, so also in all countries menaced by fascist invasion from without, only the working class can rally, rouse, and lead the people to a victorious struggle for national liberation. The working class is the backbone of the nation, the bulwark of its liberty, dignity, and independence. Workers, do not let yourselves be led astray by the treachery of the bourgeois politicians to the People's Front. Let the traitors break with the People's Front movement. Their departure will only be a gain to November 1938 433. You are faced with a big and noble task, namely, not only to strengthen but also to extend the front of the people. New people and new sections of the population, who do not barter the fate of their country and their people, will join with you in the struggle against reactionary traitors, in the struggle to save the people. Who can hammer out this broad front against fascist brigandage? Only a united working class. The working class is the greatest force in modern society. It is the real master of the world, if it is united. In face of the international conspiracy of fascism, international working class unity has become a matter that brooks no delay. Carries on an unceasing struggle for this unity. It has repeatedly made the proposal to the Labor and Socialist International to establish united action by the international working class. Millions of workers throughout the world demand unity. Unity is desired by many social democratic and trade union organizations. But this unity is not wanted by the reactionary leaders entrenched in the leadership of the Second International and in a number of social democratic parties and trade unions. They systematically disrupt the formation of a united, anti-fascist, working class fighting front. It is they who, while retreating step by step before fascism, conduct a shameless slanderous campaign against the land of socialism. It is they who gather up with a solicitous hand from the cesspool of fascism, the Trotskyist agents of the Gestapo, whom they allow to do wrecking work in the labor movement with impunity. It is they who by their policy of non-intervention have helped the hangmen who seek to strangle Republican Spain. It is they who without protest accepted the Munich ultimatum, hypocritically declaring it to be a supreme victory for the cause of peace. It is they who after Munich continue the same policy of splits and capitulation, the policy of disintegrating the labor movement. Without a daily and resolute struggle against these enemies of working class unity, these agents of the bourgeoisie, it is impossible to achieve the cohesion of the ranks of the proletariat. Now it is not enough to declare oneself a supporter of unity, now one must boldly put it into immediate practice on a local scale, as our Spanish brothers have done. Proletarians of all lands, unite, so as to lay the foundation of unity of the peoples against fascist aggression. Proletarians, working people of all countries, strengthen the fraternal fighting alliance with the great Soviet people. 434. Extracts from the ECCI May Day Manifesto. April 1939 World News and Views, 19, 24, p. 473, April 29, 1939 At the 18th CPSU Congress in March 1939 Manuilsky, reporting as chief Soviet representative on the ECCI, criticized the application of Popular Front tactics. These had given rise to opportunist tendencies, a tendency to idealize the role of the so-called democratic states, and to gloss over their imperialist character. The communists of the capitalist countries are not sufficiently prepared for the abrupt turns in events, and have not yet mastered the forms of struggle dictated by the tense international situation. The Spanish Republic might have been saved if the LSI had accepted the C's proposals for unity of action. The last Comintern representatives left Spain in March 1939, and this would also have averted the occupation of Austria and the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. It would have made Munich impossible, defeated the Italians in Abyssinia and the Japanese in China. But the capitulators of the Second International did not want this to happen because they feared the victory of the People's Front more than they feared the victory of fascism. War could still be avoided by isolating these capitulators and destroying their influence. They are the agents of fascism in the labor movement, and if the democracies, so much stronger than the aggressors, exerted economic pressure. But the ruling classes of Britain and France were obsessed with the idea of being able to use German fascism as the mailed fist of reaction against the Soviet Union and as a gendarme against the international working class, the Popular Front, and the national liberation movement of the enslaved peoples. The United States, on the other hand, was anxious to organize active resistance to fascist aggression. Manuilsky also reported that, because of arrests of Japanese communists, and the activities of the Japanese secret police in smuggling their agents and spies into the party, the composition of the Central Committee had been changed 4 times since 1934. In 1940 Nozaka went to Yenin, where he directed psychological warfare against the Japanese forces in North China, and ran a school for Japanese prisoners of war. Dimitrov, writing on May Day, said that with a policy of collective security Britain and France could repel aggression, but were in fact encouraging fascist appetites by their endeavor to kindle a most criminal, counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union. There was no crime to which they would not resort to reach agreement with the fascist aggressor, to buy off its colonial claims and to transform it into the watchdog of world reaction. But in the fascist armies, and in their rear, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers filled with hatred of fascism, and this represented a great danger to the aggressors. At the end of January 1939 the KPD held a conference, later sometimes listed as its 14th Congress, ostensibly in Bern, actually outside Paris. It was attended by about 25 members, including Kolenig, Austria. The Austrian CP had wished to amalgamate with the KPD, but the proposal was rejected by the ECCI. The resolution adopted called for the establishment in Germany of a new democratic republic with a popular government freely elected by the entire people. It called for unity with the Catholics, the Centre Party, and the April 1939 435 Christian trade unions in opposition to Hitler, and for a campaign to expose the Trotskyist agents of fascism. In April the Communist parties of Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia published a joint manifesto against the occupation of Czechoslovakia. Rundschau took up the proposal in the May Day Manifesto for a joint meeting of the CI, LSI, and IFTU, and pursued it in a number of articles and appeals. At the IFTU meeting in Zurich in July 1939 the proposal to invite the Russian unions to affiliate to the IFTU was defeated by 46 votes to 37. At the beginning of August, Thérèse and Kakin wrote to the chairman of the LSI urging negotiations between the three internationals on unity of action in face of the danger of war. The chairman replied that he had no reason to believe the LSI executive had changed its views. Manuelski gave the membership of the Comintern, excluding the CPSU, as 1,200,000. This was an increase of more than 300,000 since the previous CPSU Congress in 1934. The increase was concentrated in China, France, and Spain. In 1939 the Latin American parties claimed a total of 90,000 members. The Cuban party's slogan was "With Batista, against reaction." Batista, presidential candidate of the bloc which included the CP, was elected by a landslide. Behind Batista stand the workers and peasants. Never before has the star of socialism shone with such brilliance as today. At the 18th Congress of the Bolsheviks, the great continuer of the work of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the leader and teacher of the working people of all countries, Comrade Stalin, turned over a new page in the history of mankind: the completion of the construction of a classless society in the USSR and the gradual transition from socialism to communism. In the annals of the momentous victories of socialism, the people of the capitalist countries, languishing in the chains of slavery, fascist terror, and war, see the living proof of the invincible might of the working class. They curse their present lot and in communism see their future. In a bond of fraternal friendship, in unison, the peoples of the Soviet Union are building the lofty edifice of communism, an edifice flooded with sunshine and light, abounding in human happiness and joy. Their great experience is a clarion call to all the oppressed and destitute throughout the world, to follow the path of Lenin and Stalin, the path of socialist revolution, the only path leading to the emancipation of working humanity. Boundless is the suffering imposed upon the working people of the capitalist countries. For them the present day brings with it crisis, unemployment, and poverty. It brings from the gang of fascist oppressors mockery, prisons, and concentration camps. It brings a chain of crimes, committed by the fascist rulers, against the liberty and independence of the nations. It brings sanguinary imperialist slaughter, unleashed by the fascist freebooters. 436. For almost 3 years the Spanish people fought heroically against the fascist marauders who invaded their country. The British and French reactionary bourgeoisie were strangling the Spanish people with the noose of non-intervention. With the support of the capitulators in the leading circles of the Second International, world reaction organized the defeat of the Spanish people. It wrested the sword of victory from this people, who defended with their lives, not only the independence of their own country, but also the independence of other nations. Having struck down the Spanish people, who were holding the forces of the fascist aggressors in leash, the carrion circle of reaction has added fuel to the flames of the Second Imperialist War. It is converting Spain into an outpost of the robber plans of German and Italian fascism. It would surrender the peoples of Europe to be slaughtered, raped, and pillaged by fascism. In the Far East the Japanese militarists are striving in vain to enslave the 400 millions of Chinese people. The Chinese people are fighting like lions against the Japanese invaders. They are harassing the enemy behind his own lines. They are putting a cordon of fire around the town seized by the Japanese. They are exhausting the enemy by a protracted war. The courageous and self-sacrificing struggle of the Chinese people serves to revolutionize the working people of Japan, and shatters the morale of the Japanese army. The Japanese invaders have failed in their attempts to pull off a lightning war, they are powerless in their efforts to conclude the peace they desire. In desperation they are driving headlong against Great Britain and France, drawing ever nearer to the colonial possessions of these powers. Fascism rages through Europe like a mad beast, it has swallowed Austria and Czechoslovakia, occupied Memel, annexed Albania. It is throwing its noose around Poland, it is making a drive for the Balkans, threatening Romania, Yugoslavia, and Greece. It is stealthily creeping upon Switzerland, Holland, and Belgium. It demands a redivision of colonies and is stretching out to Latin America. It has cast off all restraint, has become emboldened as a result of the favorable situation created by the connivance of the reactionary bourgeoisie of other countries. It is bringing pressure to bear upon the small nations, bullying them and banking on the treachery of the reactionary elements in the major capitalist countries. It is working with feverish haste, plunging headlong into adventures, for it fears the growing resistance of the peoples. It is letting loose the mercenary gang of Trotskyist spies and provocateurs, who, acting on the instruction of the fascist espionage services, seek to undermine the labor organizations from within, to disarm them in face of the advancing enemy and betray them completely to fascism. April 1939 437. The British and French reactionaries are now paying the price for their policy of instigating war against the USSR. Was it not they who accommodatingly threw open the doors of Austria and Czechoslovakia to fascism, in order to direct its drive to the east? Was it not they who allowed fascism to seize Spanish ore, the Austrian and Czechoslovakian gold reserves, its Skoda works, who offered Romanian oil and Hungarian wheat, so as to strengthen the fascist aggressors for war against the land of the Soviets? Was it not they who freed the hands of the fascist criminals, thereby facilitating the latter's seizure of Spain? But they have called forth spirits that have turned against them. They have armed the fascist robbers against themselves. By their policy they have exposed their own peoples to the blows of the fascist powers. The masses are realizing, with increasing clarity, that Munich, far from saving peace, has served to accelerate and facilitate further fascist aggression. The indignation of the masses against the policy of Munich, against those who have involved the nations in war, under the hypocritical flag of saving peace, is becoming ever greater. The voice of the people, demanding the removal from power of the politicians who bear the responsibility for the Munich plot, is swelling louder and louder. The peoples have no faith in the reassurances of the fascist warmongers, nor in the declarations of their accomplices. It is not words, but deeds, that the people need. They demand a determined stand against the fascist aggressors. We communists have always laid bare the truth to you, no matter how bitter it was. The communists showed you the true path of struggle against fascism and war. Did they not warn you that the policy pursued by the leaders of the Second International leads not to socialism, but to fascism, to war? Did they not tell you, at a time when fascism was only making its way to power in Germany, that the social democratic policy of endless concessions to the bourgeoisie, the policy of splitting the ranks of the working class, the policy of slandering the communists, only paves the way for the defeat of the working people? Was it not the communists who proposed to the Second and Trade Union Internationals to establish a united workers' front, at a time when it was still easy to inflict a deadly blow against fascism? Was it not the communists who insisted upon the urgency of uniting all the forces of the working class in order to avert war? Was it not the communists who exposed the Munich Agreement as a plot against peace and the security of nations? Who has profited from the split in the ranks of the working class? The fascist aggressors. The reactionary bourgeoisie fear the unity of the working class more than hellfire itself, for they know only too well that by their joint action the millions of workers could grip fascism in an iron vice, disrupt its predatory wars and accelerate the downfall of the fascist regime. 438. Proletarians, do not believe those who assert that it is impossible to restrain the fascist war instigators. The fascist criminals are attacking other nations not because they are strong. They are unleashing war because they themselves are being strangled by the contradictions of the regime at home. They look to war as a salvation from the approaching political and economic bankruptcy of the fascist dictatorship. They want to smother the outburst of indignation among their own peoples by the clamor around their diplomatic and military victories. But the more territory they seize, the more they undermine the ground on which they tread. Resorting to violence, they demolish the established economic and political relations between states, thus intensifying the chaos and the breakup of the entire capitalist system. The more it enslaves other nations, the more menacing is the rear it creates for itself and for its armies. Under the surface of fascist dictatorship develop hidden revolutionary processes of unprecedented force. But fascism will not collapse unless it is overthrown by the working people. Upon their militant determination, their courage, their readiness to make sacrifices, depends the historical moment of the downfall of fascism and the overthrow of capitalism. Never will the fascist hangman crush the Czechoslovakian people, who are mustering their forces to rise against their conquerors. Never will the peoples be reconciled to the fascist bondage imposed upon them by force of arms. Fascism's first serious encounter with a strong military adversary will shatter to pieces the rotten system of fascist alliances and protectorates. The seeds of national revolutionary wars are maturing behind the lines of the fascist robbers. The idea of taking the citadel of capitalism by revolutionary storm is maturing in the minds of the oppressed masses. Never shall that miscreant Franco subjugate the proud and peace-loving Spanish people, who have acquired the great experience of a national war against foreign invaders. This people ousted Napoleon. They overthrew the monarchy. They smashed the fascist dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. They will sweep away the power of this hated Italian satrap. The people's duel with fascism is not over. The masses of working people of Spain know that their struggle is an integral part of the growing movement of the anti-fascist forces of the entire world. The war which the fascist rulers are unleashing will be the grave also of Spanish fascism. Spain, with its blood-soaked soil, will once again become an anti-fascist bastion. Upon whom does the unity of action of the international working class now depend? Upon the socialist and trade union internationals. Should their leaders so desire, unity can become an accomplished fact tomorrow. The international working class will become a force exercising decisive influence on the march of events. By its unity of action it will launch a April 1939 439 powerful People's Front movement in all capitalist countries. This will mark a serious setback for fascism, the beginning of its downfall. Do you want this, labor and socialist workers? If you do, then drake the resistance of your leaders to united action of the working class, and strengthen unity together with your class brothers, the communists. Expressing the will of the working class of all countries, the Communist International proposes to the executives of the Labor and Socialist International and the International Federation of Trade Unions immediately to commence negotiations regarding the establishment of a united front for struggle, against the instigators and incendiaries of war. Proposes to the Labor and Socialist International a platform for unity of action defense of peace on the basis of a determined repulse to the fascist aggressors, the organization of collective security, the struggle in each capitalist country against the treacherous policy of the reactionary bourgeoisie who seek agreement with the fascist aggressors, to the detriment of the liberty and independence of their own nation. Proposes that a conference of labor organizations of the whole world be convened to draw up a concrete plan of action to map out the ways and means of struggle, to devise a single organ for the coordination of joint action. Extracts from the ECCI Manifesto on the 22nd anniversary of the Russian Revolution. November 1939 World News and Views, 1953, p. 1073, November 11, 1939 when the Soviet-German Treaty of August 1939 was announced, Guiton, CP of France, wrote in Rundschau, "We applaud this triumph of the great Socialist Republic's peace policy, which means a retreat on the part of the incendiarists of war in Europe and hence serves to consolidate an all too uncertain peace. The pact was an admission of Hitler's weakness." Marcel Caquin wrote to Blum, "The Communist Party of France affirms that, should Hitler declare war on France, he will have against him the entire French people, with the Communists in the front rank. That we approve the measures taken by the government to protect the frontiers of France. The CPF will do nothing to hamper the unity so indispensable for the defense of the country." In the Chamber of Deputies the Communist fraction voted the war credits, approved total mobilization, and expressed the unshakable will of all communists to resist Nazi fascism, to defend liberty, national independence, democratic principles, and civilization. In face of aggression by Nazi fascism, whose most clear-sighted and resolute enemy was and will remain the communists, they will be the best defenders of democracy and the independence of France. The German-Soviet pact had shattered the bloc of the warmongers. 440. And the fraction denounced those communist deputies, 21 of a total of 72, who had resigned from the CPF because of the pact. There were many other resignations, including Julian Benda and Paul Nizan. Therese denounced the latter as a police informer. On August 24 the GGT executive, by 18 votes to 8, with 2 abstentions, condemned the Soviet-German pact. The KPD Central Committee statement of August 25 welcomed the pact as a step towards peace. It called on the German people to continue the fight against the Nazi dictatorship. It referred to Germany's plans of imperialist aggression, and said the pact showed that Germany could get what it wanted by peaceful trade. It urged the conclusion of similar pacts with Poland, Romania, France, and Britain. Nevertheless, Hitler should plunge the German people into the catastrophe of war. Then every German must realize that National Socialism is guilty of the war. Among British communists it was argued that the pact greatly eases the situation of Great Britain and France. It sets free their forces and thereby enables them better to resist the aggressors in Europe. If the British government stood up to Hitler, this will in the main be due to the Moscow Non-Aggression Pact. J.R. Campbell wrote that if war broke out, the British people must fight to secure the overwhelming defeat of fascism. The Belgian CP said the pact had prevented the plans for a new Munich to the detriment of Poland. An anonymous article in World News and Views said that the pact would instill confusion in Hitler. The situation it had created could not be more favorable as regards peace. The war preparations in Great Britain and France have as object to bring back to these countries the credit for the preservation of peace, which is really the achievement of the Soviet Union. An article signed J.A. said the pact had dealt the Nazi regime the heaviest blow it has ever suffered, but did not attempt to reconcile this with the statement later in the article that Hitler had been eager to sign this pact. Very little attention was paid to China in these years in the Comintern press. Maclean notes that Bolshevik carried no articles on China between 1940 and 1944, while had none between June 1941 and its final issue 2 years later. The possibility that the Nazi-Soviet pact might have undesirable complications for the Chinese CP is suggested by Mao's comment in October 1939 that the CCP must prepare itself fully for any sudden emergencies so as not to be taken unawares. Officially it was welcomed. Zhou Enlai went to Moscow in the autumn of 1939. The neutrality pact between the USSR and Japan in April 1941 was said by the Chinese CP to be a great victory for the foreign policy of the USSR. It was in keeping with the interests of the working people and oppressed nations of the whole world. The CCP statement said the pact would not restrict Soviet aid, the USSR would continue to help China, the return of Manchuria to China is our personal affair. In no circumstances can we entertain the hope, as certain speculators do, that the USSR will start a war with Japan and that we shall be able to take advantage of this. On the outbreak of war, J.R. Campbell wrote that the British people would reject Nazi peace offers and see the war through to the end, and Pollitt wrote a pamphlet entitled How to Win the War. To those who asked why a pact with November 1939 441. Hitler which sacrificed Poland was more worthy than a pact with Hitler which sacrificed Czechoslovakia. The reply, in World News and Views on September 23, was that Russia had saved the Poles from the Nazis. Those who thought it part of a preconceived plan between Russia and Germany were mistaken. This was a new blow struck against fascism by the USSR. By the end of September a new line had emerged. Under the heading Must the War Go On? An article signed J.A. argued that if a workers' and peasants' government were set up in Poland it would be very difficult to induce the masses in Western Europe to wage a bloody war simply in order to restore to power and privilege the Polish landowners and bourgeoisie. The British and French bourgeoisie were out to destroy their rivals in Germany and Italy. Were the masses to fight for this? The article ended with an appeal to put an end to the imperialist war. The editorial in the Comintern journal explained that Britain and France had declared war after the German-Soviet pact because Hitler had broken his promise to attack the Soviet Union. It was to put him in a position to keep this promise that he had been given Austria and Czechoslovakia. In an open letter to Blum in the same issue, Marty wrote that the French working class viewed with the greatest enthusiasm the march of the Red Army to bring peace, order, and socialism to the people of Eastern Poland. They followed with joy the marvelous reception given to the Red Army by the Polish workers. Florine wrote that the war criminals had to be fought in Berlin as well as in London and Paris. It was not Hitler that Britain and France wanted to overthrow. Their capitalists were the enemy of any German regime. The SPD was on the side of British and French imperialism because it saw in it the strongest guarantee against a revolution in Germany. It hoped to use British and French bayonets to prevent the German workers overthrowing the German capitalists. If the Soviet peace offer were accepted, said the CPGB at the beginning of October, this would mean an equal check to the aims of Nazi expansion and to the aims of British and French imperialism. At the meeting of the Central Committee, which lasted 9 days, RP did stress the decisive change in the world situation arising from the rejection of the peace front by Britain, France, and Poland. The responsibility for the war lay, in consequence, not only with the Nazi aggressors but also with the reactionary governments of Britain, France, and Poland. Their aim had been to prevent a stable peace, and to promote war between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. These aims had been defeated by the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact. The forces of the working class need now to be directed towards the speediest end of the present war. The resolution adopted by the Central Committee said, inter alia, Nazi aggression has been checked and limited by the power of the Soviet Union, and today the Nazi leader is suing for peace. It is the ruling classes of Britain and France who demand the continuation of the war. The struggle of the British people against the Chamberlains and Churchills is the best help to the struggle of the German people against Hitler. We demand that negotiations be immediately opened for the establishment of peace in Europe. 2 members of the Central Committee, Pollitt and Campbell, voted against the resolution. A statement accompanying the resolution said, the Manifesto 442 of October 7 corrects the declaration issued on September 2. The Central Committee decided it was incorrect, since it failed to take into account the basic changes in the international situation. The present war is not a just defensive war, but an unjust and imperialist war. There is no truth in the suggestion that H. Pollitt has resigned from the CPGB. In view of the differences of opinion, the Central Committee decided that H. Pollitt should not continue as General Secretary. At the beginning of December, Pollitt and Campbell published a statement explaining that their judgment had been so clouded by hatred of fascism that they did not see in time the true role of British imperialism, and saw only German fascism as the main enemy of the British working class. In a pamphlet entitled Why This War? Dude wrote of the British and French claim to be fighting Hitlerism that it was part of their intrigue to replace Hitler by Göring or some other Nazi leader who they hope may carry out their wishes. He added, Poland was deliberately sacrificed by the British and French statesmen in order to provide the occasion for their predatory war. The only help to the suffering Polish people was given by the Soviet Union. The CPGB announced its support for the Congress Party in India, which had resolved that Britain could not drag India into the war without its consent. An Indian CP manifesto early in 1940 said the war gave them undreamed of possibilities for striking a decisive blow against Britain. If the opportunity was not seized, history will never forgive that crime. Some hundreds of Indian communists were arrested in the early months of 1940. At the end of the year, Pollitt wrote that Churchill's government was determined to intensify the war against Hitler while putting into operation in Britain the basic features of Hitlerism. The Essential Works Order, the CPGB stated in May 1941, was a return to the conditions of serfdom. A day before the German invasion of Russia, it said, of Churchill's government, there never was a government held in such contempt. You hear it being sneered at all the time. On the same day, in World News and Views, it was suggested that the Anglo-American group were only waiting for Hitler to march into the Ukraine before beginning peace negotiations with him. The Central Committee of the KPD argued that the war could be ended only by the solidarity of the international labor movement. This, with the overthrow of the Nazis by the power of the masses of the people of our country, would lead also to the extermination of the imperialist warmongers. The SPD had allied itself with British and French imperialism for the purpose of throttling the German People's Revolution. The tactical line laid down by the KPD at the end of 1939 was to develop a broad popular movement of working people, including National Socialist working people, to defend the interests and rights of the popular masses, to consolidate and strengthen friendship with the USSR, and to end the imperialist war in the interests of the Volk. In France, where a number of communist deputies had been arrested and their party declared illegal, the arguments ran on similar lines, after the return of Guillot from Moscow on September 20. It was in order to prepare war that the leaders of the radical and socialist parties, obeying the orders of reaction, broke up the Popular Front, destroyed unity of action, and provoked a new split in the CGT. Reaction, with Blum's help, had strangled the Spanish Republic. November 1939, 443 surrendered to Hitler, and obstructed the peace front proposed by the USSR. The present war is being conducted on both sides for imperialist aims that are wholly alien to the interests of the workers. After the Soviet-German treaty, the CPF had made serious mistakes. It did not protest against the war but voted the war credits. This had made for confusion and weakened the mass struggle against war, against the treason of the socialists and the renegades from the CPF. Hitler having abandoned the idea of war against the USSR, the imperialist provocators of Paris and London entered on the path of armed conflict with Germany. Only the capitalists wanted the war to go on. The CPF slogan was to be down with the imperialist war. Make peace at once. The CPF campaign against the socialist leader Blum was peculiarly violent. He was said to be an agent of the British intelligence service, and to combine in himself the cruelty of Pilsudski, the savagery of Mussolini, the cowardice of Niski, and the hatred for the USSR of Trotsky. He was a moral and political monster. Izvestia on October 9 wrote that the collapse of Poland eliminates all reasons for continuing the war in Western Europe. Hitler's proposals provided a practical basis for negotiations to end the war waged by Britain and France against Germany. Respect or hatred for Hitlerism was a matter of taste. In a speech on October 31, Molotov said, "Formulas which we employed very recently, and to which many people are so accustomed, are now obviously out of date and inapplicable. We must be quite clear on this point so as to avoid making gross errors. One may accept or reject the ideology of Hitlerism as well as any other ideological system, that is a matter of political opinion." At the 7th Comintern Congress, Norin had said, "We do not know how and when and in what circumstances war will break out if our efforts are unsuccessful, but we do know that the fascists are the organizers of war. We know that a fascist victory would set back the progressive development of human society." At the same Congress, Dud had said that even in an inter-imperialist war we are vitally concerned in the defeat of the fascist offensive. After the war, in a speech on February 9, 1946, Stalin said that the war assumed from the very beginning an anti-fascist liberating character, having also as one of its aims the re-establishment of democratic liberties. Today the working people of all lands are greeting the 22nd anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. Today the peoples of the USSR are summing up the epoch-making results of the victories of socialism, won under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party, the glorious party of Lenin and Stalin. Completing the construction of classless socialist society, the Soviet people is advancing to communism. Absolutely different are the conditions in which the working people of the capitalist countries greet this noteworthy anniversary. They greet it in the midst of the Second Imperialist War, begun by their governments. For over 2 years already the Japanese imperialists have been tearing the flesh of China, which is fighting for its independence. War is being waged in the very heart of Europe. The ruling circles of England, France, and Germany are waging war for world supremacy. 444. This war is the continuation of the many years of imperialist strife in the camp of capitalism. 3 of the richest states, England, France, and the USA, hold sway over the most important world routes and markets. They seized possession of the main sources of raw materials. In their hands are huge economic resources. They hold over one half of mankind in subjection. They cover up the exploitation of the working people, the exploitation of the oppressed peoples, with the false phantom of democracy, so as the more easily to deceive the masses. Fighting against their world supremacy, and for their own mastery, are the other capitalist states, which came later onto the arena of colonial expansion. They want to divide anew, to their own advantage, the sources of raw materials, food, gold reserves, and the huge masses of people in the colonies. Such is the real meaning of this war, which is an unjust, reactionary, imperialist war. In this war the blame falls on all the capitalist governments, and primarily the ruling classes of the belligerent states. The working class cannot support such a war. The communists have always been in opposition to such a war. They repeatedly warned the working people that the ruling classes were preparing an annihilating, sanguinary butchery for hundreds of millions of people. The bourgeoisie prepared this war for years. They prepared it by their agreements, conferences, and blocks, using pacifist, allegedly peaceable phrases to cover up their brutal imperialist nature. They prepared it by their intrigues and provocation against the land of the Soviets. They prepared this war by the onslaught on Abyssinia, by the intervention in Spain, by the invasion of China. They directly prepared this war by the Munich Pact. The bourgeoisie began this war because they became hopelessly entangled in the insurmountable contradictions of the capitalist system and are endeavoring to solve these contradictions by means of new wars. For over 2 decades the Soviet Union has conducted an increasing unceasing struggle for the maintenance of peace. It displayed supreme restraint and firmness in face of unceasing acts of provocation on its frontiers. It proposed general and partial disarmament, and the organization of collective security. It did everything in its power to help the establishment of a stable peace front. But the bourgeois governments rejected all its proposals. They continued their crazed policy of isolating the USSR. However, despite all machinations, the Soviet Union continued to uphold the cause of peace. And even when it became clear to everybody that war was already inevitable, the Soviet Union made a last effort to. November 1939 445 save peace. It undertook negotiations with the governments of England and France. But the provokers of war were aiming at something else. They were striving to utilize the negotiations to lull the vigilance of the masses, to rid themselves of the responsibility for the war prepared by them. They were inciting Poland against the land of the Soviets. While engaged in negotiations with the USSR, they were trying surreptitiously to hound Germany against the USSR. By concluding a non-aggression pact with Germany, the Soviet Union foiled the insidious plans of the provokers of anti-Soviet war. By this pact it placed its peoples beyond the bounds of the sanguinary slaughter and narrowed the arena of the European war conflagration. And when the Polish state, that real prison of peoples, fell to pieces, the Soviet Union gave a helping hand to the fraternal peoples of West Ukraine and West Belorussia. It wrested 13 million people from the slough of war, liberated them from the oppression of the Polish landlords and capitalists. It gave them the right themselves to determine their political and social order and guaranteed them freedom of national self-determination. By its mutual assistance pacts with Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the USSR defended these countries from the plunderous designs of the imperialist states. By all its might it has rendered secure their independence and strengthened the security of the Soviet frontiers. By handing over to Lithuania the city of Vilna, which was seized 20 years ago by the Polish generals, the USSR gave an unparalleled example of respect for the national rights of small nations. By its declaration in favor of the cessation of the war, by its amity and frontier pact with Germany, the Soviet Union has made a new contribution to the cause of peace. It is hindering the provokers of war from drawing the Danube states and the Baltic countries into the war. It is frustrating the machinations of those who are striving to transform the European war into a world war. The working people of all countries will never forget this great service rendered by the Soviet Union. However, the dark forces of war continue to rage. They want war to a victorious finish, they want war to the fulfillment of their imperialist aims. For this they are determined to sacrifice the lives of the peoples. But what, proletarians and working people, do you stand to gain from this war? Now already reaction is everywhere undertaking a furious offensive. Now already the bourgeois dictatorship is cynically casting off the democratic mask, crushing the movement of the working people, and establishing a regime of military terror. Now, already, the bourgeoisie are worsening your conditions, both in the warring and non-warring countries. Now, already, they are depriving you of the remnants of your rights and 446 achievements. They are shamelessly plundering you by lengthening the working day, cutting wages, raising the prices of articles of prime necessity. They are still further throttling millions of peasants with taxation. They are laying villages waste, leaving the fields uncultivated, by taking the peasants' sons away to the war. Your blood and suffering are a source of enrichment for the parasitic gang of speculators and war freebooters. The bourgeoisie of the so-called neutral states are also warming their hands at the fire of war. Under the pharisaical mask of neutrality they are growing rich on war orders. The American bourgeoisie are interested in the further spread of the war. They are repealing the embargo on the export of arms to the warring countries because war orders guarantee huge, enormous profits to the uncrowned kings of the war industry, and the manufacturers of guns, airplanes, and other types of military supplies. The Italian bourgeoisie are only waiting for a suitable moment to hurl themselves on the vanquished and snatch their share of the booty. All the governments of the neutral countries are using the war to plunder the masses of the people, to intensify reaction, to crush the working class movement. Workers, don't believe those who wave the flag of national unity. What can there be in common between you and those who profit by war? What unity can there be between exploited and exploiters? Don't believe those who are calling upon you to support the war under the false pretext of the defense of democracy. What right to speak of democracy have those who oppress India, Indochina, the Arab countries, who keep half of the world in the chains of colonial slavery? By their loans the bankers of London and Paris have in the past saved, and continue now to save, the worst reactionary regimes in Europe. The Lords of Britain maintain reaction on all the 5 continents of the earth. The Beloud Democrats of France throw communist deputies into jail, destroy the communist press, abolish political liberties. It is not for the freedom of nations that they are fighting, but for their enslavement. Not for the salvation of democracy from fascism, but for the triumph of reaction. Not for a stable peace, but for new imperialist conquests, fraught with new wars. But the bourgeoisie could not have begun or have waged this war had they not been aided by the treacherous top leaders of the social democratic parties. These leaders are now coming forward as the pioneers of reaction. It is they who are taking up the bankrupt anti-Comintern banner. It is they who are now calling on the workers to die in order to restore the reactionary regime of the Pilsudski clique. It is the Blooms who, at the dictates of reaction, disrupted the united working class and People's Front in France. It is on the demand of Blum that members of the Communist Parliamentary Group are being courted. November 1939 447 marshaled, that Communist municipal councils are being disbanded, and that Communists are being arrested in thousands. It is Blum, together with Jouherho, who on orders from the magnates of finance capital is splitting the French trade unions. It is the Blooms, together with the British Labour leaders, who prevented united action of the international proletariat. Proletarians and working people. More than ever before you need active unity for the struggle against war, reaction, and the capitalist offensive. But now this unity is only possible apart from, and against, the leaders of social democracy, who have crossed over wholly and completely to the service of the imperialists. There can be neither a united workers' front, nor a people's front, with them, or with the leaders of the other petty bourgeois parties that are supporting the war. Now working class unity, and the United People's Front, must be established from below, in a struggle against the imperialist bourgeoisie, against the top leaders of the social democratic and other petty bourgeois parties, who have gone bankrupt and have crossed over to the camp of the imperialists, in a struggle to stop the imperialist war, that is bringing ruin, starvation, and death to millions of working people. Hundreds of thousands of social democratic workers now stand at the parting of the ways. Where is their place, in the camp of imperialist reaction, or with their class brothers waging a struggle against it? With the instigators of imperialist war, or with the millions of workers and peasants who are thirsting for peace? With the stranglers and butchers of liberty, or with those who are self-sacrificingly defending it? Their place is in the common fighting front of the great army of labor which is riding for peace, bread, liberty. In a ruthless struggle against the bourgeoisie, against the treacherous social democratic leaders, will the communist and social democratic workers hammer out unity in their ranks. The working class, while exposing the plunderous character of the present war and convincing the widest masses that they should not support it, comes forward as the defender of the vital, fundamental interests of all working people of town and country, who bear on their backs all the burdens and sacrifices of the imperialist war, begun by the ruling classes. By coming forward as the basic force of the united people's front of struggle against war and reaction, the working class thereby upholds the interests of all working folk, of the entire people, for whom the war means countless hardships and the intensification of capitalist oppression. By conducting a struggle against the warmongers in its own country, the 448 working class hammers out unity between the proletarians of all lands, hammers out the most unfailing instrument of its victory. Brother proletarians, calls you to show your opposition to the imperialist war. It calls on you to be true to the end to the cause of proletarian internationalism, to the cause of the fraternal alliance of the proletarians of all countries. Stalin calls you to its ranks under the great banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. Calls on you to strengthen the fraternal alliance with the toilers of town and country, with the enslaved peoples of the colonies. It calls on you to defend the Chinese people against the imperialist plunderers. Proletarians, working people, by your joint efforts put a stop to the war of the imperialists. Come out against those who stand for the continuation of the war. Expose them as abettors of the imperialists who are hurling millions of people to destruction for the sake of their mercenary interests. Demand the release of the imprisoned vanguard fighters of the working class. Demand the arrest of the war freebooters and profiteers. Fight for the freedom of your organizations, of assembly, and of your honest working class press. Defend every inch of your rights and your achievements. Do not allow the bourgeoisie to throw all the burdens of the war onto your backs. Wives, mothers, and sisters, don't furtively wipe tears from your eyes, but demand for all to hear that your husbands, sons, and brothers are saved from the horrors of war. Rally closer, working people, around the great land of socialism, render support to its socialist peace policy, aimed at the well-being of all nations. Extracts from an article by Dimitrov on the tasks of the working class in the war, November 1939, World News and Views, 1953, p. 1079, November 11, 1939. The article was signed George Dimitrov, Secretary of the ECCI, and was referred to later in the communist press as a fundamental document of the Comintern. Throughout all the years following the First World Imperialist War, the communists, basing themselves on the teachings of Lenin and Stalin, incessantly explained to the working people that capitalism, by its very nature, gives rise to wars, that the contradictions between the imperialist countries were not eliminated by Versailles and by other imperialist peace treaties, but, on the contrary, that these contradictions would break out after some time with new and still greater force. November 1939, 449. Lenin taught that wars are the inevitable accompaniment of imperialism. The plunder of foreign lands, the conquest and spoliation of colonies, and the seizure of markets serve as the cause of wars between the capitalist states. Stalin repeatedly uttered warnings of the danger of a new imperialist war, and disclosed the causes giving rise to it. The events of the recent period completely confirm the correctness of these far-sighted warnings uttered by Stalin. They also show how correct the communists were when they pointed out that the peoples would in the very nearest future be hurled into the flames of war if the international working class should fail, by its united and resolute militant actions, to curb in time the instigators of war. They also show how timely were the tenacious efforts towards the establishment of a powerful fighting front against war. The Second Imperialist War, which began with the onslaughts on the people of Abyssinia, Spain, and China, has now developed into a war between the biggest capitalist states. The war has been transferred to the heart of Europe, and threatens to become a world slaughter. In its character and essence, the present war is, on the part of both warring sides, an imperialist, unjust war, despite the fraudulent slogans being employed by the ruling classes of the warring capitalist states in their endeavor to hide their real aims from the masses of the people. The character of a war, as Lenin taught, depends not on who attacked and on whose side the enemy is, but on which class is waging the war, what policy is being continued by the given war. Now, as in 1914, the war is being waged by the imperialist bourgeoisie. This war is a direct continuation of the struggle between the imperialist powers for a new repartition of the earth, for world domination. Only the blind can fail to see, and only out-and-out charlatans and deceivers can deny, that the present war between Britain and France, on the one hand, and Germany on the other, is being waged for colonies, sources of raw material, for domination over sea routes, for the subjugation and exploitation of foreign peoples. The clash of arms between the warring states is for hegemony in Europe, for colonial possessions in Africa and in other parts of the globe, for oil, coal, iron, rubber, and not at all in defense of democracy, liberty, international law, and the guarantee of the independence of small countries and peoples, as is said by the bourgeois press and the social democratic deceivers of the working class. The interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie also determine the position of the majority of the capitalist states not directly participating in the war. Their neutrality policy is hypocritical through, and above all is this true of the neutrality of the biggest capitalist state, the USA. The American bourgeoisie did not lift a finger when Japan attacked. 450. China. What is more, they are in actual fact the chief contractors of war supplies to Japanese imperialism. Under the flag of neutrality, the American imperialists are inflaming war in the Far East so as to enfeeble Japan and China, and then, basing themselves on their might, to dictate their conditions to the belligerent countries and to establish themselves firmly in China. Under the flag of neutrality, the American bourgeoisie are encouraging the further inflammation of the European war, becoming in fact an arms factory for Great Britain and France, and raking in enormous war profits at the expense of the blood of the peoples of the warring countries. They are aiming to drive their rivals out of the world's markets, to strengthen their imperialist positions and to consolidate their domination on the seas and oceans. Just as hypocritical in character is the neutrality of the other non-belligerent capitalist countries. Their bourgeoisie are doing everything to pile up as big profits as possible out of the war. Therefore, even if they stand for peace for their own country, they encourage war between the other states. They use their neutrality as a commodity with which to haggle, endeavoring to sell it to the highest bidder. Many of the neutral countries, and above all, Italy, are waiting for the time when, as the war goes on, the chances of victory for one side or the other become clear, so as to take the side of the strong, and to dig their teeth into the vanquished and to tear away their share of the booty. Thus, the position both of the belligerents and of the neutral states shows with the utmost clarity that the responsibility for the war lies with the bourgeoisie of the capitalist countries and primarily with the ruling circles of the belligerent states. Two stages can be clearly discerned in the course of the Second Imperialist War. In the first stage, Italy, Germany, and Japan came forward directly as aggressor states. They took the offensive, while the other capitalist states England, France, and the USA retreated, in the endeavor to avoid a decisive clash with their rivals and to turn their expansion in another direction against the land of socialism. Now, on the other hand, the imperialists of Britain and France have passed over to the offensive, have hurled their peoples into war against Germany, endeavoring in every way to win a number of other states to their side. Whereas previously the above-mentioned European states were divided into aggressor and non-aggressor powers, i.e. into those who were directly the war makers, and those who for the time being did not come out openly as aggressors, although behind the scenes they encouraged aggression against other countries. Now this division does not correspond. November 1939 451 to the real position. This difference has disappeared. What is more, it is the British and French imperialists who now come forward as the most zealous supporters of the continuation and further incitement of war. What has caused this change in the position of the chief imperialist rivals? A change of very substantial significance to those who wish to understand the events now taking place. As is well known, present-day Germany grew up on the basis of slogans of revenge against Versailles and of being the shock troop of international reaction against world Bolshevism against the USSR. The National Socialist regime received every kind of support from British and French imperialism, so that it could fulfill its historic anti-Bolshevik mission. It made wide use of the constant concessions given by Britain and France, and, taking the law into its own hands, liquidated the Versailles Treaty, created an armed force, laid its hands on Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Memel, and won certain positions in Spain. As long as the British and French imperialists hoped to turn Germany's expansion eastwards, they in every way encouraged its aggressive strivings, doing this at the expense of other peoples under the excuse of non-intervention policy. They renounced collective security and transformed the League of Nations, their own creation, into a laughingstock. They also accepted with great satisfaction the conclusion of the much-noised anti-Comintern Pact between Germany, Italy, and Japan, and the establishment of the so-called Berlin-Rome-Tokyo Triangle. The culminating point of this policy was the well-known deal at Munich, whence the heads of the British and French governments returned home as the saviors of peace, exultant that they had at length succeeded in turning the aggression of Germany against the USSR. But by that time the Soviet Union constituted a gigantic force. Rallied around the tested and victorious party of Lenin and Stalin, the Soviet people, by successfully fulfilling two huge 5-year plans, established a powerful socialist industry, carried through the transformation of small peasant economy to socialism, and achieved the consolidation of the collective farm system. By this there was guaranteed the indestructible defensive capacity of the USSR, resting on the moral and political unity of its people, on the splendidly equipped Red Army and the most profound Soviet patriotism. By the construction of socialist society and by its wise Stalinist peace policy, the Soviet Union immeasurably increased its importance in the international arena and won tremendous confidence and love among the masses of the people of all countries, including Germany itself. Therefore, when, in the opinion of the imperialists, a suitable moment had arrived for Germany to fulfill its role as shock troop against the USSR, Germany could not make up its mind to do so. It had first to 452. Reckon with the economic and military might of the Soviet Union, and with the moral unity and solidarity of the Soviet people, ready to defend their socialist country to the last drop of blood and capable of crushing any enemy. Secondly, the rulers of Germany were compelled to take account of the fact that they would fail to rally the majority of their German people to a war against the great land of socialism. In such a state of affairs, Germany was faced with the dilemma either to fall into the position of underling of British and French imperialism, to go to war against the Soviet Union and risk its neck in this war, or to make a decisive turn in its foreign policy and to take the path of peaceful relations with the Soviet Union. As the facts show, the leaders of Germany selected the second path. The Soviet Union, operating a socialist foreign policy, by concluding a non-aggression pact with Germany, frustrated the insidious plans of the provokers of war, ensured peace between the two biggest states in Europe, and strengthened its influence over the entire course of international development. After the conclusion of the German-Soviet Treaty, the bourgeoisie of Britain and France, no longer having any hope of war by Germany against the USSR, turned to the path of armed struggle against their chief imperialist rival. They did this under the pretext of defending their vassal, Poland, the very Poland which the British and French imperialists had established as an outpost against the land of the Soviets and by whose hands they wanted, in 1920, to strangle the young Soviet Republic, the very same Poland whose potentates deprived Lithuania of Vilna and who not so long ago tore a piece out of the territory of Czechoslovakia. They staked on Poland, but here, also, they lost. The Polish state, which constituted a prison of peoples with its regime of reaction and terror, oppression and plunder of millions of Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Polish working people themselves, at the very first military blow disclosed all its internal rottenness and fell to pieces in 2 weeks. In these conditions, the Soviet Union, pursuing its own independent policy, a policy dictated by the interests of socialism, which coincide with the interests of the working people of all lands, undertook resolute measures to ensure peace throughout the east of Europe. By the entry of the Red Army into western Ukraine and western Belarusia, the Soviet people rendered aid to their brothers groaning under the yoke of the Polish gentry, extricated 13 million working people from sanguinary slaughter, emancipated them from capitalist slavery, opened up before them the road to a happy life and secured for them freedom of national and cultural development. By concluding the Germano-Soviet Amity and Frontier Treaty, the November 1939 453 USSR not only eliminated the immediate danger of war for its peoples but also created a barrier against the extension of the imperialist war. By concluding mutual assistance pacts with the small Baltic countries which were constantly in danger of falling victim to the big imperialist states, the USSR established the guarantee of their national independence, secured their defense against imperialist aggression, and strengthened the defensive capacity of its own country. The transfer of the city of Vilna and the Vilna region to Lithuania once again clearly shows the attention displayed by the land of socialism towards the national interests of small peoples. There never has been, nor is there today in the world, any state other than the Soviet Union that has, of its own accord, ceded a whole region to a small people living on its borders, out of regard for the national interests of this people. At a time when imperialist war is raging in Europe, when the bourgeoisie are inflaming chauvinism, inciting one nation against another, the Soviet Union established good neighborly relations with the surrounding states, being guided in this by the Stalinist policy of peace and the friendship of nations. By its entire policy the USSR is rendering an inestimable service to the cause of world peace, in which the people of all lands are interested. But the imperialists of Britain and France, having taken the path of war, do not want to leave it. On the contrary, they are dragging the peoples further and further onto the fields of battle, covering up in every way the real character of the war. With this end in view, they are setting into motion all the means of the ideological deception of the masses. The older generation of workers who experienced the First World Imperialist War, well remember how at that time the press of Britain and France sought day in and day out to prove that the governments of these countries were waging war only in defense of democracy against Prussian militarism, while the German press in its turn sought to convince people that the war was being waged against Russian Tsarism. In actual fact, however, as is well known, what was taking place was a struggle between two groups of imperialists for the repartition of the earth. Now the ruling classes of Britain and France, who today, as at that time, are pursuing imperialist aims, have altered the means and slogans of ideological deception in accordance with the situation of today. Speculating on the anti-fascist sentiments of the masses, they put forward the slogan of anti-fascist war, and proclaim that their war against Germany is a war of democracy against fascism, a war against Hitlerism, a war for the freedom of nations. But what fine apostles of anti-fascist war these are, who for so many years gave every indulgence to those against whom they are fighting today, and disrupted the united front of the people's struggle against 454. Fascism and war, when the entire international situation advanced, proclaimed this struggle as the most important task of the moment. What fine fighters for the freedom of nations these are, who for centuries have kept millions of colonial slaves in bondage and who play with the fate of small nations as bargaining counters in their imperialist deals. What fine defenders of democracy these are, who, in their own countries, are destroying the last remnants of the democratic rights of the popular masses, closing down their newspapers, removing their elected representatives, and persecuting all who raise their voice against the present anti-popular war. The French bourgeoisie are now reviving the days of counter-revolutionary terror. Since the days of the suppression of the Paris Commune, France has not experienced such a drive against the working class. The banning of the Communist Party of France, the arrest of the revolutionary representatives of the French proletariat in parliament, the most consistent fighters against reaction of every kind, serves as clear proof of how false and hypocritical are the declarations about the democratic anti-fascist character of the war. The bourgeoisie hurl themselves against the communists because they fear the truth about the war more than fire, because the Communist Party is the only party that can organize the struggle of the proletariat and all working people against the imperialist war. The bourgeoisie are doing everything to compel millions of people to go to war and to die for a cause that is alien to them. But the proletariat, the working people, have nothing to defend in this war. It is not their war, but the war of their exploiters. It brings them suffering, privation, ruin, and death. Were they to support such a war, they would merely defend the interests of their enslavers and oppressors, would be supporting capitalist slavery. For the working class there is only one true stand, namely, irreconcilable, courageous struggle against the imperialist war, struggle against the culprits and vehicles of this war, primarily in their own country, struggle to end this predatory war. This is the justest of causes, one dictated by the fundamental interests of the proletariat and all working people. Everywhere in the capitalist world, not only in the warring countries, a furious reactionary drive is taking place against the working class and the toiling masses. Thus, that which in the period preceding the present war was characteristic of the regime of the fascist countries, is becoming during the war let loose increasingly prevalent in the countries of so-called bourgeois democracy. In these changed conditions the tasks facing the working class also assume a new character. Whereas formerly the task was to concentrate all forces on the struggle to avert the imperialist war, to curb the warmongers, now the mobilization of the widest masses for the struggle. November 1939 455 against the war already being waged, and for bringing the war to an end, is the first task of the moment. Whereas formerly it was a question of barring the road to the onslaught of capital and fascist reaction, now the working class is faced with the task of conducting a most resolute struggle against the regime being established of terror, oppression, and plunder of the popular masses. It is faced with the task of ensuring that the ruling classes are prevented from placing the burden of the war on the backs of the working people. Whereas formerly the efforts of the working class were directed primarily to the defense of the daily interests of the working people and to guarding them against the plunder and license of the capitalist exploiters, and it was impossible, by virtue of the absence of the necessary preconditions, to place the abolition of capitalist slavery on the order of the day. Now, to the extent that the crisis called forth by the war grows deeper, this task will face the working class with ever-growing acuteness. The changed situation and the new tasks of the working class also demand a corresponding change in the tactics of the communist parties. The United Proletarian and People's Front tactics, pursued in recent years, made it possible for the proletariat and the laboring masses temporarily to hold up the offensive of capital and imperialist reaction in a number of countries. It helped the Spanish people to conduct an armed struggle for 2.5 years against internal reaction and the foreign interventionists. It made it possible for the proletariat of France to secure considerable social gains. The People's Front movement awakened wide masses of people in town and country to activity, and rallied them to the struggle to uphold their own interests against the reactionary cliques. This movement rendered it possible to postpone for a time the outbreak of the European war. The tactics of the United People's Front are fully applicable, even now, in China and also in colonial and dependent countries, the people of which are conducting a struggle for their national liberation. But these tactics, in the form in which they were conducted before the present war, are no longer suitable for other countries. The necessity of changing the tactics is conditioned by the change in the situation and the tactics tasks facing the working class, and also by the position occupied in connection with the imperialist war by the leading circles of the parties that previously took part in the Popular Front. The tactics of the United People's Front presuppose joint action by the Communist parties and the Social Democratic and Petty Bourgeois Democratic and Radical parties against reaction and war. But the top sections of these parties are now openly supporting the imperialist war. The Social Democratic, Democratic, and Radical flunkies of the bourgeoisie are brazenly distorting the anti-fascist slogans of the Popular 456 Front, and are using them to deceive the masses of the people and to cover up the imperialist character of the war. Under the flag of national unity they have, in fact, established a common front with the capitalists, a front stretching from the conservatives to the labor leaders in England, and from the Cagollards to the socialists in France. The foremost leaders of the social democratic parties and the reformist trade unions shamelessly took up front rank posts in the camp of the imperialists, from the very first day of the war. They direct the poisonous sting of their slander against the USSR, and the revolutionary workers and the communist parties. The leading circles of the Second International are fulfilling the most criminal role in the slaughter machine of the war. They are deceiving the masses by their homilies regarding the anti-fascist character of the war, and are helping the bourgeoisie to drive the peoples to the slaughterhouse. The ruling classes well know that the masses of the people will not believe the British and French capitalists and their press when they try to convince them of the anti-fascist character of the war, and allege that it is being waged in defense of Poland and in the interests of their own peoples. It clearly follows from the above that the communists can have no united front whatsoever with those in a common front with the imperialists and support the criminal anti-popular war. The working class and all working people have nothing in common with the social democratic, and radical politicians who are betraying the vital interests of the popular masses. Between the masses of the people and these lackeys of imperialism lies the abyss of war. But in the war and the crisis which it has called into being, the need for working class unity and for rallying the masses of the working people around the working class rises more acutely than formerly. Millions of working people in the capitalist world, and, above all, in the warring countries, are vitally interested in bringing about militant working class unity, and establishing a real popular front against the war let loose by the capitalists, against raging reaction and the unbridled plunder of the masses. And the communists will not only not cease the struggle for unity of the proletarian ranks and for rallying together the masses of the working people, but will also increase their efforts tenfold in this direction. However, the question now of bringing working class unity about and of creating a united popular front is raised in a new way. In the period preceding the war, the communists strove to bring about united working class action by agreements between the communist and social democratic parties. Now such an agreement is no longer thinkable. In the present situation, working class unity can and must be achieved from below, on the basis of the development of the movement of the November 1939 457 working masses themselves, and in a resolute struggle against the treacherous principal leaders of the social democratic parties. This process will be facilitated to a great degree by the comradely relations that have been established in recent years between the communists and a considerable section of the social democratic workers in their joint struggle against reaction and the war makers. It will also be facilitated by the fact that the social democratic parties, under the weight of the criminal policy of their leaderships, will increasingly disintegrate, and the healthy proletarian sections of these parties will join with the communists in taking the path of struggle against the imperialist war and capitalism. In the preceding period the communists strove to secure the establishment of a united popular front by agreement with the social democratic and other petty bourgeois democratic and radical parties in the person of their leading bodies on the basis of a common platform of struggle against fascism and war. But to the extent that the principal leaders of these parties have crossed over wholly and completely into the camp of the imperialists, while certain of them, such as the French radicals, are directly in charge of the conduct of the war, there can be no question of such agreements. Now the mustering of the working class, of the peasantry, of the urban working folk and of the progressive intelligentsia can and must be brought about apart from and against the leadership of these parties, on the basis of the struggle against the imperialist war and reaction in a united front from below. Such a united lighting front of the masses cannot be brought about without a most resolute struggle against the social democratic, and radical flunkies of imperialism, for the elimination of the influence of these agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement and for their isolation from the masses of the working people. History now faces the working class of the capitalist countries with tasks of enormous importance. They have to extricate millions of people from the abyss of war, to save their countries and peoples from ruin, devastation, and destruction. Only the working class, taking the lead of the basic masses of the peasantry and the working people of the towns, is in a position resolutely to resist the bourgeoisie and imperialism, to put an end to their criminal work and to do away once and for all with the causes giving rise to imperialist wars. These tasks, which face the working class, are quite capable of fulfillment. Now the forces of the international proletariat have grown immeasurably by comparison with the first imperialist war. Its vanguard detachment, the working class of the USSR, has established an impregnable fortress of socialism. The existence of the Soviet Union multiplies the might of the working class of all the capitalist 458 countries and strengthens their confidence in their own strength. As distinct from the first imperialist war, the trust of the working masses in the bourgeoisie, in capitalism, has already at the beginning of the present war been considerably undermined, and will continue increasingly to be undermined. The social democratic leaders will not succeed for long in deceiving the masses, as they were able to do during the first imperialist war. Their treacherous policy, their anti-communist, anti-Soviet drive is already causing acute discontent in the ranks of the social democratic parties themselves. As the war goes on, the indignation of the masses will grow and the anti-war movement will become increasingly extensive. The most furious persecution by the bourgeoisie will not hold up and stifle the struggle of the working people against the imperialist war. The historic role of the communist vanguard of the working class is at the present moment to organize and take the lead of this struggle. If the communists are to be able successfully to fulfill this role of theirs, they must show an example of the correct understanding of the essence of the present war and utterly smash the legend regarding its allegedly anti-fascist, just character so assiduously spread about by the social democratic leaders. Explain, and once again explain the real state of affairs to the masses. This above all at the present moment is the most important condition for the mobilization of the masses for the struggle against the imperialist war and capitalist reaction. The unfolding of a really wide movement against the imperialist war and reaction can only be successful if the communists act and conduct the struggle in the very midst of the masses, keep a sharp watch as to their state of mind, take careful heed of their voice, and take their needs and sufferings to heart. The communists must not run ahead. They must put forward slogans that correspond to the concrete situation, slogans that can be understood and grasped by the masses, must always take the lead of the movement of the masses, and lead them on to the solution of the maturing new tasks. The present exceptionally serious situation demands of the communists that they do not give way at all to repression and persecution, but come forward resolutely and courageously against the war, against the bourgeoisie of their own country, that they act in the way Lenin taught, in the way taught now by the great, wise leader of the working people, Stalin. The communist parties must rapidly reorganize their ranks in accordance with the conditions of the war, purge their ranks of capitulatory elements, and establish Bolshevik discipline. They must concentrate the November 1939 459 fire against opportunism, expressed in slipping into the position of defending the fatherland, in support of the fairy tale about the anti-fascist character of the war, and in retreat before the acts of repression of the bourgeoisie. The sooner the communist parties achieve all this, the better will they be able to carry through their independent leading role in the working class movement, and the more successfully can they fulfill the tasks now facing them. As the war goes on, all the communist parties, all working class organizations, all active workers, are put to the supreme test. Individual weak elements, faint hearts, will drop away at the sharp turns. Elements alien to the working class, careerists, renegades, who have tacked themselves onto the Communist Party will be thrown overboard. The Communist parties as a whole will undoubtedly stand the test. They will become better, still better steeled in the coming battles. New hundreds of thousands of fighters for the working class cause will fill the ranks of the army of communism. The communist parties and the working class of the capitalist countries will be inspired by the heroic example of the Russian Bolsheviks, by the example of the party of Lenin and Stalin, which in 1914-18 showed the proletariat the true way out of the war and subsequently secured the victory of socialism over 1/6 of the globe. By holding aloft the banner of proletarian internationalism, and strengthening the bonds of fraternal solidarity between the working class of all countries, the communists will thereby help all working people to fulfill their historic mission. The imperialists of the warring countries have begun the war for a new partition of the earth, for world domination, dooming millions of people to destruction. The working class is called upon to put an end to the war after its own fashion, in its own interests, in the interest of the whole of laboring mankind, and thereby to destroy once and for all the fundamental causes giving rise to imperialist wars. Extracts from a message of greetings from the ECCI to Stalin on his 60th birthday, December 1939. World News and Views, 1960, p. 1176, December 30, 1939. A statement by the CP of Finland in mid-November 1939 called for an end to war provocations against Russia, for a negotiated settlement that paid due respect to the particular interests of the two countries, and for the liquidation of fascist and anti-Soviet organizations in Finland. On the outbreak of war between the USSR and Finland, the Finnish CP issued a statement, dated November 30, 1939, that the war, long prepared, had been provoked by the Finnish. 460. Reactionaries. Why had not the Finnish government followed the example of the Baltic governments, which had reached agreement with Moscow strengthening their security, and these countries have not lost one iota of their independence? Communist propaganda during the time of the Soviet-Finnish War presented it as a civil war, the revolt of the Finnish people, who had set up their own government under Koivunen, and were supported by the Soviet Union in their struggle against the White Guard government in Helsinki. Koivunen, in a pamphlet entitled Finland Unmasked, wrote later, "The Central Committee of the Finnish CP called on the people to rise against their criminal government, and an insurrectionary People's Government of Finland with himself as president with a democratic program of action, was set up in eastern Finland. Had the Finnish people supported that government, it would have been spared great calamities, but terror and chauvinism isolated its supporters." Within the Comintern at this time and for some years past, adulation of Stalin was a commonplace at meetings and in all writings. In 1939 the Communist parties of France, Britain, Germany, Italy, and the United States published a joint statement on the importance of reading and studying the history of the CPSU, short course, of which he was said to be the author, and articles were published to celebrate the anniversary of its appearance. In sending greetings to Molotov, the ECCI wrote that he had been inspired by the classic works of the supreme theoreticians of our epoch, Lenin and Stalin. The publication of the short course, stated a resolution of the CPSU Central Committee, is the greatest event in the ideological life of the Bolshevik Party. When, at the ECCI Presidium meeting at the end of 1935, Koivunen said the parties were not doing enough to expose Trotskyism, he added, "Anyone who attacks the personality of Stalin, the great leader of the international and Soviet proletariat, is serving the interests of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie." On the 20th anniversary of the revolution, the ECCI, in a letter of greeting to Stalin, addressed him as, "infinitely beloved leader, friend, and teacher, dear to the hearts of millions of working people. You are the brain and the will to victory of the working people." One British communist, attempting to answer anti-Stalinist slanders, reduced them to the following three: that up to Lenin's death he was little known and of little importance, that he had gained his position by Asiatic intrigue and by betraying Leninism, that he had converted the proletarian dictatorship into a savage personal dictatorship. A leading member of the KPD wrote, "The gigantic intellectual creative work performed by Stalin, the magnificence of his conceptions and his farsightedness, his brain, his creative forces, without all this the Soviet system would be unthinkable. An attack on Stalin is an attack on the Soviet Union. To the leader, teacher, and friend of the working people of the world. To you, dear comrade Stalin, great leader, sagacious teacher, and supremely beloved friend of the working people of the whole world, the Executive Committee of the Communist International conveys its ardent Bolshevik greetings on the occasion of your 60th birthday. December 1939 461. Your glorious and heroic path of dauntless revolutionary, great theoretician, and leader of the socialist revolution, serves and shall always serve as a splendid example for the proletarian revolutionaries of all countries. Together with Lenin, at the head of the Bolshevik Party, you led the working class of Russia to the victory of the great socialist revolution, which for the first time in history has converted the exploited and oppressed into sovereign masters of their own destiny, into builders of a new socialist society. The victory of the working class of the land of Soviets strengthens the faith of the workers of the world in their own forces, imbues them with bright hopes, and inspires all working people to take up the struggle against their exploiters. Under Lenin's and your leadership, Comrade Stalin, the land of Soviets has become a powerful and impregnable bulwark of the liberation movement of the workers, peasants, and enslaved nations of the whole world. Everywhere, in all corners of the earth's surface, the oppressed and disinherited, in rising against their oppressors, inscribed on their banners the names of Lenin and Stalin. Together with Lenin you stood at the cradle of, born in storm. Grew, gained strength and developed on the basis of the immortal doctrine of Marx, Engels, Lenin, on the basis of your own works of genius and great historical experience of the Bolshevik Party. You defended the Bolshevik Party and against the multitude of enemies who sought to distort Lenin's doctrine and divert us from Lenin's path, you enriched, supplemented, and developed the great doctrine of Lenin in conformity with the new conditions of class struggle of the international proletariat. From you the communists of all countries learned to be true to the end to the cause of proletarian internationalism, the highest manifestation of which is the victory of socialism in the USSR. From you they learned that effective proletarian internationalism which welds the working people of all countries, nations, and races into fighting legions. From you the communists learned how to fight against imperialist wars, for peace, happiness, and freedom of the peoples. For many years your prudent policy, Comrade Stalin, saved mankind from a new imperialist war which menaced it. When the dark forces of capitalism unleashed their criminal war you did not allow the imperialist robbers to involve the Soviet people in this sanguinary carnage, you thereby defended the cause of peace and frustrated the efforts of the warmongers to plunge many European nations into this war. You heeded the voice of the working people of Western Ukraine and 462. Western Belorussia languishing under the foreign yoke, and on your noble initiative the Soviet people fraternally extended their helping hand to them. When the plutocratic clique of the Manrems and Tanners embarked on war provocations against the USSR, when the working people of Finland established their own people's government, the Soviet people, under your leadership, responded to the call of the Finnish people and came to its aid in the struggle against its hangmen, the agents of foreign imperialism. Millions of working people the world over support and shall continue to support the policy of the Soviet Union which is inspired by you, for this policy conforms to their interests and facilitates their struggle for emancipation. They know that you, Comrade Stalin, have no other aim save that of serving the emancipation of humanity, that you have no other life, save the life devoted to the well-being and happiness of the working people. By expressing the sentiments and thoughts of millions of people the communists of all countries vow to you, our dear and beloved Comrade Stalin, that they will convert your great teachings into deeds and will devote all their strength to achieving the triumph of communism, to the cause of Lenin and Stalin. May the immortal doctrine of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin live and conquer. May Comrade Stalin, the great leader and teacher of the international proletariat, live many, many years to the happiness of the working people. May Day Manifesto of the ECCI. April 1940 World News and Views, XX, 18, p. 261, May 4, 1940 The Communist campaign against the Allies became more explicit in 1940. At the end of 1939 the German, Austrian, and Czech parties published a joint manifesto saying they would not allow themselves to be used either by British and French imperialism or by their own bourgeoisie. In February 1940 Ulbricht, in an article in Die Welt, published in Sweden, replacing Rundschau, attacked Hilferding for wishing to see the victory of France and England. Hitler had signed the pact with Russia because otherwise Germany would have become a vassal of English imperialism. The workers of Germany did not wish to exchange the present regime for a regime of national and social oppression by British imperialism. Whoever intrigues against the friendship of the German and Soviet peoples is an enemy of the German people and will be denounced as a lackey of English imperialism. The working class, the peasants, and the laboring intelligentsia of Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland will become the strongest guarantee of the Soviet German. April 1940 463 Pact and the greatest obstacle to England's plans. In March SPD exiles in Britain and France were said by the KPD to be collaborating in broadcasts to Germany in their concern for the fate of capitalism. They hoped for soft jobs as bailiffs in the service of the foreign imperialists and German capitalists. Hitler was said to fear the mass movement of German workers, anti-capitalist sentiment was growing, and the KPD increasing its influence. In France the communists argued that, once the CPF was attacked, there could no longer be any talk of defending democracy against fascism. The only correct policy was to fight against the war. The CP would fight French imperialism by helping the colonial slaves in their liberation struggle, and by action in the factories and the army. When France was invaded, the CPF wrote that peace and liberty, and the security and independence of France, required the overthrow of the government of the 200 families which dragged our country into the present adventure. A government based on the masses would come to an immediate agreement with the Soviet Union to re-establish peace throughout the world. On the fall of France, an editorial in the Comintern journal said that Daladier and Blum were secretly working to hand over the workers of northern France and Paris, the most revolutionary, most advanced and most militant section of the working class, to be overrun and plundered by foreign military forces. A CPGB manifesto called on the workers to organize a movement for the formation of a government representing the working class. A KPD leaflet expressed sympathy for the workers of France, Belgium, Norway, etc., and called for an early end to the war. It did not use the word fascist or Nazi. On the annexation by the USSR of the Baltic states and other areas, 1940, Number 9, wrote in its editorial, "The increase in the number of the Soviet constituent republics from 11 to 16 is not only a striking indication of the increased might of the Soviet Union, but also a brilliant confirmation of the correctness of the national policy of Lenin and Stalin. The indescribable enthusiasm of the masses in the Baltic states, Bessarabia, and North Bukovina when the Soviet regime was established in those countries and they joined the USSR showed how deeply they loved socialism." After the armistice had been signed, the CPF announced that French imperialism had been defeated. For the French working class this was a victory, it had one enemy the less. Looked at this way, it follows that the struggle of the French people had the same goal as the struggle of German imperialism against French imperialism. But Lenin had taught them that if the occasion demanded it, the workers could ally themselves even with the devil. It was only the city financiers who wanted the French people to continue the war. Those who pushed France into war should be put on trial by a popular democratic government which would work with the USSR to maintain peace, a policy of peace which would happily complement the Soviet-German pact. It was wrong of Vichy to treat Blum, Reynaud, and their colleagues as political prisoners. They were merely traitors. If the occupation authorities allowed El Humanite to be published it would, among other things, denounce the efforts of the agents of British imperialism who want to drag the French colonies into the war. The self-styled champion of Free France, General de Gaulle, was working for his paymasters, the British Empire. 464. France, wrote Marty in the spring of 1940, would have had a friendly neighbor in a Spain ruled by a popular front government had it not been for Blum, Daladier, Bonnet. Czechoslovakia, too, would have been an ally but for these three, who preferred to give to the Polish gentry millions which were immediately transformed into bestial orgies. Profits from the sale of Lorraine iron ores to Germany yielded their special commissions for Messrs. Daladier, Bonnet, Blum. Blum was the murderer of popular Spain, acting for the London City, the Paris Bourse, and the Second International. In the same issue of the periodical Manuelski wrote, "Never during the 2 decades the Comintern has been in existence has the question of the liquidation of social democratism in the working class movement been so acute and immediate practical task as it is at the present time." In Britain the CPGB organized a peace council with local branches which declared their opposition to the continuation of the war. The British people will not tolerate the continuance of the war for the subjection of Germany, and the German people will quickly remove the fear of Hitler coming here. The people of Britain, France, and Germany could force an armistice against the will of their rulers. When Churchill became Prime Minister, World News and Views stated, "This is the worst government that has ever ruled Britain." At the time of Dunkirk the CPGB Central Committee called on the workers to take over the government and find the way out of the war. The workers' rights and standards were being reduced not for war needs, but to rivet the dictatorship of the big capitalists, money lenders, and arms profiteers on the people. It published a manifesto: "No self-respecting British citizen can respect or support the Churchill government. The interests of the people require the speediest ending of the war, not by surrender to fascism at home or abroad, but by the strength of a free people organizing their own defense and leading the way to peace and unity with the working people of all countries." The communist press derided the comfortable belief that the Soviet Union will sooner or later and somehow or other come to the assistance of Britain. The incorporation of the 3 Baltic states in the USSR was said to show the British workers how they too could break the power of the old regime and pass over to socialism. Such organizations as the Women's Voluntary Services, WVS, were condemned as dangerous and reactionary. The rich have provided themselves with luxury shelters. But they still refuse the shelters that can alone give protection to the people. The Comintern press made very few references to Germany or the KPD. The Index 2 for 1940 has only 1 item listed under Germany, there are 10 for France, 7 for Britain. The CPGB founded a movement for a People's Convention to organize a fight against the government, originally called the People's Vigilance Committee, started after the fall of France. It met in January 1941, and elected a committee to organize the campaign. Explaining its aims, D. N. Pritt wrote that the dilemma of capitulating to Germany or fighting Germany was a false one. If there were a people's government in Britain it would offer peace on terms that meant neither conquest nor capitulation. Is it not clear that Hitler and the ruling class of Germany would be unable to persuade their April 1940 465 workers to carry on the war against a British government which no longer held any menace for them? The French, Austrian, Czech, and other workers would also throw off their oppressors. The aims of the convention included the establishment of a people's government, the development of friendship with the USSR, work for a people's peace, and the protection of living standards, trade union rights, and civil liberties. One participant in the convention wrote afterwards, "I worked, as a sort of public relations and press officer for that congeries of loudmouthed committees called the People's Convention." Much of the activity of the organization consisted in an attempt to avert a split between the dupes and the fellow travellers. In the United States a similar organization, known as the American Peace Mobilization, was set up in September 1940 at a conference in Chicago to campaign against United States entry into the war. The Roosevelt administration was dominated by warmongering imperialists. The disaffiliation of the United States Communist Party from the Comintern in 1940 in compliance with the provisions of the Voorhis Act was described as another step designed to coerce the people into submission to the entry of the United States into the imperialist war. In 1948, during the exchange of letters between the Soviet and the Yugoslav Communist parties, it was stated that in 1940 Yugoslav communists had been instructed to rent a villa in Zagreb in which to place the radio station of the Comintern. Proletarians and working people throughout the world. May Day, Day of International Solidarity, is being celebrated by the working people in the ominous surroundings of a new imperialist war. Never yet has the idea of international proletarian solidarity been of such vital significance for the workers of all lands as during these days of the war conflagration that has enveloped Europe and Asia. The war in Europe has already lasted 8 months, but the end of it is far from being in sight. The theater of military operations is extending even further. The imperialist potentates are forcibly drawing into the war the colonial peoples under their sway. The longer the war lasts, the clearer does it become that the small neutral countries are bagatelles in the hands of the imperialists. In answer to the gross violation by England and France of the neutrality of the Scandinavian countries, Germany led its troops into Denmark and occupied strategic positions in Norway. England and France, in their turn, landed troops. The territory of Norway became a theater of war. Belgium and Holland are threatened. Yet another war base is being prepared in the Near East. The struggle of the imperialist powers for the Balkans and for supremacy in the Mediterranean threatens to draw additional capitalist states into the war. Preparations to intervene in the war are being made by Italy, which has strengthened its positions in Spain and the Balkans. 466. In the Far East, Japan for almost 3 years has already been waging a war of conquest against China. It wants to transform that great country, with its population of 400 million people, into its colony. Ruined and exhausted by the war, it is hastening to force its predatory peace on China, so as to have its hands free to participate in the further repartition of the world. The strife between the imperialists in the Pacific threatens to develop into new wars. A dispute has already begun between Japan, England, and the USA over the Dutch East Indies. The bourgeoisie of the USA are, as a beginning, stretching out their hands to Iceland, Greenland, and the possessions of Britain and France in the Caribbean Sea. The capitalist miscreants are dragging the peoples into a new world imperialist carnage. Facing the capitalist world, which is in the throes of the fever of war, stands the great land of socialism. The British and French warmongers and their social democratic lickspittles are furious at the fact that the Soviet Union occupies a position of neutrality towards their imperialist war. They are in a rage at the fact that the USSR is increasingly growing and gathering strength, whereas they are in the throes of imperialist contradictions and war. They are furious because the USSR has secured the benefits of peace for its peoples, is living at peace with Germany, just as it is also desirous of living at peace with other states that do not infringe on its rights. They are in a rage because the USSR, by its policy of honest neutrality, hinders the spreading of military conflagration to other countries. They are overcome with fear at the fact that the peace policy of the USSR is strengthening the urge for peace of their own peoples. The warmongers are in a fury because their provocation in Finland fell through, when the glorious Red Army did away with the base prepared by them long ago for war against the USSR. They are furious at the fact that the USSR, by concluding peace with Finland, has brought the Anglo-French provocateurs of war into the light of day, compelled them to show their hand, and exposed their real designs to the peoples. The capitalists would like the USSR to conduct a policy that suits them. But the USSR pursues its own policy, one dictated by the interests of socialism. The USSR upholds the interests of its great people, who are completing the construction of classless socialist society. Thereby it defends the interests of the working people throughout the world, the interests of all peoples. The capitalists need imperialist conquest and plunder. The USSR needs creative labor, socialist prosperity, a happy and joyous life for the working people. April 1940 467. Proletarians throughout the world are justly proud of their vanguard, the great land of socialism. Working people of the capitalist countries. The war has already brought you incredible privation and suffering. There have been no big battles yet, but the earth is already covered with the blood of the fallen. Thousands upon thousands of sailors have gone to their death in the seas and oceans. In Europe alone 20 million men have been placed under arms. They have been torn away from productive labor, from their hearths and homes. Hunger and want are knocking at the doors of families whose breadwinners have been driven to the war by the bourgeoisie. The wives, mothers, and children of the men who have been mobilized have been cast to the mercy of fate. The hungry and the poor are plundered by the bourgeoisie, by increased prices for articles of first necessity. The people have their food rationed by the bourgeoisie, while the rich men spend their money like water and gorge themselves to the full. The workers are made to work like convicts in the chain gang, they are enslaved in the factories. By the unexampled lengthening of the working day, by monstrous wage cuts, by terrific intensification of exploitation, the bourgeoisie sap the last drops of blood out of them. By calling the sons of the peasants to the war, they bring desolation to the countryside. By requisitioning horses, cattle, food supplies, and fodder, they are ruining millions of peasant farms. Those who by the sweat of their brows till the land are deprived by the bourgeoisie of the fruits of their labor. The young generation of today is being doomed to death and destruction for the sake of the interests of the money bags. Grievous thoughts torment the soldiers in the trenches as to what the morrow will bring them, as to what will happen to their families tomorrow. The rear, however, is the scene of the disgusting orgy of the war pillagers and profiteers, who are piling up profits from the poverty of the people. For them, war is a rainfall of gold. Human blood and tears are transformed by them into shares, dividends, and fabulous profits. But the bourgeoisie, employing the slavish services of the Blooms, Jouherhos, and the British labor leaders, are not only conducting a furious offensive on the living standards of the working people. In all the capitalist countries they are establishing a reign of reactionary obscurantism, arbitrary practice, terror, and disfranchisement for the working people. They are making use of the war so as to deprive the industrial workers and the toilers of town and country of the last vestiges of their rights, where they still remain. They answer the will of the masses for peace with the court-martial, sentences of hard labor, and shootings. The communists, the foremost fighters for the freedom and happiness of the people, are placed beyond the pale of the law by the bourgeoisie. 468. They imprison, cast into concentration camps hundreds of thousands of communists, Spanish refugees, political émigrés. Such is what the war brings today, such is the bourgeois system of today. And what, working people, are the bourgeoisie preparing for you tomorrow, if you do not put an end to the war, if the capitalists continue further to hold sway over you? Europe and Asia, and perhaps other continents as well, will become transformed into the arena of sanguinary batties, the like of which the history of mankind has never seen. The war brings in its train millions of killed and crippled, millions of widows and orphans. Unbearable loads of new annexations and indemnities. A wastage of material wealth and immeasurable ruin for the peoples, on a scale such as even the World War of 1914-18 did not bring. The bourgeoisie will place all the enormous costs of the war on your backs, working people. They will still further increase the already intolerable burden of taxation hanging round your necks. The trust magnates, bankers, and stock exchange sharks will enslave you still further, will make of you, your wives, and your children their forced payers of tribute. They will establish for you a regime of brutal exploitation such as they have till now only applied in the colonies. Under the flag of federated Europe and a new organization of the world, the imperialists are preparing to dismember big states and annex small countries, still further to intensify colonial oppression and to enslave the peoples of Europe. They will carry national oppression to such limits as were even unknown by the great empires of the past, which rose up on the bones and blood of subjugated peoples. Proletarians and working people, who helped, and are now helping, the bourgeoisie to deprive you and your children of your last crust of bread, to throttle you with the terror regime of bourgeois dictatorship. Who, along with the bourgeoisie, prepared the sanguinary heinous crime of which we are witness. The leaders of social democracy and of the reformist trade unions. Would the world be the spectacle it is now if they had not helped the bourgeoisie to crush the movement of the working people against capitalism that followed from the World War of 1914 to 18? Like dogs on the leash, they defended the capitalist system, and are defending it now. It was their Niskis who shot workers down. It was their Bauers who dulled the workers' heads with the dope of bourgeois democracy. It was their McDonald's who smashed general strikes. It was their Blooms who, together with World Reaction, openly called, and are now calling, for a crusade against the land of socialism. By their policy of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie, they prepared the way for the present arbitrary rule of April 1940. 469 The capitalists. By capitulating and surrendering to the bourgeoisie the achievements won by the working class, they assisted in bringing about the present orgy of reaction. By their complicity in acts of imperialist conquest, they contributed to the outbreak of the present war. By the policy of non-intervention, they opened the floodgates to the deluge of war in Europe. By their betrayal of Republican Spain, they made the collapse of the People's Front in France a foregone conclusion, and cleared the way for reaction throughout the capitalist world. By their shameless support of the present imperialist war, they are helping the bourgeoisie to fasten on the people chains of still worse slavery. But the wishes of the bourgeoisie and their social democratic hangers-on will not come to pass. However much the ruling class may rage, they will not escape responsibility for the present war before the peoples. They rage because the working people want freedom and not slavery, peace and not war, socialism and not capitalism. The working people are coming to understand with ever-growing clarity that there is no other salvation from the tribulations into which they have been dragged by the bourgeoisie than by a self-sacrificing, resolute struggle against imperialist wars, reaction, and capitalism. They know that this struggle brings sacrifices in its train. But the sacrifices demanded of them by the bourgeoisie for the sake of maintaining their domination are 100 times greater. Millions of people at the front and in the rear are talking in an undertone as yet of what the communists are saying for all to hear. Now it is not individual heroes who are opposing the imperialist war, but tens of thousands of advanced workers in all corners of the globe are raising aloft the sacred banner of proletarian internationalism. It was courageously raised on high by the French communist deputies as they were being court-martialed. Fighting under this banner are hundreds of thousands of obscure French workers. This banner is in the firm grip of the heroic fighters of Republican Spain. Under this banner the foremost workers of England are demanding peace. Against the imperialist war, for peace, stands an army of 5 million young people in the USA. Peace is the desire of the German workers and peasants. Japanese soldiers are thirsting for the end of the war. There is a growing and extending movement against imperialist oppression in the colonial and dependent countries. A sturdy struggle for the independence of their country is being waged by the foremost workers and peasants of India. A gallant fight is being fought for the national liberation by the great Chinese people against the Japanese invaders. In all capitalist countries the working people want to put an end to the imperialist war, to the arbitrary rule of bourgeois reaction, to the mockery. 470. It makes of them. They are demanding the restoration and extension of their political rights and liberties, of human conditions of existence, a reduction of the working day, increased wages, increased pay for soldiers and allowances for their families. Peace, bread, and freedom, such is the battle cry of the many millions of the army of labor. But the mass movement is as yet divided. The bourgeoisie are attempting to hold it back by their military and police terror. To break the barriers set up by bourgeois reaction, the proletarians and working people need united action. They need it so as to merge the as yet divided and scattered movements into one mighty current. In each separate country they need a united workers' front, a popular front of the working people, established from below by the masses. To conduct the struggle against the imperialist war, the proletariat needs united action on an international scale. Proletarians, working people, colonial peoples. The guarantee of the success of your struggle lies in the unification of your forces. Hammer out the united front of labor against the offensive of capital, the front of freedom against reaction, the front of peace against imperialist war, the front of the exploited and oppressed against their exploiters and oppressors. Only in a ruthless struggle against the social democratic leaders, against the treacherous top leaders of the Second International, can the working people establish such a fighting front. Close your ranks with the great land of socialism. Defend its peace policy, which expresses the innermost aspirations of the peoples of all lands. Demonstrate on May Day for peace, against the provocators and incendiaries of war. Mothers, wives, and sisters. Demand for all to hear, before it is too late, the return of your sons, husbands, and brothers. Working people. Fight for the financial burdens of the war to be placed on the backs of the rich. Demand the confiscation of war profits. Demand freedom for your press, organizations, and meetings. Demand the liberation of the gallant French communist deputies and all fighters against imperialist war and reaction. Prison for the war pillagers and profiteers. Freedom for the captives of capital. Calls on you, workers, to take your stand under the glorious banner of proletarian internationalism, under the great banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, for only under this banner will you win victory. Down with imperialist war. Down with capitalist reaction. Peace to the peoples. Long live the USSR, the bulwark of peace, freedom, and socialism. Long live the fraternal alliance of the workers of all lands. May 1942 471. May Day 1942. May 1942 World News and Views, XXII, 18, p. 217, May 2, 1942. After April 1940 the Comintern did not issue its customary manifestos celebrating May Day and the anniversary of the revolution. Apart from the continued publication of its periodicals, there was virtually no outward and public sign of Comintern activity. We were waiting for the Comintern Secretariat to tell us what we should do, Delgado wrote, but nobody bothered about us. The Comintern is merely a building, a name, and a few hundred employees who move papers around, nothing more. After the war it became known that in the summer of 1941 the Bulgarian and Yugoslav parties were bitterly opposed to each other over the question of Macedonia, particularly whether the Bulgarian party had the right to absorb the party organization in what had been the Yugoslav part of Macedonia. The dispute was referred to the ECCI, which decided in favor of the Yugoslav party, referring in its reply to the correctness of the Yugoslav party's policy of partisan warfare. It was at the 8th conference of the Balkan Communist Federation early in 1929 that it had been agreed to refer disputes between the parties in the federation to Moscow. The text which follows is taken from the editorial article in the Communist International, as reproduced in World News and Views. When Hitler attacked Russia, the communist parties promptly reversed their policy. Instead of the People's Convention due to meet in August 1941, the CPGB organized a series of conferences to discuss ways of increasing production. It would turn its energies to mobilizing opinion to deal with every form of interference with the joint war effort. It is necessary for British workers not only to support government measures for aid to the Soviet Union, but to act themselves to secure maximum production. Communist candidates standing in by-elections were withdrawn to avoid misunderstanding. It was essential to form the broadest national united front around the Churchill government for the common aim of the defeat of German fascism. It was essential to have a completely different approach to persons and organizations with whom we have been in conflict in the past. The ILP, which put up a candidate in a by-election against the national government candidate, was said to be playing Hitler's game. In July 1941 the CPGB began a second front campaign. In a statement on the colonies and the war, it said the colonial peoples could help in winning the battle for freedom, they will understand the need for the immediate building of a great united front for the defeat of Hitler. This takes precedence over every other issue at the present moment. It deplored Gandhi's narrow and unrealistic spirit in continuing to emphasize the struggle against British rule. Opposition to the war was detrimental to the true interests of the Indian people. The French CP, after June 22, 1941, declared, For us there is no division into communists, socialists, radicals, Catholics, or de Gaulle followers. For us there are only Frenchmen fighting Hitler and his agents. The earlier slogan, neither Churchill nor Hitler, was dropped in favor of Vive l'Angleterre. Padmar refers to the effrontery of the American CP in appealing to the Negroes to 472. Suspend their agitation for employment in war industries, for the principle of equal pay for equal work, and for the abolition of racial segregation in the armed forces. This they condemned as sabotage of the war effort. The American socialist leader, Norman Thomas, who urged continuation of the struggle for Negro rights and liberties, was called in the New York Daily Worker a fifth columnist and spearhead of fascism. A prominent American communist wrote, "There are no economic classes in America. There is only one class, the American people." The American Peace Mobilization changed its name to American People's Mobilization, and shortly afterwards dissolved itself. Browder said he considered it the greatest honor to be called a strike breaker. Strikes were stabs at our armed might. The Central Committee of the Indian GP, meeting openly for the first time in its history in September 1942, issued a manifesto, India for the Allied Cause. At its first Congress, held in Bombay in May 1943, it claimed 16,000 members. For May Day 1943, the leading article in the Comintern Journal celebrated the victory at Stalingrad and the growth of resistance movements. It called for decisive military operations in the European theater of war. The overwhelming majority of German working people are still serving Hitler. It must be frankly said that the strength of the Hitlerites lies in the meekness of the German masses, and primarily the German workers. In October 1941, Comintern headquarters were moved to Ufa, where it was known as Scientific Institute No. 205. A Comintern school was also established at Ufa on the lines of the Lenin School. The ECCI members at Ufa included at different times Manuilsky, Togliatti, Marty, Pike, and Florine. A new Polish Communist Party was started in Warsaw at the end of 1941. In one of its earliest documents it announced its aim to be the creation of a national non-sectarian party, not linked to. May Day, 1942 comes in a year of greatest historic decisions. This year May Day is more than a day when the working class reviews its forces. It is a day of the mobilization of every force of the nations embattled against Hitler in a life and death struggle. This year, 1942, the peoples address their first May Day greetings to the Red Army, to the great Soviet people upon whom their eyes are fixed, to the people which holds the outposts in this war of liberation against the mechanized savagery of the Nazi murderers. The issue at stake is not only the destiny of any one nation or any one class. The liberty and independence of all nations are at stake. It is a question of saving them from the mortal foes who are thrown into fury at the very sound of such words as the rights of man, liberty, and democracy. This struggle for the very foundations of human development is forging a new and powerful realization of the solidarity of all nations. In the past, when the workers demonstrated on May Day for the ideal of international solidarity, when their call to the unity of all toilers rang across the frontiers, this idea often evoked misunderstanding and indeed hostility among other sections of the population. Today the idea of the World Front of Struggle. May 1942, 473 for liberty and progress is beginning to penetrate the most remote corner of the earth. The worker who is tending the machine, the scientist secluded in his study or the research worker in the laboratory, the peasant and writer, the teacher and handicraftsman, the physician and artist, all are beginning to realize with growing clarity that Hitler imperils their very lives and existence, and that it is a question of saving from the barbarity of German fascism the fruits of their labor, the free spirit and progress in all fields of human endeavor. On the shores of the Seine and Mississippi, the Yangtze and the Thames, the people are becoming ever more aware that the air they breathe can only be purified, and men rejoice in life, when German fascism is utterly destroyed and reduced to naught. In their own vital interests the peoples must do everything within human power to achieve victory. The interests of all nations imperatively demand that 1942 become the year of the final decision. The militancy of the working class on May Day will serve as a message to all who still wait and hesitate. 1942 must become the year of the debacle of Hitlerism. The nations must enter 1943 without Hitler and without Hitler's war. The time of waiting is past and the hour for action has struck. We must say to all cautious calculators who are forever counting up the reserves of manpower and resources, concocting all manner of combinations in time and space only to come to the conclusion that Hitler is doomed anyway, so why should we precisely at this moment risk our lives? To all those past masters of passivity we must say, certainly the reserves of manpower and raw materials are of enormous importance, and indeed space and time are vital factors, and as far as Hitler is concerned, the war is hopeless. But do not forget, if the reserves are kept back too long and space and time are not utilized for struggle, all these factors may well lose their importance. And those who are repelled at the thought of sacrifices entailed in the struggle, those who place all their hopes on dragging out the war, may themselves turn out to be the victims of this procrastination, of the famine, mounting hardships, and endless torment of the harassing war. Lessons should be drawn from the example of the Red Army and the great Soviet Union. The vast and inexhaustible reserves have indeed greatly helped the Soviet people in the struggle and have proved fatal to Hitler, but only because the Soviet people, under any circumstances and in any situation, never gave up the fight, only because every minute was used for bold and dauntless, skillful and heroic battle with the enemy. No one doubts that the American and British workers will, on May Day, pledge themselves to be with their Soviet comrades in war production, to produce more tanks, aircraft, and weapons against Hitler. No one doubts. 474. That they will strive for the highest degree of organization and unity in order to mobilize every section of the working people and every section of the population for victory over Hitler. No one doubts that they will affirm their resolution not only to produce arms but to use them against the foe, not only to forge arms, but also to bear arms in their people's cause. The workers in the Hitler-occupied countries will affirm their determination to fulfill their proletarian and national duty. Every ounce of energy and every bit of skill will be concentrated by them to disrupt war production and the transport of military supplies for their malignant foe. By diverse means, including fires and explosions, they will destroy machinery and equipment working for the invaders. They are aware that the time has come for active struggle of the masses, for the organization of a powerful strike movement against the fascist enslavers. They will realize, lastly, the need and real possibility of the masses offering armed resistance to the enemy. In Yugoslavia, the guerrilla struggle is assuming the character and scope of a real popular war. In northern Norway, guerrilla detachments have undertaken a series of successful operations. A guerrilla movement is arising in France, particularly in the Seine and Loire departments. Thus reality itself is clearly refuting the totally incorrect assertion that a guerrilla war allegedly requires definite natural conditions, woods, bogs, impassable mountains, and that guerrilla warfare in densely populated sections of Europe is unthinkable. This contention is all too similar to the treacherous lies of French capitulator generals who would have the people think that an open city like Paris cannot be defended. Yet the Soviet people have demonstrated to the world that every open city becomes a powerful buttress if its defenders are stout-hearted and brave. The same is true of guerrilla warfare, which in every occupied land can greatly undermine the power of the enemy by opening the way for the armed insurrection of the people. The tempo and scope of the armed resistance of the people to Hitler's butchers will, to a large extent, depend on the working class of the occupied lands. This year there is a special message to the German working class. Let the German workers on this May Day hear the voice of their class brothers, let them hear the constantly repeated warning, the burning question which comes from all corners of the world: where is the German working class, where are the German workers? There was a time when you marched in the foremost ranks, when you reflected the great ideas of Marx and Engels. Among your leaders were Bebel and Liebknecht. In your mighty hands we felt the proletarian force and solidarity. But today, with your hands Hitler is waging war against the socialist state of the workers and peasants. With your hands you are manufacturing the weapons for the bloodthirsty murderers of the workers. Can it be that you? May 1942 475. German workers deem it compatible with your honor, your conscience, and your vital interests to tolerate the system of Gestapo, concentration camps, and the degradation of the working class to the status of mute cattle, obediently following the criminal Führer and his avid and rapacious adventurists. It is both necessary and possible that the German workers, carrying with them the widest sections of the German people, enter the path of decisive struggle against Hitler's war and against the Hitler regime. It is both necessary and possible that the German workers refuse to bear this tormenting servitude for the sake of war, that they work slower every day and sabotage production. It is both necessary and possible that they utilize the shortage of raw materials and wear of machinery to cause hundreds and thousands of stoppages in the work, that they organize militant action and strikes in industry. Terror is not an insurmountable obstacle. No one would dare to claim that the Nazi terror is milder in Norway and France than in Germany proper. Yet the Norwegian and French workers find the courage to wage by every means the struggle against the Nazi executioners. If the German workers really understand to what a doom Hitler is dragging the German nation with such feverish haste, they must come to their senses. They will come to their senses and show the German people the path to salvation, to the termination of war, to a new and happy Germany. The German workers and the German people can be confident that Hitler's defeat and the overthrow by the German people of the shameful fascist tyranny will spell Germany's salvation. The workers of the whole world and the nations are determined once and for all to win a lasting and durable peace and seek only to destroy Hitler fascism. The workers of all countries await and desire to see Germany enter the commonwealth of the world's nations, which see their salvation and the salvation of the German nation not in war and destruction but in constructive labor. May Day 1942 will recall to the German workers the glorious days of the past struggles and will serve to call the German working class to resolute combat against Hitler's war and Hitler's slavery. For a whole generation May Day was a day when the worker fortified his faith in his own strength and felt himself at one with the millions of his class brothers, a day when he felt conscious of belonging to a mighty militant body. The significance of May Day 1942 is incomparably greater. This year it is a day of rallying all people, of uniting all honest men who cherish freedom for the struggle in defense of their decent existence, for the sacred liberation war against fascism, for the cause of all mankind. On this day the sense of human dignity, courage, and determination of every fighter must overcome all apprehensions. The magnificence of the common task must relegate to the background all petty egoistic motives. 476. Unity of all progressive and freedom-loving forces must lead to the supreme determination to act. Unity of the working class, unity of the peoples uniting the struggle of the peoples with the unparalleled struggle of the Soviet people and its Red Army, such is the battle cry and the slogan of May Day 1942. Resolution of the ECCI Presidium recommending the dissolution of May 15, 1943 World News and Views, XXIII, 22, p. 169, May 29, 1943. Hey! Listen. What? The Comintern's been dissolved. This conversation took place at Comintern headquarters, in the office occupied by the Spanish section of the ECCI. The speakers obtained the information from the Soviet press. The Communist International ceased publication. Shortly afterwards a new periodical, in Russian and other languages, appeared, entitled The War and the Working Class. After the war its title was changed to New Times. On their return to Moscow after the dissolution, a large proportion of the Comintern staff was distributed among the national committees, the foreign languages broadcasting services, and various propaganda, press, and publication departments of the CPSU. Interviewed on the dissolution by Reuters chief Moscow correspondent, Stalin said, "The dissolution of is proper and timely because it facilitates the organization of the common onslaught of all freedom-loving nations against the common enemy Hitlerism. The dissolution of the Communist International is proper because, a. It exposes the lie of the Hitlerites to the effect that Moscow allegedly intends to intervene in the life of other nations and to Bolshevize them. An end is now being put to this lie. B. it exposes the calumny of the adversaries of communism within the labor movement to the effect that communist parties in various countries are allegedly acting not in the interests of their people but on orders from outside. An end is now being put to this calumny too. C. It facilitates the work of patriots of all countries for uniting the progressive forces of their respective countries, regardless of party or religious faith, into a single camp of national liberation for unfolding the struggle against fascism. D. It facilitates the work of patriots of all countries for uniting all freedom-loving peoples into a single international camp for the fight against the menace of world domination by Hitlerism, thus clearing the way to the future organization of a companionship of nations based upon their equality. I think that all these circumstances taken together will result in a further strengthening of the united front of the Allies and other United Nations in their fight for victory over Hitlerite tyranny. I feel that the dissolution of the Communist International is perfectly timely because it is exactly now, when the fascist beast is exerting its last strength, that it is necessary to organize. May 1943 477 The common onslaught of freedom-loving countries to finish off this beast and to deliver the people from fascist oppression. The historic role of, which was founded in 1919 as a result of the political union of the great majority of old, pre-war working-class parties, consisted in upholding the principles of Marxism from vulgarization and distortion by the opportunist elements in the working-class movement, in helping to promote the consolidation in a number of countries of the vanguard of the foremost workers in real working-class parties, and in helping them to mobilize the workers for the defense of their economic and political interests and for the struggle against fascism and the war the latter was preparing and for support of the Soviet Union as the chief bulwark against fascism. From the first exposed the real meaning of the Anti-Comintern Pact, as a weapon for the preparation of war by the Hitlerites. Long before the war, it ceaselessly and tirelessly exposed the vicious, subversive work of the Hitlerites who masked it by their screams about the so-called interference of the Communist International in the internal affairs of these states. But long before the war it became more and more clear that, with the increasing complications in the internal and international relations of the various countries, any sort of international center would encounter insuperable obstacles in solving the problems facing the movement in each separate country. The deep differences of the historic paths of development of various countries, the differences in their character and even contradictions in their social orders, the differences in the level and tempo of their economic and political development, the differences, finally, in the degree of consciousness and organization of the workers, condition the different problems facing the working class of the various countries. The whole development of events in the last quarter of a century, and the experience accumulated by convincingly showed that the organizational form of uniting the workers chosen by the First Congress of the Communist International answered the conditions of the first stages of the working class movement but has been outgrown by the growth of this movement and by the complications of its problems in separate countries, and has even become a drag on the further strengthening of the national working class parties. The world war that the Hitlerites have let loose has still further sharpened the differences in the situation of the separate countries, and has placed a deep dividing line between those countries which fell under the Hitlerite tyranny and those freedom-loving peoples who have united in a powerful anti-Hitlerite coalition. In the countries of the Hitlerite bloc the fundamental task of the working class, the toilers, and all honest people consists in giving all help for the 478 defeat of this bloc, by sabotage of the Hitlerite military machine from within, and by helping to overthrow the government who are guilty of the war. In the countries of the anti-Hitlerite coalition, the sacred duty of the widest masses of the people, and in the first place of the foremost workers, consists in aiding by every means the military efforts of the governments of these countries aimed at the speediest defeat of the Hitlerite bloc and the assurance of the friendship of nations based on their equality. At the same time the fact must not be lost sight of that separate countries which are members of the anti-Hitlerite coalition have their own particular problems. For example, in countries occupied by the Hitlerites which have lost their state independence, the basic task of the foremost workers and of the wide masses of the people consists in promoting armed struggle, developing into a national war of liberation against Hitlerite Germany. At the same time, the war of liberation of the freedom-loving peoples against the Hitlerite tyranny, which has brought into movement the masses of the people, uniting them without difference of party or religion in the ranks of a powerful anti-Hitlerite coalition, has demonstrated with still greater clearness that the general national upsurge and mobilization of the people for the speediest victory over the enemy can be best of all and most fruitfully carried out by the vanguard of the working class movement of each separate country, working within the framework of its own country. Already the 7th Congress of, meeting in 1935, taking into account the changes that had taken place both in the international situation and in the working class movements that demand great flexibility and independence of its sections in deciding the problems confronting them, emphasized the necessity for the Executive Committee of, in deciding all questions of the working class movement arising from the concrete conditions and peculiarities of each country, to make a rule of avoiding interference in the internal organizational affairs of the communist parties. These same considerations guided in considering the resolution of the Communist Party of the USA of November 1940, on its withdrawal from the ranks of. Guided by the judgment of the founders of Marxism-Leninism, communists have never been supporters of the conservation of organizational forms that have outlived themselves. They have always subordinated forms of organization of the working class movement and the methods of working of such organizations, to the fundamental political interest of the working class movement as a whole, to the peculiarities of the concrete historical situation and to the problems immediately resulting from this situation. They remember the example of the great Marx, who united the foremost workers in the ranks of the Working Men's International Association, and, when the First International had fulfilled its May 1943 479 historical task, laying the foundations for the development of the working class parties in the countries of Europe and America, and, as a result of the matured situation creating mass national working class parties, dissolved the First International inasmuch as this form of organization already no longer corresponded to the demands confronting it. In consideration of the above, and taking into account the growth and political maturity of the communist parties and their leading cadres in the separate countries, and also having in view the fact that during the present war some sections have raised the question of the dissolution of as the directing center of the international working class movement, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of, in the circumstances of the World War not being able to convene a Congress of the Communist International, puts forward the following proposal for ratification by the sections of, as the directing center of the international working class movement, is to be dissolved, thus freeing the sections of the Communist International from their obligations arising from the statutes and resolutions of the Congresses of. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of calls on all supporters of to concentrate their energies on wholehearted support of and active participation in the war of liberation of the peoples and states of the anti-Hitlerite coalition for the speediest defeat of the deadly enemy of the working class and toilers German fascism and its associates and vassals. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of, signed G. Dimitrov Okyosinin M. Erkolai D. Manuilsky W. Florine A. Marty K. Gottwald W. Pike V. Kolarov M. Therese J. Kolenigase Danov. The following representatives of communist parties also append their signatures to the present resolution: Bianco, Italy; Dolores Ibarruri, Spain; Lehtinen, Finland; Anna Pocker, Romania; Matthias Rakosi, Hungary; Moscow, May 15, 1943. 480. Statement of the Presidium of the ECCI on the dissolution of June 8, 1943. World News and Views, XXIII, 25, p. 197, June 19, 1943. The Central Committee of the CPGB adopted unanimously a resolution endorsing the proposal, which would reinforce national and international unity. The Czechoslovak Central Committee said dissolution was in the interests of the broader unity of all forces both domestic and international in the decisive battle against Hitlerism. The Spanish Central Committee welcomed and approved the proposal. The dissolution of the International, which frees us from the obligations arising from its statutes and decisions, will still further reinforce the national character of the Spanish Communist Party and facilitate the unification of all Spanish patriots both within Spain and in emigration, and so stimulate the development of all national forces in the struggle to recapture the freedom and independence of Spain. The KPD said the decision would cut the ground from under the feet of the German fascists, who alleged that Moscow interfered in the affairs of other states. The Italian Central Committee said the dissolution would remove the misunderstandings and difficulties which still existed among the workers and make it easier for them to unite. The Chinese CP Central Committee expressed its full agreement. The Comintern had fulfilled its historical mission in protecting Marxism from distortion, in helping progressive forces to unite, in supporting the Soviet Union and fighting fascism, and it had done all in its power to bring about cooperation between the KMT and the CCP. In its organizational form it had now outlived itself. The CCP had received much help from the Comintern in its revolutionary struggle, but the Chinese Communists had now for a long time been free to decide independently on its policy and put it into effect. At its last meeting on June 8, 1943, the Presidium of the Executive Committee considered the decisions received from its sections in connection with its proposals of May 15, 1943, on the dissolution of the Communist International, and decided the following: 1. That the proposal on the dissolution of has been approved by the Communist Party of Australia, Communist Party of Austria, Communist Party of the Argentine, Communist Party of Belgium, Communist Party of Bulgaria, Communist Party of Great Britain, Communist Party of Hungary, Communist Party of Germany, Communist Party of Ireland, Communist Party of Spain, Communist Party of Italy, Communist Party of Canada, the United Socialist Party of Catalonia, the Communist Party of China, the Communist Party of Colombia, the Revolutionary Communist Union of Cuba, the Communist Party of Mexico, the Workers' Party of Poland, the Com. June 1943 481 Munist Party of Romania, the Communist Party of Syria, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party of Uruguay, the Communist Party of Finland, the Communist Party of France, the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, the Communist Party of Chile, the Communist Party of Switzerland, the Communist Party of Sweden, the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, the Communist Party of the Union of South Africa, the Communist International of Youth, which is incorporated in with the full rights of a section. 2. That not one of the existing sections of sent in any objection to the proposal of the Presidium of the EC. In view of all this, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International declares: 1. That the proposal for the dissolution of has been unanimously approved by all sections able to send in their decisions, including all the most important sections. 2. It considers that as from the 10th of June, 1943, the Executive Committee of the Presidium and Secretariat of the Executive Committee, as well as the International Control Commission, have been dissolved. 3. It entrusts to a committee composed of Dimitrov, as chairman, Manuelski, Ercolai, and Pike to carry out the actual winding up of the affairs of the organs, apparatus, and property of. Signed, on behalf of the Presidium of the ECCI Dimitrov.